1 month ago.
Arcanon Poros.
Good fortune.
Krona Kai Christor.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I crumbled on the last run yesterday when we got to 15 or 16. Got a better plan in place this time for... I hit some bad RNG, and I just didn't deal with it really well, so my time was a good half an hour behind what I think it should have been around level 16. So, we're early enough in the run, I just wanted to restart, do it clean, have a better idea of how to deal with the bad RNG this time, so that it doesn't add a bunch of time to my run. Yeah, it's about a little bit first world problems that I actually get the opportunity to restart and try it again on the beta, so can't complain. I did find out something interesting, which is, since I took a long break from the game, I actually had no idea that the extra 4 bag slots applied to Classic. Apparently I was just trolling this whole time where all my speedruns that I was doing on the beta, I only had 16 bag slots instead of 20, so I finally fixed that. That should be a help.
Welcome. Browse at your leisure.
I'd have to do a lot of just throwing out random stuff as I go in the early levels
Open
previously.
your heart to the light.
Must not give up.
Peace for you.
Open your heart to the light.
Krona Kai Christo.
You wish to buy? Trade? Remain vigilant.
Yeah, it is pretty impactful in the early game. I was definitely trolling by not having that. I did run into some money issues on a couple of my runs. Not so much the Shaman runs, but when I was playing other classes. It's the kind of stuff that probably would have been fixed by having bag slots early, because I was like spending money on additional bags and all that. That not as big a deal as I thought to rush some of that stuff early. Starting things out. Actually, I probably should hit some of these level 1 mobs on my way over here before I start swinging on these level 3s with my, like, 2 staff skill. Yeah, I'm gonna be playing the solo self-found style when the pre-patch hits. Just kind of practicing up, playing on a new server where I don't have any characters or money or anything. Definitely realized in my run yesterday that one of the parts that was giving me bad RNG around level 15 is just something I don't really need to even do till later, so... Not let myself get so flustered by having bad drop rates on quests when I could just kind of, like... I don't know. I should just be able to shift certain quests to later in my route if I run into problems. Oh yeah. Yeah, you can't really go wrong with a lock in TBC. I mean, or a Shaman, really. Shaman are just so desirable for every sort of group. And locks are just great at everything in TBC. Good levelers, good PvE damage, good at PvP. Pretty much nothing that locks aren't great at. More flower over here. Let's hope that this one actually drops the item so we can finish the quest. So much bag space. Alright, hopefully we'll be getting close to something new by that point. I redo this early part. See you later, man.
May the light embrace you. May your days be long and your hardships.
Hope this gives me level 4. I think it does.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Ooh, that was actually cutting it kind of close. Good thing I killed those extra level 1 mobs on the way back. Not that it's a huge deal. And we can just... You really need to. We can just walk outside. Right here and kill a couple mobs, but...
Welcome. Browse at your leisure.
Level 1 mobs aren't really worth the effort at level 4, but if I can find some like level 2 mobs to kill while we go here, then still give like half decent experience. Considering you pretty much just have to earth shock them twice in one melee swing and not really even slow down at all. Let me actually delete this, don't need the Hearthstone until later. Have all the bag space in the world. Okay, let's see if we can find some parts down here. I run yesterday, I ended up having to go pretty far back here to actually get all of the spaceship parts. They were like all in the very back of this cave. Looks like they got some up here this time. This is still comparing to my initial run where I went up to like level 45 or so on my Shaman, so... As opposed to yesterday's run where we weren't actually saving that much time in the 15, 16 range, I'm hoping this time around I should be starting to get pretty good time saves of like 20 to 30 minutes by that point. Oh man, fantastic. Look at this. All three of them right by the entrance. I'll have to go grab a couple more of these things, but then I'll double back and get all these. I think the small bonfire damages me too. Oh. It's not as much as this one in the middle. Okay. Didn't actually realize this middle bonfire did more damage than the other ones. Oh, everything's level 1 here. Unlucky. Yep, indeed. My run fell apart a little bit time-wise, like 15 or 16 yesterday with the RNG, and then I started playing badly because I was getting frustrated. I should be able to get through the, like, up to 15 or 16 about half an hour faster, so trying to do it today cleanly. Got a better plan in place if I run into bad RNG for certain quests where I can just skip them till later.
Light. Must remember.
Also, most importantly, I realized that I can actually get 4 extra bag slots on Classic WoW.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Which I did not know that applied to Classic WoW, so I've been trolling this whole time on the beta and only having 16 bag slots instead of 20 on my initial runs. I'm just like constantly running out of room in the early game and having to throw stuff out. That should not be as much of a problem anymore. Yeah, I kind of want to nail down this first, like, 1 to 20, 1 to 25, like, just get to the point where I feel really comfortable, get a good time. I feel like I'm there right now, I just need to execute it. Because, I mean, it is important, I just want to be able to get ahead of the crowd, I guess, so to speak, come pre-patch. The best I can with a really good, efficient start.
Arcanan Poros.
These things do basically no damage as long as you put a stone skin down. I guess I'll do a little bit now that I have fairy fire on me, but these things are all just pretty much hitting me for 1 damage. You can kind of fight an infinite number of these things as long as you put down stone skin. Oops. I think we're killing one more of these than I actually needed to. I was trying to get myself kind of low on HP so I could death warp quickly on the next part. Ended up killing one more that was needed. Maybe it's a lost cause. Maybe I'll just regen my way to full by the time I even get up to the main Blood Elf.
The Legion will fall.
keep myself in combat. Get a little less regen. Yeah, Stone Skin Totem pretty much trumps all damage in the early game. Okay, yeah, it looks like I just regen pretty much to full anyways. Oh well. Cat, you are very much in the way.
The Legion's end draws near. Do not lose faith.
Blessings upon you. Seek the path of the light.
Now we're actually reasonably ahead of the previous run. Decent start here.
May the light embrace you.
I think what we did yesterday worked pretty well, where I finished like half of this on my way up, and then once we got the swim speed buff from the Totem of Ku quest line, then we finished it really quickly.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Probably just do that again. Yep. I'm determined to get a good start here with the Shaman. I want to get like a clean 1 to 25-ish type start. Which I should be able to do. Like, I know pretty much what I want to do. I just need to execute it properly. So I feel confident getting ahead of the crowd, or the pack, at the start of the pre-patch. As long as I get a reasonably clean start, then yeah, we'll just move on to the rest of the 1 to 60. Just want to make sure my first like 5 or 6 hours or whatever is really clean. Okay, so we're just looking for the cat over here. You just need to kill one cat and you get that quest starter item. Then we will go over to town. Go. Not actually going to turn that in until a little bit later. We'll turn it in as we're trying to get level 8. But having it now will make other things that run a little bit quicker.
Each day is a blessing.
Grabbing all the quests in town. For most classes, you're probably just going to want to run over here and buy a vendor,
May I be of service?
vendor weapon upgrade.
Do not lose faith.
And like before, we're going to wait to turn in these quests.
Kronakai Christo.
So we do have some XP banked up, but I want to stay at level 6 while I'm killing all these level 5 and 6 mobs for the quests we're doing. So we're mostly just going to use all our kind of banked up quests to get from 7 to 8 really quickly, because at 8 we actually get a power spike. Going from 6 to 7 doesn't make us any stronger, it just means we get less XP for killing the same mobs. Going 7 to 8 we get like 7 new Shaman skills, we get much stronger. Okay, we can pop one of these elixirs we got from the quest in the starting area now. I haven't been using them up to this point just because we death warp a few times. They do not last through death. Previously, I'd kind of been saving my Gift of the Naru in case I ran into any of those Draenei younglings, where you can get that little extra quest if you heal them, like save their lives, but those things are so rare. I've only ever seen one on the beta that I'm just gonna say fuck it and just use the Gift of the Naru for just better sustain as we go. Doesn't really matter. There's a ton of these mobs I'm killing all over here. You can go to the east or the west. Doesn't really make too much difference. Mainly just trying to finish most of this quest now before we go down to the beach. Start those quest chains. It's gonna be till to 60. I'll have to decide if I want to go 60 to 70 at that point as well. We'll see. Pretty much basically practicing for like a fresh 1 to 60 run when the pre-patch hits. I'm gonna be playing on a PvP server on like a pretty crowded server with my Shaman, so when the actual TBC launches, I'm not even really sure I want to do the just open world 60 to 70. I might do a lot of instance grouping with some people I know. Still kind of up in the air on the 60 to 70 part. But 1 to 60 for sure I'll be doing, like a solo self-found 1 to 60 run as soon as the pre-patch hits. Mainly what we're focusing on here. I haven't gone all the way to 60, so I'm usually a horde speedrunner, and I usually play stuff like Hunter, Paladin, Rogue, like Warrior, that type of thing. So I'm actually new to the Alliance side speedrunning and new to playing Shaman. I had never played a Shaman previous to the beta past like level 40. But I did decide to, for TBC, I just decided to play something basically completely new. Thought it'd be fun, wouldn't burn me out the same way that Classic did, playing the same thing over again, so... as of the last week or two, I've pretty much been working on the Alliance Draenei Shaman, like, pretty much creating a route from scratch and learning how to play Shaman. So you can see on my previous VODs, we got to about the mid-40s, and at that point I felt pretty comfortable that I knew what I was doing, and I knew the Alliance quests now, so I wanted to start over and, like, actually go for a speed run. Whereas the previous run was kind of like testing things out. So now we're actually going for good times. It's kind of new, because typically nobody really speedruns Shaman, since they're one of the slower classes overall. But with the buffs they got to enhancement in TBC, they actually become extremely fast after 40. Previous to 40, it's kind of similar to how it was on Classic, but...
King's honor.
41 plus, they're really, really fun to play and have crazy burst damage.
You need something? Have a good one.
I still need some root trapper vines. I'll have to get that on my way back up north. Still level 6, so we're mainly looking to kill the level 6 crawlers as we go down the beach here towards the other objective. After I ding 7, we'll switch to prioritizing level 7 mobs. Dang, all this stuff is level 7. Unlucky. How's it going? No, for my speedrun, it's going to be solo self-found. So, just everything you find along the way, starting from fresh with no money, like no grouping or whatever. Pretty much the only group content I might do on the run would be maybe an Alterac Valley at 51, since that's something that anyone can just solo queue for by themselves. You don't really need anybody to help you out. There's always going to be a queue up. That'd be it. No running of dungeons or anything. If you're not doing solo self-found, on the Alliance side, I definitely do recommend doing a Zul'Farrak in the mid-40s. There's a lot of quests you can do there, a lot of good Shaman items in there, and there's also a quest that leads you into Zul'Farrak that gives you a really good one-handed mace. It's the quest line that ends with saving Sharpbeak. So, if you're not, like, as long as you're not restricting yourself to, you know, doing the solo style, you should, if you're playing a Draenei Shaman, you should definitely try to get a Zul'Farrak group in the mid-40s. It seems like probably the most important instance to do along the way. Yep. Back for revenge indeed. I should have a better idea this time of how to handle bad RNG and not let it affect my play as much this time around. I can just save that necklace for later, do that quest when I come back to the to Blood Mist Isle at level 20. I don't even really need to finish that early, so I'm not going to bother grinding a bunch of Blood Elves if I don't get it this time around. I'm going to try to weave in more of those lashers into just killing a few more of them as I go around doing other quests previous to the point where I have to kill them. So I can a little less reliant on getting good RNG drops when I actually get to that quest, because that quest is a little bit of a bottleneck, since we do want to finish the quest behind it as well. But hopefully if I play it clean, I still feel like I should be able to shave 20 or 30 minutes off with decent play off of like the run yesterday and the initial run and all that by the time I get to like the 15 range. Just did not play particularly well yesterday when we got to like 15, 16. And I also found out that I was sabotaging myself because I didn't have the 20 bag slots on the backpack unlocked. So now I've got extra 4 bag slots to start all these speedruns with. Okay, I still need a lot of crabs on the way back. Got my Gift of the Naru up soon, so I'm just going to let my mana regen while I slowly tank these couple crabs. And as soon as I pop Gift, I should be pretty full on both mana and health after these couple crabs here. Yeah, I unlocked. So I had no idea that those applied to Classic. I knew about the extra 4 bag slots from like Shadowlands and whatnot. I hadn't gotten around to doing it ever, because I just didn't play that much of like live WoW. So I missed the memo when I guess they applied that to Classic as well. So it's actually like a pretty nice quality of life change, because on the runs I've been doing on the beta, very frequently in the early game, like right now, you'd see I'd already be like running out of space. So I was having to delete a bunch of stuff, which was kind of like taking a little bit of my multitasking attention, and it was also like lowering the amount of money I had in the early game. So extra 4 bag slots should be a nice help for the first couple hours. You have to add an authenticator and like the SMS text alerts to your Battle.net account in order to unlock them. I hadn't done it previously because I have a few different Battle.net accounts from like Smurfs and stuff from other games back in the day, but apparently my phone number was like attached to some random alt account And so when I tried to add it previously, it wouldn't let me, so I had to find which account actually had it, unattach it, and then like reattach it. Now it's working.
Greetings. Go with honor, friend.
I am honored.
How are ya?
What can I do for you? I supply only the finest goods.
Pretty much set on XP. Right about here is where we'll just need to kill a few more mobs and finish this little leaf quest here. And by the time we actually get back to town to turn all these other quests we have banked up, that'll get us to 8 pretty easily. For now, we don't have very many Shaman skills. Are basically just Earth-Shocking on cooldown for extra damage. Level 8, once we start getting more spells and Lightning Shield and all that, then you can start running yourself out of mana pretty easily if you're not somewhat efficient with your spell use. But up until level 8, you pretty much just mindlessly spam Earth-Shock whenever it's up. And doubling back just to turn in this one quest here because it leads to a chain that allows us to just do everything at once. Once we hit level 8 here in town from turning these in, we're going to do like a huge circuit that just takes us basically all around this island, and we're going to do pretty much every quest at that point. That'll get us all the way from 8 to 10 easily without having to go back to town. But in order to do that, you have to finish this tiny little quest here.
What can I do for you? For the Alliance?
Doesn't really give much XP, 200. It's kind of underwhelming, but it does lead to this quest over here on the island. So, despite its low XP, it's pretty important that you finish it now before you do the huge circuit of the island. Okay, so I'm going to get... all the quests I have to turn in back in the main town are worth 2100 XP. So at this point, we will just barely ding level 8 from turning them in. You can still kill extra mobs on the way up to town here if you see them. You can kind of just kill things while still running at just about 100% speed. I've always just kind of liked the speedrunning concept, but I'd never really gotten into it. I'd watched, I watched other people do stuff, awesome games done quick and all. And then when they announced Classic WoW, which I
Warm wishes to you.
didn't really have any inkling that they were doing that, and I hadn't really like played private servers or anything previously. I was like, oh man, all that knowledge, all that time I spent no-lifing vanilla WoW back in the day.
Is a blessing.
This could be an actual time to put some of the speedrunning, like my interest in speedrunning and I guess just my knowledge of the first few expansions of WoW to use.
Good fortune, good health, long life.
That's been fun. I did kind of burn myself out pretty quick on Classic because I played the same thing I played back on Vanilla, so that's why this time around I'm playing something completely new. Alliance side enhancement Shaman. So.
I hope you find something useful. Welcome, browse at your leisure.
Okay, should be a lot more fun playing something that's completely new to me at the start of TBC, and then I also just want to get into
The Naru have not forgotten
doing some of the hardcore runs as well, and like the hardcore speedrun contests. That kind of stuff just sounds pretty fun to me, so I've been enjoying getting back into the game.
Hello, stranger.
Get on money.
So long. You find many things here. See you.
Not quite enough to buy another bag. Excess money. If we had like 425, I would buy an additional one. I guess I forgot to sell these, but that's not going to make the difference. I want to focus on, now that we have Lightning Shield, it's important to keep as high of an uptime as you can on Lightning Shield. It's one of, overall as you level a Shaman, Lightning Shield is like a very large portion of your damage, more than you would think. Plus it's also one of the most mana efficient forms of your damage. So the higher you keep your Lightning Shield uptime, the better 1 to 60 time you're going to have just overall. We're still on the lookout for the Blood Elf Bandits, which is a kind of a rare spawn stealth mob that can show up a few different places on the island. That drops a quest starter as well. At this point, I've pretty much given up looking for the Draenei younglings. There's supposed to be these younglings that you can kind of rescue if you heal them up with your Gift of the Naru. They give you like a small quest you can turn in, but those things are still, I guess I would say borderline bugged. They technically exist, but it's almost impossible to find them. I've only seen one ever on the beta. So it sounds like they had some sort of problem implementing them. Alright, we've got these things that activate a bonus to stamina and spirit now. We have basically 15 charges of the +2 stamina, +2 spirit food. From these 10 and these 4, We're going to try to spread those out over the next few hours so we can keep this buff on ourselves. We're going to just be using normal food to actually heal ourselves up, and then we're going to save the kind of specialized food that gives stats just for when the buff is about to drop. Doesn't sound like a whole lot, but Draenei, both Draenei and Blood Elf have really low starting HP, so pretty fragile in the early going. So even an extra 20 HP can help. That's probably enough for now. There's more cats and bucks over on the west side of the island, just not as many of them. We're finishing most of that quest now. And then we can start doing the weird totem quest that just like zips us around with the various buffs. Get us over to the west side of the island. There's a couple spawns up here that can have the Blood Elf guy that drops the quest starter, so we'll check those as well. There's always at least some of those Blood Elf bandits up, it's just kind of random, like which of the possible locations they're at. This thing somewhere up here. See the Blood Elves. All these totem quests that we're doing right now, after you talk to the dude, they take a pretty good amount of time to actually give you the buff, so you can just kind of fight random mobs while you wait for them to RP. The one that turns you into a panther especially takes like a freaking minute to do so after you talk to him. It looks like, oh wow, we're actually 4 minutes behind pace at level 8. Is good. The only downside being is we weren't able to afford another bag, so we're going to run out of bag space a little bit as we do some of these later quests. And we also haven't found the Blood Elf with the quest starter item drop yet. Oh, okay, I guess he's just walking around unstealthed over here for some reason. These guys are supposed to be stealthed. I don't know if this guy like just spawned or what. I'm not sure why I was able to see him. See how they dropped this letter here. So we just got an extra quest. Then we're about to get a big speed or a big swim speed buff. So we can just zip down this river and finish up the red snapper quest that we did part of earlier. We're swimming along at Mach 2, it's really easy to finish. Yeah, I guess I probably could have killed one more mob while I was waiting for this guy to RP, but I think this buff goes away if you attack something? Maybe not. I know this buff goes away if you loot like anything on the side here. So if you kill something and loot it, or you like loot some of those plants on the ground for a quest, then this buff goes away for some reason. Fortunately, we're gonna have to fight these guys because I need the last 2 red snapper here that these murlocs drop. So yeah, my swim buff just went away, as you can see, but we're just about at the part where you kind of run out of area to swim. I need to turn this in anyways.
Blessings upon you. Kronakai Christor. Be kind to those less fortunate.
A very little bit of a time loss here from not being super fast swimmer as we go down to this totem. But it's fine. Probably faster this way than the alternative, which is swimming way down here to look for more of these schools, and then swimming back up. This is the one that takes forever to put the buff on you. It's like at least a minute from now until this guy is done RPing and he actually casts his buff on me. Not too much to do other than kill random mobs on this beach while we wait. Ready yet, buddy? Yeah, this stuff kind of takes a while, but at least we get a nice quick travel over to the west side of the island for all of these quests over here. Don't have to walk it ourselves. It looks like everything is fine, normal, efficient so far on the run. Only possible downside is we didn't run into the Draenei Youngling for that extra quest, but that appears to be just ridiculously hard to find, so I'm not including it in my questing route. It's just like a little bonus if you happen to find them. So we'll be able to get level 10 easily without that quest, so no big deal. As soon as we're done with all these quests here and Hearth back to Azura Watch will be easily a little ways into level 10 from all the turn-ins. Time to... How is it that I always run into only level 9 furbolgs? Ideally, I want to fight level 7 or 8 ones, because you have to kill a bunch of these to get the keys to let 8 of these dudes out, and they're not 100% drop rate. See, these level 9 ones take like twice as long to kill as level 7s. A lot of damage to us. If possible, try to avoid the level 9s. We can get this quest done and move on with our life. Getting pretty lucky on the keys so far. Almost all of these have dropped it. I still need a couple of the bucks and like a cat, I think, for the quest as well. Should be somewhere over this direction. Whoops. I was trying to get out of aggro range of this guy. About to run out of the food buff there. So next time I have low mana, probably eat another one of these. Check to see that this guy was level 9 before I pulled him, so might have to potion. If he resists my Earth Shock. Oh, never mind, we're good. This time around, hopefully I will remember. One of the bigger mistakes I made early on yesterday's run, too, was that I didn't pick up the higher level food and water at level 10 once I got back to town. At that point, I'll actually have some money to buy bags and food and stuff. With Shaman, you do... in the early to mid levels, where Shaman's not particularly strong compared to other classes, you do have to do a lot of food and drink spamming. To the point where you generally don't have money to actually buy your mount until the early 40s, because you have to spend so much on food and drink from vendors. Okay, so all we have to do is these Naga quests down here, and then swim out to the island to do these, and then we'll be ready to hearth back to town, turn everything in for 10. These Naga drop a quest starter item as well, so be sure to click on that. I think it's like 100% drop rate from these sirens. Oh, I guess it's 100% drop rate from any of them. My inventory is getting pretty crushed here. Thank God I have those extra 4 bag spots at least. Since we're doing and turning in so many quests here all at once between 8 and like 10.5, then I'll have a lot of extra money once I actually get back to town and do this, so we can finally get caught up on bags and things that we've missed so far. Our higher priority for money early on went to getting this vendor upgrade and getting all our Shaman class skills. Need 5 of each of these type of Naga. Just want to make sure that I have most of it done before I go down to the very corner of this beach that's close to the island. Might have to ditch this water to make room for... Actually, these aren't worth that much either. It's only like 35 copper. Get these. Shamans can get dual wield as early as 40. In fact, that's what we'll be doing on this run. As soon as we hit 40, we'll take the dual wield talent first, even before getting Storm Strike. And then next point we'll go into Storm Strike. And at that point, it'll pretty much turn us into... We'll go from being like a melee warlock, which is kind of what shamans are, from 1 to 40, or 1 to 39, to having really good burst damage, so we can like blow up squishy mobs in just a couple seconds. Kind of changes like the whole shaman playstyle when you get to that point. Ooh. Need to find one more Naga. There's 2. Good. Gotta go on a little bit of a hunt to find additional Naga. I only ran into 2 of them so far, and there's like 2 down there at the end of the beach. Aha, there's one. I'll have one good one-hander, which is... there's a quest in the quest line that's in the water in Arathi. The ones that have you do all those, like, diving down into the ships for different stuff. One of those quests gives a really good one-hand mace. It's a green mace with 2.7 speed, which is good. Strength on it. Once you get dual wield and storm strike, the slower your one-handed weapons, the better. Unfortunately, there's only that one good weapon. And for the other slot, we have to just buy a vendor axe at 41, which is not particularly good. But at 41, I do plan on doing a little bit of a grind to target farm a different blue axe that only drops off of one particular mob. And it's a really squishy mob that you can kill really quickly. There's a lot of spawns of it. A couple streams ago, I basically did the whole grind where I spent, I don't know, like 45 minutes running around just like massacring 150 of those ogres that drop the blue axe. It did end up dropping for us, and so that's a good main hand option in the early 40s. If you don't just want to use a white vendor axe, but either way, you know, shamans are still super strong in the early 40s just from getting like the dual wield, storm strike, and the extra hit talents. And if you're not playing solo self-found, then you can just, you know, buy slow one-handers off the auction house ahead of time and have them waiting for you. Alright. Oh, it's that time in the run for the AFK quest. Some riveting gameplay on this one. You literally stand here as a tree for 2 minutes, unable to interact with the game at all, and you just watch these 2 NPCs talk to each other. So, this is where you go, like, get a drink or something. I go grab one and be right back. Alright, good stuff, goblins. Alright, so far this run's going pretty good. As long as there's a slight RNG portion coming up here. We're gonna do this quest. And then you look for an item that has, I don't know, like a 15 or 20% drop rate or something. So as long as we don't get super unlucky on farming for that item for the last quest, should be crushing this level 10 time pretty good. After I do this quest and turn it in is where I hearth back to Azure. You could also just death warp, it gets you back to the same general area if your hearthstone isn't up. There's just not that many mobs around that NPC, so it's a little easier to just hearth. But you can drag things over. Or just come up here and run into all this stuff after you turn the quest in. There's no graveyard or anything anywhere around this island, so if you die here, it's going to take you all the way back to this graveyard here, so make sure you do not die on this island. Just doing the quests or the escort or whatnot. You'll have the longest run of all time ahead of you to get back. Alright, got some good RNG, got that quickly. We'll be back here on this island later for the Shaman Fire Totem quest. So we'll do this escort up here at the same time we're doing the Fire Totem quest.
Greetings.
Alright, time for some mass turn-ins.
The Legion will fall. Remain vigilant.
Level 6 Shaman out here in the world with us. Pretty rare to run into people doing the low-level stuff on the beta.
I can help. Roma, Hect Corta.
Greetings, friend.
Warm wishes to you.
Pick up first aid now too, that money is a little less of an issue.
Open your heart to the light. Dionys Haka.
Actually want to hold on to the shield for later. At level 12 we'll start using it. And we got more quests to turn in down here, so that'll get us a little ways into 10. Come back here at 10, grab the Shaman quest, train some level 10 skills, buy some bags, get some level 5 food, hopefully. I want to see how much money I end up with after all these quests down here before I go on my shopping spree. And we'll start heading up north. Oh, I see what you're saying. To just, instead of using the two-hand upgrade from this, just to use the one-hander right now with the shield. Yeah, it's got pretty crap DPS, but, I mean, yeah, you're probably right. It's probably either equal or very, very slightly better, but at least it will give me mace skill, I guess.
Need help? Be careful.
Well, yeah, we'll try it that way this time, instead of continuing to use the two-hander. I was thinking I could skip training Flame Tongue till 12, and that would give me more money for bags and stuff, but I think we probably have enough.
Hey! Need assistance? You have a great day now.
Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna skip training Flame Tongue till 12 for more money and use the staff this time, but just for science, yeah, let's try it that way. We'll do the old one-hand route this time, see how it feels. With Flame Tongue right at 10.
Light be with you.
4.5.
Light bless you.
Yeah, that fire doesn't do enough damage to kill us quickly. Probably not have killed that crab that was close to where I wanted Death Warp. Spamming sit, so these things will crit me.
Take time if you need. Good prices here. You come back sometime.
We'll go with 2 bags for now, that should be enough. We can still have money for Shaman skills. Honestly, I don't need Strength of Earth yet. It's just not that important early on. Stone Skin is generally a lot better.
You wish to buy? Trade? Safe journey.
Oh, actually I could have afforded an extra bag.
Anything you like? Luck to you.
Okay, so we actually have our food and drink upgrade this time, which is something that slowed us down a little bit last time. Got first aid that we can start skilling up as we're waiting for things or doing escorts. That's fine, I don't actually need to pick this up or turn these quests in until I come back with the Elec later. Let's get our Flame Tongue going. And we can level up our mace a little bit as we start going up. I'll get to questions in chat in just a sec. There's just a lot of stuff you have to do right here at this like particular moment when you just hit 10. How much worth is Ellie for leveling? You planning to do ZF graveyard runs? No, I'm just doing like solo self-found out in the world questing on this run. So Ellie's, it's a little bit worse than enhancement, like 1 to 40, just because most of Elemental's good talents are later. I'd say Elemental is definitely worse than enhancement, leveling from 40 plus now on TBC. That's not the case on live. Like on live classic, Elemental is actually better 40 to 60, but enhancement just got so many buffs for TBC, and they all kick in the early to mid 40s. That their kill speed is just insanely high. They do crazy burst damage once you get dual wield Storm Strike. If you want an example, my stream from like 4 or 5 days ago in my VODs, you can see me just fighting things after I'm level 41 as a Shaman. You're just blowing stuff up super fast, even with kind of bad gear, because we're just playing solo self-found. Yep, so far, yeah, we actually have a huge time save on the level 10. This is compared to the first testing run, not yesterday's run, but I know yesterday's run was like 208 or something to get to level 12, and hopefully it should be a lot faster today. We're going with Pizzerino's suggestion to use a one-hander and shield with Flame Tongue here from level 10 instead of level 12 this time around. So we'll see how that feels. Just kind of leveling up Mace right now. This time I also actually bought level 5 food and drink at this point, whereas yesterday I didn't really upgrade my food. And I got a better plan in place for when we get to the like level 14 and 15 quests where the bad RNG gave me some problems yesterday. I should just be able to handle that fine this time around, even if we get bad luck. Yeah, running it back. Yeah, this is a good time to pop one of these here. Let's get this Stam spirit buff going here real quick before we do the Murlocs. And pop our Elixir of Lion Strength again now that we're done death warping for a while. That guy has a quest starter item, so grab that, and now we're going to be running around all these Murloc huts, hopefully not fighting 3 or 4 of these things at once. Looking for the sacks of grain you can just pick up off the ground. I'm not actually seeing any here right now, which is a little unfortunate. The more of those grain sacks you can find, the less Murlocs you have to kill. Oh yeah, I can't forget to my shitty worthless 1% mana talent. Okay, I see some of the grain sacks over here. These Murlocs can drop it also, but they've got a pretty low drop rate on it, so it's best to prioritize trying to get the sacks. Of course, as soon as I say they have a low drop rate. Okay, feeling good so far. This run is... What does them being in a group with me have to do with? Whatever, sure, why not? Oh, okay, I see what he's saying now. Thought he was talking about like a separate third entity person being the mage. I was like, well, why the fuck do I need to be in this group? But he's talking about his mage alt. Can't actually click on things because my chat is blocking that area. Move it slightly. See what we do against these Ravagers. I feel like the shield's actually making a pretty decent difference. Using it early and, like, seemed like fighting the Murlocs I was taking very, very noticeably less damage than yesterday when we were using that two-hander. So, appears you might be onto something, Vito, with switching to sword and board at 10 instead of 12. Yep. It's usually that kind of logic applies to shocks a lot too, so makes sense. Yesterday I was also trolling because I accidentally used rank 1 rock biter, like all the way up till level 12, I think. I didn't have my macro on that used like the highest rank of it, I think, so I was using a lower one. What do you recommend for leveling? Enhance plus shield? Most of the times I'm using shield, it's just because of the availability of weapons. Like we're playing solo self-found, right? So there are certain points in time where you just have access to a better one-hander than you do two-handers. So we'll be using a mix of two-handers and sword and board all the way up to 40. Kind of just depending on whatever the best quest reward weapon we have is, what type it is. Once we get to 40 plus, then it's exclusively dual wield one-handers. Yep. Or as Riley more succinctly put it, that's pretty much the gospel of Shaman leveling. Whatever the best thing you can get a hold of is. For example, the Alliance side, in the late 20s, they get a really good one-handed axe. A blue one-handed axe from a quest. And they get a good shield as well. So, pretty much use one-hand and shield for like the next 10 levels. Just because of how the quest progression works with weapon upgrades. But if you're not playing solo self-found, that's not to say that, you know, that one-handed shield is better. Like if you can buy a really good two-handed blue weapon off the auction house or something, you're certainly fine to use that instead of the quest reward blue one-hander and shield. It's kind of up to the way you want to play. Yeah, that'll help a lot. Yep, just try to prioritize mostly the, whatever the slowest blue one-handed weapons you can get in the early 40s will be the best investment of money you can make if you're kind of twinking out your shaman before you level it. Okay, we're looking good for a pretty good time save over yesterday's. Yesterday's run was 208, and then my first run of Shaman I did was 209 from 1 to 12. And it looks like we're on pace to crush that time pretty good here. Assuming I don't waste 4 minutes riding my Elec close to this cave and having it despawn this time around. The one-handed shield is feeling a little bit better, and then also we've got good food this time around instead of garbage food. I'm not trolling by using rank 1 Rockbiter. Vito's gonna be turning into an expert at this rate. Are you coming back to play TBC at all at this point? Now that you got all this item progression knowledge on your side? Perfect. The most efficient approach. Or you can make my route infinitely better by just going to Zul'Farrak in the mid-40s instead of not going there. Dirty resistor. Yeah, Shaman... I'm pretty excited about Enhancement Shaman for TBC. I mean, they're pretty much like one of the most in-demand classes. Like, if your raid or group doesn't have an Enhancement Shaman, it's arguable that you want an Enhancement Shaman more than, like, any other class or spec at that point. You know, assuming you have, like, a tank, at least, in healers. And their individual damage is pretty reasonable, too. It's, like, right around where warriors and rogues and stuff are. Can even be a little better in some points. when I originally played TBC, I definitely wasn't aware of how good enhancement was. Everybody still thought it was a meme spec from back in vanilla, and it turned out that everybody wanted enhancement shamans in their raids, but hardly anyone was playing them. Kind of the same for me in TBC also. I had like 5 different classes up at 70. Played Hunter and Warrior the most, then Rogue. I had like a Druid and Paladin alt that I'd play a little less as well, so pretty excited to just be playing something completely new this time around. Normally I don't play healers very much, so that's why I'd never played a Shaman past like level 40. But TBC, you don't really have to be a healer, so it's pretty sweet. Yeah, I can. I'll post the. I basically just have like a Google Doc of the steps I'm taking here on this run. So between the Google Doc and then I guess just like watching the VOD of this run, should be able to follow it pretty easily. I'll post it to my Discord after the stream. I have it like pretty well fleshed out up to like 30 or so. I still need to like edit the 30 to 45 part to make it a little better. But yeah, in the future I'll probably just have like a guide command to get the Shaman, oh whoops, where am I going? The Shaman Google Doc going. But I don't have that set up yet, so there should be a link to my Discord on the channel, and then after the stream I'll throw that in there. It's like a leveling guide section. It has kind of a similar Google Doc to the one I used for my Blood Elf 1 to 20 in under 5 hours. This one won't be as fast because the Blood Elf run was with a Hunter. Hunters are way faster than everything else in TBC. But hoping to get like somewhere close to around the 6-hour mark for 1 to 20. In terms of videos, I did a 1 to 45 Draenei Shaman run over like the last couple weeks. The VODs will still be up for that. That was mainly just like a test run to figure out, because I'm kind of new to speedrunning Alliance side, and I'm also new to playing Shaman. So that was kind of like a test run to figure out the path and everything that we're going to use. And now this run itself is the actual speedrun. You can look up those videos in the VODs if you want, but the runs we're doing now should hopefully be considerably faster once we start getting into like the 20s and 30s. It should hopefully be like multiple hours faster than that previous Shaman run I did, now that I know what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the comparison to melee warlock 1 to 40. Kind of perfectly captures how Shaman plays up until they get Storm Strike and dual wield. And then you just immediately go from a slow dot class to just insane burst damage. Pretty wild switch. I messed around with the enhanced raid stuff a little bit for I just pugged a Karazhan before, and playing enhancement in raids is really easy. It's like probably easier than probably less complicated than some of the things you do leveling them. Pretty much the only thing that's even potentially complicated is like totem twisting, Grace of Air, and Wind Fury, and I mean, once you get the hang of that, it's not a big deal. You can even get add-ons to help you do it. Yeah, it is. That's definitely gonna be a bit of a struggle for me too, is starting out fresh on a server I have no money on or anything when the pre-patch hits. I have to somehow like level up blacksmithing and bank up enough money to get that main hand weapon when TBC actually launches. Yeah, they're pretty much both fine for raiding. If your raid group like has no other enhancement shamans, then enhancement would definitely be the best, but as long as you have other people playing it too, then yeah, elemental's fine. Yeah, you actually even want more shamans overall than that. I think most of the raid setups I've seen, they want at least 5 shamans, and at least 2 of those to be enhanced. Certainly not a raid expert, but just from what I've seen people say, it's like minimum 5 shamans for like the ideal group setup for raids. Yeah, and then like the even though DPS warriors and rogues aren't super popular or meta for TBC raids, in reality, probably most people's groups will just have a lot of those as well and want an additional enhancement shaman for the melee group. Just because there's so many rogues and warriors that are like Omega geared up on Classic right now, probably people are just going to want to play the same characters. Indeed it would. maybe one day they will get to the point where they do, I don't know, every half year or so they just kind of like put up a fresh server and people treat it like a ladder season. Certainly seems like there's a lot of demand for it, so I don't know if the thing holding Blizzard back is that they're afraid that that will just kill off some of the servers if too many people re-roll there. Like maybe they think it'll just be too popular, so that's why they don't want to do it. Oh yeah, like you said, no raid-wide stuff, but yeah,
The Naru have not forgotten.
your melee group and your main tank group definitely want one. Yeah, the shaman group is,
Chronokai Christor.
The Legion's end draws near.
there's usually like 3 groups that really want an enhancement shaman. I don't know if you'll end up having quite as many enhancement shamans as most people want, but yeah, main tank group, the melee group with all the warriors and rogues, and then if you have enough hunters for a hunter group, they want one as well. Mainly Bloodlust just being group-wide instead of raid-wide is like one of the reasons why a lot of setups say that you just want a bare minimum of 5 shamans so that every group can get Bloodlust. Okay, so I have enough of this level 5 food left over to go do this this Blood Elf quest for the weapon. We'll be about to hit 12 after we turn in part of these
All
quests.
prices here are reasonable. Be well.
Open your heart to the light.
May I be of service?
Questy's tricking me with this quest turn in here. Actually not there.
The Naru have not
Good
forgotten us.
fortune. The Naru have not forgotten us. Arcanon Poros.
May the light embrace you. Arcanon Poros.
So we're like a bar of XP short here. Just kill random mobs as we head towards the quest. We're doing one of these higher level quests here. It's a level 15 quest, and we're still 11. But we're just going to do it because of the weapon upgrade it gives is pretty significant. I'm going to try to get to 12 first at least so I don't just get chain resisted by the level 14 Blood Elves there. Yep, so far so good, as long as I don't run into any issues with this level 15 quest here. I can finish that without dying like I did last time, and we should be in pretty good shape compared to yesterday. It should give me a level up, so hopefully I don't have to potion here before it dies. There we go. Yeah, actually, I probably want to clear out this bear here, just so it's not nipping at my heels as I do these Blood Elves. Oh, I didn't even see that. These Blood Elves are pretty camouflaged sometimes. That was a level 13. I would just kill it after this bear, but since it's a 14, I'll probably just full reset it. Also need to put rank 1 Earthshock on my bar. And helpful for that bear. We just have to kill 10 of these Sunhawk spies. As long as we don't get a bunch of ads, because they do kind of blend in with the terrain surrounding. And, I mean, they hit real hard, but even if you have to, like, eat and drink after every one, it's still worth doing this right now, because we'll get a one-hand weapon that's, like, almost double the DPS of this one. Look at a few potions. Do some slightly risky pulls where I don't eat and drink between them as long as I'm fighting a level 13. Check out this chest in here as well. Okay, here's that stealthy Blood Elf that got me last time. Yeah, we did end up about 10 minutes faster, 1 to 12 compared to yesterday's run. I'll have another, like, 4 minutes of time save from not despawning the Elec this time, hopefully. And then a ton of time save from not grinding Blood Elves for 1,000 years, and just moving on if I don't get that drop. I really only needed to finish one of those 2 quests in that area. Didn't actually need to finish both of them before going to Darkshore. Just got kind of single-mindedly focused on finishing it. Wasted a bunch of time. Yeah. That one only gives like a 5.8 DPS one-hander or something, doesn't it? You can get one from the Saving Princess Stillpine as well. But they're not nearly as good as the one we get from this quest here. Or I guess maybe you can make an argument for doing that quest and then doing this one. With slightly better gear, but I don't think it would make too much difference. Most of the damage we actually do to these things is from our spells. And we're not really worried about mana efficiency and just trying to kill these as quick as possible. So we'll get that stamina buff back on here. Oh, I thought this torch here was a Blood Elf for a second. There's only a handful of times where we're doing quests considerably above our level like this, and it's pretty much always because it gives a good weapon upgrade. We do this at, like, currently we do this at like level 12, level 15, and level 20. So we do these random quests that seem like they're much higher level than us, and it does take a little bit of time, but it ends up being worth it to get a good weapon upgrade. Outside of those times, you're usually better off as a shaman doing quests that are a couple levels below you. So you don't have to just like constantly be eating and drinking after every 2 or 3 mobs. Alright, wasn't so bad. Let's see. I could pull up the details, but it has all of the stuff from pre-level 10 in it right now. So I guess I could reset the damage tracker from this point. We'll see. Flame Tongue's probably like, I don't know, somewhere in the like 15% of our overall damage range would be my guess. Melee is probably more like 30.
The Legion's end draws near.
Alright, so we got this nice one-hand mace here, 8.2 DPS, and comes with stats. Shit ton more damage than the one we were using, that's for sure.
The Naru have not forgotten us. Be kind to those less fortunate.
This is all from early levels, so the information isn't... Oh wait, that was from the last fight. Let's see. Switch this to overall. And then let's reset the data. And after we do some fighting with the new stuff and with Flame Tongue on, we'll see. Right now we're flying on down to... So we're going to finish the Shaman quest that leads us down here to this pretty inconvenient island way off in nowhere. Then we'll do this escort here at the same time. Oh man, if I had been on time to get that boat. I wonder if hopping onto that boat for a little bit. It looks like if the boat's up, it is actually faster to get on the boat and then jump off over there when you're closer to the island. Okay, that's interesting. Keep that in mind. Kind of swings past pretty close to where that island is. Doing this escort is another good time to start working on our first aid, since you kind of just stand around waiting for her to walk during certain parts of it. That Warlord quest is one of the only quests we don't do on the bottom part of the island. You can only get it after you do all of those other quests we did between level 8 and 10. But at that point, it's not really worth it to go deep into this cave, drop down, kill a guy, then walk all the way out. It's like... because you have to go back here to turn it in also. I don't know, it's kind of close. Like, I guess if you went down there, did it, and then came to this island, it wouldn't be that bad, but for only like 800 experience or whatever, it's kind of... it seems like it's probably not worth the, like, 4-minute detour. We're doing at least a speed run to 60 on this character, assuming we don't mess up horribly anytime soon and have to restart. 60 to 70 I still have to think about, because I'm not sure which method I'm going to use for 60 to 70 leveling, due to playing on a highly populated PvP server once I level the Enhancement Shaman with pre-patch. Might be doing some dungeon leveling early on. Oh, what's up, Shaman? No, it's just the availability of weapons. Like, both one-handers and two-handers are both totally fine up till 40. It's just, for now, we have a nice one-hander from a quest we did at level 12. Level 15 or so, we'll do one that gives a good two-hand staff reward. I'll use staffs for like another 12 levels, switch back to one-handers because there's a nice blue one-hand axe from a quest. That's kind of just the best of what's available, is what you use. And then, once we get to 41, it's all... or 40, dual-wield Storm Strike exclusively from there. It's pretty good. It's not as good as the Blood Elf starting area, but it's pretty good. Definitely better than, like, the normal starting areas, maybe with the exception of, like, Elwyn Forest. Okay, so we're going to do that trick we tried yesterday again, where I'm going to hope that this escort runs into this owl beast, and then she gets distracted while I go do this shaman quest, and she doesn't get too far away from me. Sadly, my stone skin totem did not pick up aggro on this owl beast here because I hit my lightning shield too many times, but... oh my god, we got potions, it's fine. Just want to... basically want to get back over here before she fails the quest. Oh, I was going to fight these. Yeah, I don't know if that quest is actually fixed yet. Wait, what is going on with this thing? Yeah, so the mountain swim he's referring to is on the beta currently. The level 30 air totem quest is super bugged, and it sends you moving at like 1 mile an hour back to town. So it kind of wastes like 10 minutes of your time. So it's probably faster to just like, I don't know, like jump off the side of the mountain or something and get back and turn that in. Oh yeah, good call. Yeah, as a hardcore player, you're probably acutely aware of leaving totems behind and having things go horribly awry, huh? So I do kind of want to see if the bug is fixed, though. So we might just turn it in the normal way anyway, and just eat the 10 minutes of time waste if it's not fixed, because if that's still not fixed, then I can harass some people at Blizzard to like make sure that they're on it. Yeah, recall is pretty great. So In Classic, can you do this, Shaman, where you despawn your totems by right-clicking under your portrait, or is that a TBC thing also? Oh man, TBC Shamans just get all the conveniences. At very least, they gave you a teleport back to get to this guy. Can you imagine if you had to walk from freaking here all the way up to here to turn this in? I guess you could death warp, and that would save some time, but... Okay. So escort quest gives us a very temporary item upgrade. Got a stamina, so why not? Mostly just do it for the XP, because you can do it at the same time as the Shaman quest. Eventually these guys will be done RPing. Yeah. Okay. So we're cruising back up into Blood Mist Isle. We're going to do the elephant quest now, where we run around this whole zone turning stuff in. It's like we saw last time, using the elephant is a huge time saver for like turning in all these parts of the Shaman quests that have you go into Exodar, since you can actually just ride the temporary mount inside Exodar, which is nice. Other than first aid, I mean, if you're trying to go as quick as possible, I would probably just skip professions while you're leveling, and then do them once you're maxed. But I plan on going blacksmithing and mining, because when I level this character at the start of pre-patch, or when I level my enhancement shaman, I'm not going to have any money or other characters on the server I'm playing. So I'm going to need like something like mining to get some money and materials to level blacksmithing. If you already have money, then blacksmithing, leatherworking, or like blacksmithing jewel crafting or blacksmithing enchanting is fine to get the extra stat bonuses for TBC. Blacksmithing's the main important one, since the mace you can craft for enhancement shaman, it kind of lasts you for like all the way into tier 5. So you can get it right at the start of TBC and it just lasts you an insanely long time. That's just for enhancement shamans though, so if you're leveling something else or a different spec, then you're not really beholden to blacksmithing. Pretty sure you never replace it? Yeah, maybe that's it too. I heard someone say it lasts you till tier 5. I certainly haven't done the calcs behind it either. Or maybe it's just like side grade options you get at that point. But yeah, either way, enhancement's pretty much blacksmithing's pretty much a must for enhancements.
May you find what you seek. Remain vigilant.
How's the hardcore Shami going? If you're still around, gentlemen, fisherman still alive and kicking. I saw him hitting like level 38 or something a day or two ago. Do you replace that with a different fishing pole on the way, or do you use that all the way to 60? So I guess you said the damage it does is based off fishing skill, so I guess you just kind of level up your fishing skill like every time you level or something, and you're set. Oh yeah, that one from like Hinterlands or whatever. Okay, good. Didn't despawn my Elec this time. Yesterday's run, I tried to like skip over these barriers here, and it despawned my elephant and made me real mad. I had to like waste 4 minutes walking back up here to get an elephant again and double back. So, do not get too close to that cave over there when you're turning in the first part of that quest. Oh, I see. So there's periods of time where your weapon skill is essentially like way higher than the defense of the mobs you're fighting. Yeah, I know that exact glitch. That's right. Like all the rogues in Soth were using that in Molten Core and stuff. Isn't that right, Vito? I leveled my rogue using ambush with maces as well. That's a hilarious bug.
What do you need, stranger?
Freaking Daimyo made that whole PvP video where he was just blatantly exploiting that bug on like every single kill, ambushing people with Dalren's main hand and just like two-shotting them. Our guild had a dude that was not really even in the main guild raid, but he got kind of famous by having a nicely edited PvP video. And the entire video was him just monstrously exploiting a super impactful bug. Like, I don't know, just people just didn't notice that he was ambushing people and just doing 3,000 damage with a freaking sword, I guess.
Well met. For the Alliance.
Alright. Pick up all these quests over here while we're zooming around on our Elec, finish everything up, get our fire totem, etc. Then we're back up north to Blood Mist Isle to resume somewhat normal leveling. It's definitely a huge time save to not have to do all this walking around for the Shaman quest inside of Exodar. Or to not have to do it on foot.
Arcanon Poros.
I hope you find something useful.
If you couldn't mount or Ghost Wolf inside of Exodar, I probably would have already given up on Draenei Shaman of just being too annoying, because this town is freaking massive.
Will you join our cause?
It takes so long to get around if you had to do it on foot, or even once you had Ghost Wolf.
What? Hello, stranger. We survive.
Oh, I actually don't have enough money for the last rank of Healing Wave. Whatever, no big deal. Honestly, I barely use heal on Shaman. Now we come back here at 14 anyway, so I guess I could get it then. Yeah, you got gifted a Naru, you got potions, you got bandages. Who needs heal? Heal's pretty much just like an oh shit button. Usually you're running out of mana faster than you run out of health, just sustained grinding, so like always full health by the time your mana gets up to a usable level anyway, from sitting down to eat and drink.
Open your heart to the light. Warm wishes to you. May your days be long.
Yeah, I've seen people start talking about that in the Shaman Discord too. It's kind of weird because it's weird. People say that like a 2.6 and a 2.7 together isn't that bad. It's not as good as 2.7, 2.7, but if you don't really have good options, so it's kind of pointless anyway. Then like, okay, theoretically 2.7 would be best if you had it on both weapons, but what are you gonna like take a weapon that's 20 DPS less to achieve that? So I'm not sure like how much it actually impacts things in practice in early TBC. Wasn't some of the issues with that based on the spell batching? The new spell batching stuff didn't fix any of that?
You wish to buy? Trade? May you find what you seek. Safe journey.
If I was 13, I could have picked up an extra quest, but it doesn't really matter. Like one mob short of 13. Basically just means that one of the quests that I do gets turned in like one quest cycle later, or instead of a little bit earlier. It's so, like, weird and annoying going on the Shaman Discord. You try to look up stuff like, what's the best, and everybody has, like, a different opinion on what is actually good and what isn't, and, like, weird mechanics. Like, Never seems like there's like a good consensus. Most people are like, oh yeah, but it works differently now because of this reason. So I guess I'll wait for them to figure it out. I could use mail. No, it's real bad. It's just, I mean, what else can you take? Shield spec is garbage. Even if you're using a shield, and we switch back to two-handers pretty sporadically. The early tier of Shaman is definitely disappointing. Oh, got a searing totem going. Brief pit stop here to grab this crystal on the way down. Still have to turn this quest in within 3 minutes, but we'll be there in plenty of time. Were they? I mean, they're really good. I think I don't recall them being broken. I just recall them being like way better than people expected because everyone thought they were still a meme spec. And it turns out their damage was really good, and pretty much every raid group wanted multiple of them because they were so good at buffing groups.
All prices here are reasonable.
Unless there was like some sort of bug with them I'm forgetting that made them broken.
Favor the road traveled by few.
Oh, they had the downrank Wind Fury thing at the start of TBC. Okay, yeah, that would kind of explain it. I didn't actually play a Shaman at all in TBC originally, so I forgot any of that super impactful bugs and stuff. Yeah. I just remember there being a lot of rogues and warriors because they were so good in Classic, even though they're... You don't really want a ton of them in your raids for TBC, I guess. And I remember at the start of TBC, everybody was still very, very, like, anti-meme spec classes. Like, stuff like Enhancement Shaman and Shadow Priests and whatever, like... I know, at least with our guild, like, they didn't want to give them raid spots, and they still thought that they were just memes. It turns out that they were actually super good. So the Karazhan groups that had the meme specs in them ended up doing way better than the ones that were, like, you know, built with kind of the classic meta in mind. Yeah. Well, I mean, our guild was shit, but it was still the best horde guild on our server, so I'm sure there were equal amounts of terrible guilds that thought about things as weirdly as we did. Okay, yeah. You could just get around the Wind Fury cooldown. Yeah, that would be pretty impactful. don't know exactly how the mechanics for spawning this chieftain over here works. It's like just a percentage chance every time you kill one of these furbolgs, so you have to kill like X amount of them and then he spawns. He's usually spawned by now, so maybe it's just a percentage chance. Oh, there he is. Yeah, I was very happy to be a part of the C team when we had like Shadow Priests and stuff that were just like basically carrying our Karazhan runs because of all the groups that without Shadow Priests were like running out of mana just nonstop. Yeah, I was playing a Hunter at the time, and Hunters were real bad at the end of Classic, so I got thrown in the meme Karazhan group with like the Enhancement Shamans and the Shadow Priests, and of course we just like cleared Karazhan weeks and weeks ahead of any of the other groups in our guild. Even though we were kind of the throwaway group. Thanks to those classes getting just like super buffed for TBC and nobody really understanding it. They still have a place. Like there's some good Shadow Priest comps. I think the Discipline Priest is kind of like the meta priest for TBC Arena, if I recall correctly. I consider one of the best healers. Not so much in 2s, but like the higher scale ones, I think. Granted, I didn't ever play TBC on private servers or anything, so I may not be fully up to date on how like the meta ended up shaking out. Actually way behind on these pairs I have to pick up. Oh, whoops. Actually, while I was over here doing Silver Pine, I should have gone directly north to this quest over here. So we'll just swing back around, picking up pairs on the way. Oh, come on, Searing Totem. I trusted you to get that last shot. Where are you, pears? One of the mushrooms we need is up here as well. I hope you like that flame tongue weapon sound. It rubs some people the wrong way. Oops. I got sidetracked by that chest. I forgot to put the flag in this dude's chest. Okay, done with that one now. I can recommit myself to trying to find some pairs. Somehow I've only found 3 of them so far. It's probably a lot more. I think I'm just bad at noticing the pairs as I'm walking by. Ah, this one. I have enough trouble finding these pairs. I'll slightly double back for this one. Oh, there's 2 of them. Jackpot. Accidentally respawn the chief again. Unless there's somebody else here doing quests. Okay, there's 2 different kinds of mushrooms I should be able to get over here. Need a blood mushroom and then one that's kind of up in the Satyr area. And then we'll go down and do those Murloc quests on the coast. There's one of them. I haven't noticed too much difference from usual. There's usually like a, I don't know, like a varied time that things can respawn in. There's like a window of a couple minutes where at any point in that time they could respawn, I think is how it's supposed to work. And then when it gets weird because there's certain camps where there can't be less than 2 mobs, so things respawn instantly. And then God knows what's going to happen when the dynamic respawns kick in. The way these Murlocs spread out is so weird. They like just sit in a giant clump until a player gets close to them, I guess, and then they do this little script where they spread out. Finding too many of these scouts so far, so ones I do see, kind of have to fight my way through to get to them. We're also looking for the named Murloc that runs up and down this beach, drops a quest starter, just like most of the named Murlocs in this zone. So on the last run, our times were pretty similar to the ones they're being compared against, which was the initial run that went to level 45. So I think at this point we're probably about 15 minutes faster than yesterday's, and then... Oh, interesting. And not better than the one we have. I think the main problems we ran into yesterday was the level 15 and 16 stuff, where I just got stuck killing mobs for way too long when I got bad drop rate RNG, and got a better idea of how to approach that this time. So hopefully by the time we get to that point, when we actually leave, I think we're at like 4 hours and 40 minutes or something at the point where I was ready to leave for Darkshore on yesterday's run, and I'm hoping that's closer to like 4 hours to 4:10 maybe. Seem to be on pace for it so far, as long as I maintain my focus and don't do anything crazy. Once I started getting bad RNG yesterday, I just didn't deal with it very well. I started playing badly. Now I'm prepared. The hell is that thing? Ah, here we go. What escort quest? Oh, you mean the elite one at like level 22 or whatever? Oh, yeah. So, should be better this time around. It's still possible you can get kind of screwed by fighting like 4 elites at once, just if the patrols work out the wrong way. But I think I'm more prepared this time, because I realized I just need to save my gift of the Naru in case stuff goes wrong to help keep the main guy up. And also, I was using Rockbiter previously, which has additional aggro component, so I was like pulling aggro off too quickly off of the escort guy. I'll be using Frostbrand throughout most of the 20s this time around, so I won't pull as much aggro, and so I shouldn't be as low on like life and mana on the pulls as well. Hopefully with those things it should be a little easier to keep him up. Yeah, and that was additionally unfortunate because the quest reward from that escort is pretty good too. Like a ring that gives a couple crit rating and 4 attack power. It's something you don't really replace for quite a while. You don't really even get decent rings for like another 10 levels. Where are you, last pair? Somewhere into the 20s, I would say. Yesterday, I just started playing so badly around 15 or 16 when I ran into the bad RNG, and I like didn't correct my route for it. It tilted me to where I wanted to start over, but as long as something like that doesn't happen again, then
Remember the lessons of the
should be going to the 20s on this one.
The Legion will fall. Remember the lessons of the past.
Blessings upon you. Be kind to those less fortunate.
May I be of service? May your days be long and your hardships few.
So I guess if you could still just death warp on command from here, it'd be a little bit of a time save to get up there. It might be the best way to do it, honestly, is just to run in all the like the Ravagers over here. It'll save you maybe like a minute walk back to town. I do have my last of these lesser strength elixirs on, though. Yeah, so I really want to go to at least the early 20s because I'm pretty, like, I'm confident in my route as long as, you know, I keep focus and play it well. That by the time we get close to 20, there should be just, like, insane time saves compared to the run we did previously. I did find a lot of things to improve upon. I kind of, like, went back and made the route more efficient for this run. Yeah, that's exactly it. Just whatever the best weapon you happen to have from the various quests at the time. I do go out of my way to get weapon upgrades. Like we did a level 15 quest at level 12 to get this mace. And we're going to do like a level 18 quest at level 15 to get a two-hand staff. Those are pretty much the only times where I really go out of my way to do quests that are above us in level, for the most part.
The Legion's end.
At 20, we go to Menethil Harbor, and we do a quest chain that's part of like a level 25 quest line, and we do that to get a nice staff upgrade as well.
Day is a blessing.
Icicle Rod.
Arcanon Poros. May the light embrace you. Be well.
The Legion's end draws near.
Arcanon Poros. May your days be long.
It'll just be a random mix of, since we're doing solo self-found, random mix of sword and board and two-handers up until we get to 40 plus, and then it's dual-wield one-handers all the way from there.
All prices here are reasonable. Remember the lessons of the past.
May the light embrace you. Be kind to those less fortunate.
For some reason, Questy is showing a quest from the other zone here in town. Keeps throwing me off. Specific route for leveling. Well, we're doing the Draenei starting area up till 16. We're going to Darkshore 16 to 20. Menethil Harbor really quickly at 20 for that weapon upgrade. Then we're coming back here to the Draenei area from like 20 something to 23. I told people after this stream is done, I'll put like a Google Doc of all the steps we're taking for this run up on my Discord. There's a link to the Discord somewhere here on the channel. It'll be similar to kind of just like the Google Doc of steps I made for my my Blood Elf 1 to 20 that we did on the Hunter. It's not going to be like super well edited or like illustrated like the Joanna guides or anything. It's just kind of like a bare bones, like here, this is what we're doing at this time, and by using that and then looking at some of the VODs, you'll be able to, or you should be able to get as much from it as from like a normal guide. This is that one quest we do right before going back to Exodar. So this leads to a... It leads further into a chain that requires us to go back to Exodar and talk to some dude. And that chain eventually leads to that two-hand staff weapon upgrade. So we can go back and train level 14 skills and turn this quest in at the same time. Assuming these ever drop the missive. It's a pretty good drop rate. Usually doesn't take very many kills to get it. When I'm on the flight path going down to Exodar shortly, I'll show you guys the talent progression. Actually, put one more point in this crappy talent here. Enhancement got huge buffs for TBC, but pretty much all of those buffs kick in the early to mid 40s, like the talents around there. So they get some good stuff pre-40, but mostly they're pretty similar to how they were on Classic up until 40. They just become absolute monsters. I thought I had my gift to the Naru up. Usually get this missive in the first couple kills, but I do need one more of these crystal shards anyway, so whatever. This is that patrol I was talking about yesterday. They come through and they just start fighting these blood elves. So you can kind of just like hang out with them and kill stuff a little bit quicker. If you're doing the first part of this quest where you have to kill 10 of these things, finding this patrol helps out with that. At this point I just want to make sure they don't steal all the mobs before I run out of them, since we haven't got this missive yet.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Not sure I can do enough damage to this one to actually get credit for it. Let's see. We did manage. Not the greatest RNG so far on this quest. Built a good dozen or so of these. I don't think previously I've ever had to kill more than like 5 to get the missive. But at least there's a ton of these mobs around, so even with bad RNG you can just continually chain kill them. Not like some of the other quests where you just start actually running out of the mobs and have to wait for respawns, like those lashers. Okay, so after buying our new Shaman skills, excess money goes into, we want to turn this 4-slot bag into an 8-slot bag, and we want to buy a bunch of the level 15 food that we're coming up on pretty quick here.
The Legion's end draws near. Dionysaka.
I guess those guys don't drop the irradiated crystal shards.
The Legion will fall.
Alright, let's go train Shaman skills. We'll go turn in this audience with the Prophet quest in Exodar, and then we'll just hearth right back from Bloodwatch, or to Bloodwatch. Saves a lot of time having to run all the way out of Exodar to the flight path when you're in there pretty deep. Okay, so talent progression. This talent kind of sucks, but it's not really anything better. You just throw your first 5 points in here. Unfortunately, both tiers of the enhancement talents just suck at the start. Your next 5 points go into Thundering Strikes for more crit. The reason being is that this is a new talent that got added with TBC, and it's super impactful. Especially once you start getting dual wielding. Your mana efficiency gets a huge boost from this talent here. Once you have dual wield, or even just a fast one-hander, you get a lot of crits for 60% off your shocks. So that is a huge one. You get that right away at level 20. And then your next 2 points go to improved Ghost Wolf. That gives you instant cast Ghost Wolf in TBC. And then you just kind of throw your extra points to improve Lightning Shield. Lightning Shield is a pretty big portion of your damage while leveling overall. Then you just start working your way down Flurry, Spirit Weapons, Elemental Weapons. You'll have 1 extra point at that point. You put it into Lightning Shield again. And then at that point, you'll have 25 points in the tree. You can pick up a few points in Mental Quickness and like 2 points in Weapon Mastery. I'll give you 30 in the tree. You take Dual Wield, then Storm Strike, then 3 points in Dual Wield Specialization. And then you finish up Weapon Mastery. And then after that, you just continue all the way down. You take every talent point down here. You'll end up with like 45 points or so, at least in the enhancement tree. There's a lot of really good talents. Shamanistic Rage especially is amazing, because your kill speed is pretty limited by your mana pool as enhancement. And this is just like almost a full mana restore every 2 minutes that just has a damage reduction kind of on top of it. Restores your mana super quick as long as you have melee uptime. So you don't have to spend a talent point to learn two-handed maces and axes anymore. You just have to go to the weapons trainer. So you can learn two-hand maces here in Exodar. To learn two-hand axes, you have to go to Ironforge. So you can get that like level 10, or like as soon as you have the money to do it, you can train two-hand maces. Yeah, as long as you if you pull enough mobs to make sure you have full melee swing uptime on the Shamanistic Focus, yeah, it totally is a complete mana bar heal. When I used it on just doing some Karazhan pugs, most of the time it would get me like all the way up in mana even without Bloodlust. It is a little bit RNG, so sometimes it doesn't take you quite all the way up, and sometimes it takes you up like right away to where you're capped on mana before it even ends.
We must unite against the Legion.
Yeah, it seemed worth it. Like when we were at 41 with Storm Strike, even without the talents, we were still blowing mobs up really, really fast. So like the hit talents are definitely important, but I don't think you want to delay getting Storm Strike. I mean, you want the dual wield first instead of Storm Strike, unless you have like a godly two-hander. But I think Storm Strike, then the 6% hit is the way to go.
Arcanon Poros.
hope you find something useful. May your days be long.
Okay, so we've got some level 15 food prepared. Let's pick up an 8-slot bag here. Place this 4-slot we have. Did I replace it? Come on. What the hell?
Seek the path of the light.
Get in there.
Good fortune. Krona Kai Christor.
You usually don't. I guess just because the bag itself was in that bag, it didn't work. Rip. This is another kinda RNG quest where, just like the missive we just did, you just have to get one item from these Naga, and sometimes it takes you 1 kill, sometimes it takes you 20. Okay, that makes sense. This time around, I'm going to take a little bit more of a detour. So we're running up here to do this quest, I shoot magic into darkness. It leads to the next quest chain that gives us the weapon upgrade. I'm going to take a little bit of a detour to kill more of those lashers on the way back down from that. So there's less chance we run into such bad RNG that we're just sitting around waiting for respawns. Go. Let's kind of kill these on our way through because they're... I don't really want to run directly through like 6 Naga to try to get out of here without fighting. Alright, we got enough of these irradiated crystal shards now. I can also get another, or I can get a stam buff when I'm back in town from that. Chain cast frostbolt. Keeping an eye out for any of these random trees that drop the bark. I'm gonna be trying to do, we're gonna do this, and then I'm gonna kind of like loop around like this a little bit to hit more of those lashers for that quest that gave us trouble yesterday. Pick up these trees as well. I'll do a slight detour before we get right to the Blood Elves for that quest. I've never actually tried it, just because mathematically it's very, very unimpressive. Most of the block values you have at this low levels are very, very low. It ends up equating to like, if you put all 5 points into it, it's like barely a 1% DPS decrease in damage taken or something. It gets better as you get to higher level shields, but it's real trash early on. And we're not even using shields the whole time. We're switching back to two-handers sporadically here and there. So, kind of just stuck with this talent, just there's nothing better. I also picked up the bear quest just in case this time. I don't really intend on doing it, but if I have to kill some bears while I'm waiting for other respawns or whatever, and I happen to get lucky with the kind of low drop rate bear quest item, then maybe I'll complete it. May as well pick it up, even for quests that you don't really intend on doing. Yesterday, that was another mistake I made where I didn't even pick up that quest, but there were plenty of opportunities for me to kill those bears while I was waiting on respawns. Yeah, it's pretty sad when the talent pales in comparison to something as boring as 1% more mana. I think this time around we're actually probably going to wait for level 16 to get the new Rockbiter rank before we switch back to two-hander. I think, because our staff skill is kind of low. And as soon as we go to Darkshore, we start fighting low-level mobs right off the bat. And so that's kind of maybe a more efficient time to level up staff skill while we're fighting low-level stuff. Maybe? I mean, you'd be reskilling, like... Well, like, this stuff... These talents here aren't, like, super amazing either. Like, 1% more damage on shocks, which is only, like, a percentage of our damage, or... 2% less mana cost on shocks is pretty similar to 1% more mana. And as soon as we get... Like, our next 5 points are pretty useful. Crit is nice, and then as soon as we get to Shamanistic Focus, you definitely want to be back in Enhance. See, is there anything amazing? I know Resto doesn't have anything good early. Like, once you get to this tier, it's good, but at that point, we'd want to be back in Enhance for a Shamanistic Focus. Like, yeah, these first talents in Elemental are like maybe slightly better than the 5% mana, but it's pretty unimpactful. And both of the, like, all this stuff is pretty unimpactful too. Like, the stuff on this tier is definitely worse than just the 5% crit from enhancement. I think the Shaman talent trees in general are just kind of underwhelming in the early tiers. Oh, actually getting quest drops today, Pog. Yeah. God, the relentless strikes or whatever. Whew. You know, would kill for that talent as enhancement using slow two-hand staves in the early levels. Hey, look at this. We just got 2 right off the bat. I swear yesterday was such a ridiculous aberration in the drop rate we got from this quest. Probably too triggered to even like go back and look at how many of these flowers I killed before I completed the quest, but it definitely felt like 3 dozen plus to get those 6 drops. Oh, I took a little bit of a different path, so I'm not intending on necessarily finishing this quest now, but I'm taking slight detours earlier in the route to make sure I kill some of these things while I have the quest active, so that even if we get bad RNG later, I shouldn't just be stuck waiting on respawns and whatever. If I can pick up like 2 or 3 of these things now, then I think we should be in good shape. Whereas on the previous run, I kind of mostly just waited until the time. I was like, okay, time to do this quest now, and then started it. But you can kill some of these things just as you go around doing other quests also. Same for the bears. I don't really intend on finishing the, actually, pretty sure I do not want to be fighting a level 16 bear right here without my cooldowns up. Do I have this quest for Mattis the Cruel yet? I don't even have this one. If I had this quest, I would start it right now. For, so that bug that we were talking about with Pizzerina before, where you could, back on Classic, or back on Vanilla, I should say, there was a bug that let rogues backstab and ambush with, like, fishing rods or with swords or maces. I did that build where you go for 90% crit and then used a slow one-hand mace to ambush while leveling my rogue, but just, like, almost one-shot things. We'll see. If I keep getting lucky drops on this bear quest, I guess I will finish that meat. Previously, I'd had problems where I'd have to kill like an absolute ton of these to get all the bear meats because the drop rate's kind of low. So, I guess we'll just see what RNG decides for if I finish it or not. Right now I have no intent on actually, like, the more of these things I get right now, the better. I'm not actually trying to finish it. I'm going down here to finish these quests. Just slightly detouring to do these along the way so I don't get screwed later. And as you can see, when you're not just getting insane RNG, these things drop on like every other kill. And start to see why I was just like so confused yesterday. Where I'd be killing like 15 of these things and not getting a drop. So, I guess this tactic is a little bit of RNG insurance to make sure you don't get screwed waiting for respawns. Now that I only need 2 more of those to finish it, I should be able to finish that quest easily at the same time we're doing the Blood Elf quest here a little bit later. Back in the vanilla, it wasn't even like a... You didn't even have to position for it. It was just like a weird macro that you used where it would swap the weapons in your hand and the server, like... It wouldn't... the server wouldn't correctly disable backstab and ambush quick enough. So as long as you spammed it, you could get those attacks off with weapons that you weren't supposed to. This quest here can also have a bit of a bad drop rate at times, but there's multiple locations where there's just an absolute ton of these treants, so it's not a big deal like it is with the lashers, where you might have to be waiting for respawns that take a while. That's honestly what killed my run yesterday, was just how long those lashers take to respawn when you get bad RNG and you're trying to just get all 6 of those things at once. This is one of the spots. There's just an absolute ton of those trees. Around these weird crystal formations, there's always a bunch of them. This quest here was the one I was talking about where if I had been level 13 in town, I would have picked it up, but I was a little bit short of 13. So you can just save it for now. It honestly doesn't really make much of a difference. Even if you save it for now, it puts you like right next to one of these spots where you can just kill all these treants for a different quest as well. It's pretty similar efficiency. For this route, this means that we're turning... We delayed our turn-in of quests, so our level 15 time isn't as far ahead as our previous levels. Well, that's just a product of the fact that we have a bunch of quests to turn in right now. We're just kind of turning them in a little bit later, so our 15 is delayed. Due to kind of taking the detour to make sure we get some of those lashers and don't get screwed by RNG later. Oh, hello there, instant respawns. Alrighty, Unpro. Catch you later. Have a good one, man. God, these things respawn so fast. Stoneclaw totem is kind of slacking here. Not picking up aggro on either of these. Oh, there it goes. Okay, let's... Eventually I'll learn my lesson and move slightly away from where these things respawn. I didn't realize this area was one of those spots where it seems like it's the server won't let it go down to below 2 of these treants up at any one time. It's a pretty common thing in Classic WoW. It's one of the changes they made from vanilla. Is like certain mob camps that have quest mobs just get designated as like this area can never run out of mobs. And just insta respawn as soon as you get below 2 of that creature. Didn't realize this was one of those spots, but it appears to be so. This is gonna be the it's gonna be 1 to 60 for this particular stream. Not exactly sure how high we're going. Like, hopefully into the 20s. What is that kill zone? Oh yeah, that's just... I mean, I don't really have totems that assist with killing right now other than Searing Totem. I'm trying to keep that up, but I mean, that's the only one, and the downside is that it shoots at these random things. But yeah, ideally, yeah, you want to make the totem castles when you have more totems later on, if you're just killing a bunch of mobs in the same area. I was initially trying to do that with Stone Skin and the Searing Totem, but those treants just kept like snap dynamically respawning on top of where I was, so I had to keep putting down the Stone Claw instead. Which despawned my Stone Skin anyways. Alright, so let's go turn all this stuff in. Should get us a pretty good ways into 15. We can go do the Blood Elf quest over here. Not going to worry about the necklace this time around, whereas yesterday I ended up grinding way more of these Blood Elves than I needed trying to get that necklace. If it drops, it drops. If not, I can just get it when I'm back here at like level 20. It's not really a big deal. Now that we have 4 out of 6 on these the Lasher things, should be much easier to finish that quest without having to wait for respawns this time around. Yep, Gift of the Naru is nice. It's just it's a little bit of an... It's not amazing as an oh shit button because it takes like a good 5 or 6 seconds after you realize, oh, I need health, before the ticks start kicking in. Like, you have to cast it, and then it's 3 seconds till the first tick of the hot hits you. It's more of a sustained thing. If you're like, oh, my mana's good, but I'm kind of low on health, you can just cast this on yourself instead of sitting down to eat and drink. Helps a little bit when you're doing like difficult quest mobs as well. It's like having a hot from the start, but it's definitely helpful. It also gets 1-to-1 benefit with spell power. So when people get geared, it turns into like one of the best heals in the game later in TBC.
Blessings upon your family.
May the light embrace you.
Each day is a blessing. Open your heart to the light.
May you find what you seek. Be well.
Kronakai Christor. Safe journey.
For PvP purposes, you are definitely correct that, yeah, Horde has better racials for Shammy.
The Legion's end draws near.
Fortunately, you don't get much of a choice on the Alliance side. It's only one race can be Shaman. Yeah, so we're gonna... A second. Oh, never mind. Good. Go over here and fight these Blood Elves again. Hopefully I don't get assassinated by that rare spawn that's sometimes up there. She has multiple areas she can spawn in. Like, she can spawn up north, like a few different spots, so... Hopefully she isn't trolling me this time around. Rather just not have to worry about her stealthing around and killing me than the small chance of getting a drop upgrade. Let's throw this stamina buff on. We're about to go into the Danger Town quest. This quest here is definitely super dangerous, very easy to die if you get careless over here. But it does give us a really nice weapon upgrade, so I'm gonna do it now. Also, I'm gonna... low on mana and pretty much full on health, so now's a good time to throw out this extra Stam Spirit buff from this food from before as well. Get all the HP we can before starting this. Start things off with a little resist action. Good. Hopefully I don't run into 3 of these guys stacked on top of each other like yesterday, where they just instantly kill me. As long as we can fight these one by one, they're very easy to kill for a Shaman. It's just difficult to avoid getting adds at this area because the stealther that roams around, and these mobs move around a lot, they'll just start sprinting in random directions. So you can find yourself fighting 2 or 3 of these things fairly frequently. Fastest 1 to 70 is hands down Hunter in TBC. There's no like comparison to Hunter leveling speed. In classic WoW, you could beat Hunters with like AoE grinding, right? You can't even really do that in TBC anymore. They're just so fast. They just got a lot of buffs to their damage output and their pet's tankiness. Plus they can melee weave in and out of range and melee combat much more efficiently now with the 4-yard minimum range. So whoops, I used my Earth Shock before that Fireball. So while most classes probably level, I don't know, like 40-50% faster in TBC compared to how they do on Classic. It kind of varies by class, but Hunters are like 75%, 80% faster. Their leveling speed got buffed way more than anybody else's. It is kind of fun to try speedrunning a class that nobody ever typically speedruns. Basically, nobody speedruns Shaman. This is it's on the slower side, especially early on. Here on TBC, they get really good past 40 as enhancement, but like 1 to 40, you're just like a really shitty version of a melee warlock, basically. But I know that myself and a lot of other people will be wanting to level shamans when the pre-patch hits, so it'll be kind of fun just to try the whole speedrunning approach from a perspective of a class that typically doesn't do it. We're never gonna get as fast a time that would like compare with hunters, but can still try to make as quick a route as possible. Get some times that people wouldn't think Shaman's capable of. Oop. A spawn behind us here. Oh god, and here comes the stealther too. Disaster. I had to keep repositioning my freaking flame tongue so she does, or my searing totem so she doesn't aggro onto it. It's too bad because I want to go in this door over here too, and now that level 18 stealther rare spawn is like puppy guarding it somewhere over here. That stealther is such a freaking jump scare when you're doing this quest early. He is real strong. I might not even get into this other part of the quest before I'm done with the cryo core at this rate. These things just start sprinting around, and so they're like, oh, I want to be over here now. So you can just end up with a bunch of ads out of nowhere. Still not exactly sure where that stealther is, so let's try to maintain pretty high health and mana. Cozy stream, yep, until that stealther ganks me. Anyways. Okay, so that quest activated the chance to get the necklace. Pretty much done with this quest at this point. I'm just gonna go back along this way. If I can manage to find the stealther by herself and not just get, like, her creep-jacking me, basically, while I fight these things, then we can kill her. A quick look and see if we can pull her solo. I think she comes back around the same way. Should be... I don't know what her exact path is, but she should be, like, somewhere around this middle area, I would think. Alright, screw it. I'm gonna walk this way a little bit, get over these lashers. If I don't see her, I'm done with this area till later. When I'm a higher level, I'll be able to see her from far away, so I can find her pretty easily, and then I can also finish that necklace part of the quest at a higher level when I can just chain kill these things with no fear. We'll be back here at level 20, so I'll just finish off that quest at that point. It's like a level 18 quest, so I'll still get full XP for it. Oh god, this isn't... Whoops, this isn't actually the right kind of Tangler. That doesn't even drop the quest item. There we go. Oh, did you see her again for a second time? I didn't even notice her. I was only going to fight her if I could manage to pull her while I have like full health and mana and no blood elves are around, but maybe I missed the chance. I saw her that first time when she almost aggroed onto me when I was fighting the blood elf, but I didn't see her after that. Okay, so far we've gotten pretty good luck with these bears. I think I will actually attempt to finish this quest. I'm still going to mainly prioritize finishing that Lasher one, but I have to come back here to do the blue butterfly quest afterwards, so I'm mostly done with this bear quest by then. I guess we can finish it at the same time without going too far out of our way. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I just missed it. I didn't notice her the second time. And look how easy this quest is to complete when you're not getting like 20% of the normal drop rate. Going over here real fast to do this crystal quest, so I guess we'll pick up this free chest while we're in the neighborhood. And we're done. Okay, turning this stuff in, and then the only thing we have left to do here before going to Darkshore is we gotta come back and kill 10 of those blue flying moths. I'll see if we can complete the bear quest at the same time. If we don't get good RNG on the drops, and it looks like it might take a while, I'll just save it for later. When we're back here at 20. faster to go down this way.
Good fortune. Remember the lessons of the past.
The staff here is what we're going to be switching to at level 16.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
We'll get a new rank of Rockbiter, and then we're
The Naru have not
fighting those
forgotten
lower
us.
level mobs in Darkshore, so that'll be a good time to switch to it. I mean, we are technically 16, but I haven't gone to train yet. We're just doing like one more quest here before we get out of here.
The Legion will fall. Remain vigilant.
Yesterday's run, my hearth was already off of cooldown by the time we actually finished that stupid Lasher quest. Grind our way up this way, looking for more moths. If we happen to see this guy on the road for that quest, we'll do that as well. It's marked as like a group quest, but you can just do it at any level. You basically don't have to do anything. The NPC that gets summoned pretty much does the whole quest for you. Guess we'll keep killing these bears and see if we can get close to finishing this quest. Just kill them as we look for these blue moths. So we got pretty good luck on the drop so far. Didn't see that bear hiding behind the tree there. Could kill like 5 bears without getting a drop. I think at this point I'm probably leaning towards just saving those last 4 bear meats for when we're back here at 20 as well. Okay, there's the NPC I was looking for that other quest. I stopped missing this thing. Yeah, I started that quest with no health and mana. It doesn't matter. I can pretty much just sit here and do nothing. Get credit for it. That'll give us a nice pants upgrade before we go to Darkshore. Alright, let's find these last few moths. I don't want to get too far away from the town here, so kind of drag it back this way. There were a couple moths I didn't kill as I ran past previously, and there probably some have respawned as well. Yeah, that's more like it. Oh, that thing really followed me all that way? Okay, there it goes. Okay, so we didn't end up finishing the bear quest and the necklace quest from those blood elves, but yeah, we'll just save that till 20. At that point, it should be real quick to we'll have a nice weapon upgrade. We can just massacre those mobs real fast to finish those quests. Be a lot faster at 20. Alright, so pretty much done. We're just going to go turn this stuff in, and then we'll head on down to Exodar, and then boat over to Darkshore. Yeah, we're just past 4 hours at this point, as opposed to yesterday, where we just spent so long trying to grind that Lasher quest and the Blood Elf quest, so we were at like 440 or something by the time we left.
Warm wishes to you.
Open your heart to the light. Safe journey.
Both of those are really nice upgrades. 3 stamina, 8 attack power belt. Pretty great. And then I was just wearing 1 stam, 1 agility legs before, so that's a nice upgrade.
Warm wishes to you.
Let's get the hell out of here. Now that the quest log actually has 25 slots again. Shouldn't need to abandon all this stuff. And we'll be back at level 20 to finish the rest of the last couple levels of quests. Should get us from like 20.5 to 23 or something pretty easily, the amount of quests that are left. And at that point, they won't be much of a danger other than the elite escort quest that I failed to complete the last time around. That'll still be a challenge. Alright, I think we're making a good pace here. No restart this time, going right into Darkshore. I'm gonna set my hearth at the inn, right at the bottom of this ramp here. As soon as I'm done with that quest chain in Menethil Harbor to get myself the Icicle Rod staff at 20, a hearth right back here, and we'll pick up new Shaman skills at 20 then, and we'll also pick up the Shaman Water Totem quest before we go back up to finish Blood Mist style.
Blessings upon you. Blessings upon your family.
Alright, time to switch it up. Switching over to two-hand staff now, which we'll have a couple different two-hand staffs, but for the next like 10 or 11 levels, we'll be using just two-hand staffs. Before we switch back into sword and board when we get good one-handers from quests.
Good fortune.
Alright, Rock Butter Weapon and Lightning Shield are both super important pickups here at 16. Your poison doesn't hurt. It's like occasionally useful. I haven't been worrying too much about leveling first aid. I've just kind of been doing it when we have spare time, like waiting for a boat or an escort or whatever. Because it's not too impactful in the early game here. Mostly once we get up to like the silk level bandages and stuff, it starts actually being kind of useful. The most impactful one's probably the increased rank in Lightning Shield. Lightning Shield gets over 100% damage boost going from rank 1 to rank 2. Let's see, what is my staff skill at anyway? Okay, 45. So yeah, just the fact that it was considerably lower than my mace skill, I guess, just made me decide to wait for level 16 and the new Rockbiter before switching to staves this time.
Hello. Good luck, friend.
And the first few quests we do in Darkshore, we'll be killing plenty of like level 12-ish mobs, kind of to get ourselves later into quest chains. So the fact that our staff skill is low shouldn't really matter too much on those first few quests, and it should be caught up by the time we're actually fighting higher level mobs. Oh man, look at this timing. I'll be right back. Did I end Blood Mist quest lines? No, we still have a lot of quests to do in Blood Mist. We'll be coming back to Blood Mist from 20-something to, or like midway through level 20 till about level 23 to finish all the higher level quests there. These first quests we're doing, it does definitely seem like, what, you're killing stuff that's this low? There are definitely some low-level quests, but as long as we do them quickly enough, we'll still get full XP for the quests, because they're mostly like level 12 and below, or and above, and we're still 16.
What can I get for you today?
And some of them do lead to, you know, later quests that are higher level, so just trying to get the low-level Darkshore quests out of the way here at the start. Some of them are too low to do, like we're not going to do the Buzzbox stuff that wants you to kill like level 9 and 10 mobs to get to later quests. Like that's too low, we'll just skip that, but most of the stuff here we can still do and get full XP for.
I am honored.
I am honored.
Yeah, leveling is definitely faster in TBC. Kind of depends on which class you're playing, but for the most part, yeah, I don't know, like 40-50% faster or so.
What brings you here? Peace be with you.
Not so much at early levels. Early levels, it's mostly the same. It's like 30 when you start getting to like 30 plus, then the faster leveling really kicks in. From the you don't get the bonus quest XP till a ways after 30.
Hello.
1 to 20 is essentially exactly the same, and then 20 to 30 is very slightly faster in TBC.
How are ya? Keep your feet on the ground.
Hello. See you soon.
So yeah, I was gonna buy more food, but this first round of quests isn't really anything super difficult. Might be fine with what we have.
How may I help? Greetings.
Okay, so before we switch to the other one, it looks like my guess was actually pretty close. I was guessing that Flame Tongue would be about 15% of my damage. This is the data from the point we switched from to one-hander using Flame Tongue. For like the last 4 levels or so of fighting. I'll reset the data now that we're switching back to staffs with 2-handers. You'll see that Lightning Shield should probably be a much bigger portion of our overall damage now that we just got the new rank of it at 16. First, we do a lot of kind of like circular routes in Darkshore, running around to do quests. This first one is just mostly doing like 5 or so quests that are all pretty low level and are close to town to unlock later steps in the quest chains. And to make sure we do the quests that are around like level 12 or something, so that we're still getting full XP for them now. If we did them later, we'd start getting lower XP. Yeah, I definitely put points into improved Lightning Shield. We don't really start putting points into it until mid-20s, but we will eventually max it out. Right now, the crit talent, Shamanistic Focus, improved Ghost Wolf all take priority over improved Lightning Shield. Things range from like 10 to 12. These orange ones are always a minimum of level 11. You gotta look out a little bit because some of these Vile Sprites are actually gray to us at this point. Try to avoid those ones. Like around 1 out of every 4 mobs or so would be gray here. We can just avoid those ones. Yeah, Water Shield. Even just the passive mana regen was pretty huge when I had it in the Karazhan testing. Lightning Shields. I mean, Lightning Shields are great for leveling when you're solo leveling, but as soon as you start doing like group content or whatever, it becomes pretty useless compared to Water Shield for sure. Yeah, there's certain points where I think at some points in the 30s, Lightning Shield is like almost 25% of your overall damage while solo leveling. So it ends up being like a really important factor in your leveling speed, just making sure that you have like pretty good uptime on it. not bothering too much with flame shock on these mobs just because they die so fast that it wouldn't really get a chance to tick enough for it to be efficient. Ooh, we got a rare spawn. Oh god, 2-minute curse, why? This next quest here, it usually works out just fine. You have to kill the satyrs around here that are kind of sporadically placed. I was trying to avoid killing them so far because this next quest, you need a drop from them. So you normally get this drop pretty quickly as a high drop rate. You normally just have to kill like 1 or 2 of these. But technically, if you get unlucky, there's not that many of these satyr spawns up here. So if you get really unlucky, you might have to end up skipping this quest, or either that or waiting for respawns. Fortunately, I'm the greatest. Okay, so the last follow-up is down in this area, where we're about to head down there to do all those quests anyway. So, figured we'd grab this first, also because the mobs up here are so low level, we want to do it as quick as possible before like half of these things are gray to us. A pretty quick and easy quest to finish for decent XP, even though the mobs themselves are pretty low level. Maybe. I'll have to see. My family's trying to like get me to drive out to some event or something, but I'm not sure if I'm actually going to be doing that or not later. Not that I would mind hanging out with family, it's just that I didn't realize that was happening today until I'd already started my stream, so we'll see. I'll try to go until at least the 20s. If I end up not going to that thing, then we might go like 25 or more. On this Darkshore route, if you guys remember my first trial run we did a couple weeks ago where I just switched to Shaman and Alliance side and I was still figuring things out, the Darkshore route I used was just like horribly bad and I died a few times. And so this one now, even though we're only in Darkshore for like a couple hours, it should be like close to an hour time save, maybe like 40-45 minutes of time save compared to the run it's comparing to over here. These times on the right side are from the other Shaman run. We went 1 to 45. So now that we're restarting it and doing an actual speed run, I should be starting to see some pretty good time saves coming up as we get around in the 20 to 30 range. Sadly, shamans can't make sharpening stones with those rough stones, otherwise I would level blacksmithing as you go. But it like replaces your shaman weapon enchant. It's kind of funny that hunters can use sharpening stones to make their ranged weapons do more damage on TBC, which was actually a bug in TBC that was only in the game for a short time, but for some reason it's on the beta. So hunter leveling is even more OP right now on the beta than it ever was, because hunters get to sharpening stone their ranged weapons. There's another quest for this area over here on the road that we're going to pick up. I'm just killing the higher level versions of these mobs as we work our way over there. Some of the mobs up on the north side here are actually grey to us as well. Oh yeah, maybe third guy. That's what I should have named this Shaman. I think that's my third Shaman run. If you count the one from yesterday that quickly got scrapped. Okay, so here's the final quest in that chain that we started up by all those grells we were killing earlier. Pretty easy, you just click on this thing. You have to go back up here to turn it in, but since we're going up to the northern part of Darkshore later anyways, that shouldn't really take us out of our way. Rare spawn, not for a quest or anything, she just drop some greens. We'll kill her as well. Those are actually pretty decent pants if I hadn't just got these from doing that elite quest right before we left the Draenei area. I'd probably be using them. Usually need to kill a reasonable amount of these mobs to actually get the 7 highborn relics, because they're 50% drop rate or something.
Hello.
Maybe not even that much, maybe more like 1 in 3. That curse isn't anything super serious. It's like a 15% hit debuff. minorly annoying, but not a huge deal. This is for the quest we just picked up on the side of the road here. I'll look at one of these, and then there's another one up north you have to click on. You can turn it in. We're heading up slightly north now to grab that other tablet. Hopefully we can finish the Highborn as we go. Alright, perfect. We just got 4 quests done in that little area. And we'll just do these last couple quests that are close to town as we swing back up towards Aberdeen to turn this stuff in.
What brings you?
Alright, I need a thistle bear somewhere around here. Aha. Come with me. Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was getting one or not either, so definitely pretty happy. Ended up getting it a couple weeks after the beta came out. I definitely don't stream enough to have been included in the initial wave with like the popular streamers that got it. Streaming is somewhat sporadic unless I'm just getting into like the speedrun mentality where I'm just like trying to refine a path over and over again, or then I tend to do marathon streams like this a little more frequently. Sadly, I didn't get any beta keys to give out. Otherwise, I would do that as well. Although I might ask around and see if there's like a person at Blizzard that I should be contacting to try to get beta keys to give out. If I can figure that out and get a hold of some of them, then we'll do some giveaways on stream.
What brings you here?
Feel free to browse. Farewell. Ishnu Allah. Ashafela.
Just buy a bunch of level 15 food with whatever money we have. Not going to be using this for anything anytime soon. We don't go back to Exeter to level 20 to train anything.
What brings you here?
So if any of you remember Darkshore, you'll remember that all up and down these coasts, there's like, I don't know, a good like 7 quests you can get from just clicking on the random sea creatures along the beach. But to actually unlock that, you need to first do... Where's this quest? You need to first do the first couple quests of Washed Ashore. Once you do the first 2 of these, then you can start picking up the ones along the beach. So we did the first one there. I'm kind of going out of my way here to just make sure I do the second one right now, so that I can pick up all those quests on my future circuits once we leave town again. Quest is definitely massively inconvenient because you have to swim back to town all the way from here. Which definitely takes a good amount of time, but it's worth it to get those extra 6 or 7 quests. Oh, it's all coming into place now. Wait a second. How far did you get in the book series, gentlemen?
Goddess bless you.
Stuff good.
May the stars guide you.
All garbage. We'll be training all the spells, just the important ones? Yeah, just the important ones. There's a reasonable amount of spells that are pretty much not used at all when you're just solo leveling.
How may I help? Be careful.
Since we're doing solo self-found, money can be a little bit tight. You have to spend a lot of your money on food and drinks. As a shaman, especially in the like level 15 to 30 range, shaman's one of the weaker classes for leveling. They start getting much stronger later. But you have to use a lot of food and drinks from vendors. So you don't really have the money to actually even buy your mount until the early 40s. You can't really afford to be spending, unless you have a bunch of money ahead of time, you can't really afford to be spending money on skills that you don't need.
Can I assist you?
I am listening. Ishnu Allah, farewell.
Ishnu Allah.
Those books are pretty long. That's still my favorite series, though. I like it. I like the Wheel of Time series even more than Game of Thrones. The books, that is. I'm not even counting like the last couple TV seasons of Game of Thrones. That was just an abomination.
Peace be with you. What brings you here? My goods are of the highest quality. Be careful.
Oh, interesting. You're into Stormlight Archive. From the guy who finished the Wheel of Time series, but not Wheel of Time. Yeah, I actually need to get caught up a little bit on Stormlight Archive. I'm like most of the way through the 3rd book, and I haven't even started the 4th yet. I kind of like got distracted by something when I was mostly through reading it and didn't get around to finishing it yet. Did you already finish the 4th book and everything in Stormlight? I guess I should be asking, how big a mistake am I making by not just immediately putting everything down and finishing book 3 and 4 of Stormlight? Okay, we're finishing up kind of the last of the low-level quests here. Shouldn't be too much more of killing like level 12 and 13 mobs after this kind of circuit we're doing right here. Did I reset this? So I didn't reset this yet. Meant to. That is actually a good question, Cherry. I honestly do not know. Maybe someone else does. If you can skill up the new professions ahead of time. I mean, my gut would say no, just because they made such a big deal of specifically letting people level Draenei and Blood Elves ahead of time this time around, which you couldn't do previously. I feel like they probably would have mentioned the professions also at the same time if they were going to let people do that. I don't recall hearing that you could. How nerfed is EXP in pre-patch release? So it's mostly the same 1 to 20. Once you hit level 20, then you need a little bit less XP per level on the pre-patch to level. And then once you hit level 30, that's where the real bonuses come in for TBC leveling. So there's like a 30% baseline bonus to quest XP after level 30. So that's where most of the time saved from leveling in TBC or the pre-patch is from like 30 to 60. I've done this route a few times, so I'm trying to get the time pretty optimized. The fact that this is so far a pretty good time for Shaman is also partially helped by the fact that the Draenei starting area is pretty good. It's not as good as the Blood Elf starting area, but it's still, like, high tier. Is that it? Okay. I gotta do this weird quest where we go kill freaking 20 of these bears. Loop all the way down through all these bear spawns to actually kill 20 of them. Because this quest does bottleneck a later quest that we're going to do on the north side of Darkshore, so we kind of have to finish this now. Do you have a main class that you play? Typically, it was Hunter back in Vanilla and TBC. It was in TBC, it was also Warrior. Like for PvP, I mained a Warrior. And then I had like... I played Hunter, Rogue, and Warrior a lot. And then I had like a Druid and a Paladin alt, but I just played the meme specs of those, like Feral and Retribution, not like the actual good specs. So this time around for TBC, I wanted to play something completely new. I never played a Shaman at max level, and I usually speedrun on the Horde side instead of the Alliance side. So for the last week or two, we've kind of been working on making a path for Ally Shaman and learning how to play Shaman, and so at this point I'm feeling pretty confident that the path is pretty good and I know what I'm doing, so restarted and we're going for a quick time now. Yeah, I haven't done a full 1 to 60 Shaman run. The other one I took up into the mid 40s. And at that point, I felt pretty confident that I knew what I was doing from the Alliance side and from playing Shaman. And so now we're restarting the run with like a speed focus in mind. So this is all new stuff. Like I basically just been making the route and learning how to play Shaman from scratch over the last couple weeks. So I don't have an already completed run or anything to show you. This is going to be, like, the good run that I will eventually, you know, put stuff up on YouTube and whatnot for. I'll have a Google Doc that I'll put in my Discord as well on, like, the different steps, different areas we go to. Like, kind of like a light questing guide. It's not going to be in-depth as Joanna stuff or whatever, but... you can follow along with it if you want to. Yeah. All the VODs should still be up from all the stuff I've been doing on the Shaman leveling as well. A lot of the previous runs were kind of like figuring stuff out. But for example, one of the biggest things I've been telling people is that in TBC, Shamans just get insanely strong after level 40 with enhancement. So a couple streams ago, I was doing enhancement Shaman in like the early to mid 40s, and you can see as soon as I get to 41, even though my gear is bad, I'm just using gear from quests. I'm not like buying gear or anything. I'm still just like blowing up mobs. Like casters are dying in like 2 seconds, and normal mobs are dying in, you know, pretty reasonable time. Once we get to 41 and we get Storm Strike and dual wield. So, but early going, like 1 to 40 won't be insanely fast for Shaman, even on the speedrun. Like it'll be fast compared to other Shamans, but it's not gonna be fast compared to Hunters or anything. But once we get into the early to mid 40s, things should get a lot faster. We hit our power spike. At that point, instead of just like slowly killing things with dots, like with Flame Shock and Lightning Shield and stuff, we'll just be blowing mobs up in the blink of an eye. What is the worst starting area? Oh man. I don't know, maybe the undead area? Just because you can't actually go through all of Silverpine and then transition to like a higher zone. You pretty much have to go to the Barrens starting in Silverpine. And most of the other starting zones you can just like transition to the zones that are next to them without having to do a bunch of travel. Like undead starting area is still fine, like 1 to 15. You can't really go much beyond 15 before you just have to go to the Barrens anyways. end up getting the beta. I mean, I wasn't sure that I was getting the beta access. I got it a couple weeks after the beta started. I assume it was because I've, you know, been a pro gamer in other Blizzard games, and probably somebody just like threw me one. I'm not a big enough streamer to like get in with the initial wave of streamers that actually got the beta right at the start. I haven't gotten any keys to give away yet, but I was saying that I might look into trying to figure out if I'm able to get some. If I get a hold of any extra keys, I'll do giveaways on the stream. But I didn't get sent any yet. This might not be a big enough streamer. Let's see if we can start this event without aggroing all this stuff. Ah. Over here, you. I assume he'll be back at some point. I'm not gonna bother chasing after that. The Speedy Gonzalez off in the distance. Oh, whoops, I did not get enough healing ticks off there because of that dude that ran away. Level 42. So the route I'm planning for this run, it would be 42. I would be finishing the last half of Dust Wallow on the Alliance side. Ooh, yeah, this is not good. Wait a second. Oh, that potion really did absolutely nothing for me. Oh, God. Okay, unfortunate. I needed to go further away from that little hut where I could actually fight the final part of that escort. I had, like, no health and mana. I was hoping I could just sit down and drink to full before those things aggroed onto me, but I guess I didn't get far enough away, or they aggroed onto my totem, and then one of them has a net, so there's no escape. Also used a minor healing potion instead of these lesser. I might have been able to escape if I'd used this one. After Dust Swallow would be around 43. You can do STV, like the last part of STV. At least on my route, like I still have a lot of quests left in STV at that point. I can take you up to like 45 or so. And then you can, basically through like the mid to late 40s, you can do a mix of Feralus, Tannerus, and Hinterlands. And maybe a little bit of a Shara later. And then the final quests in Tannerus, going right into Ungoro, can get you from like the, I don't know, like 48, 49 to 52 or so. Tragic. Was that our first death on the run, other than death skipping? Might have been. Got a little bit lazy getting out of range, because I knew that mob was coming from part of the escort. I just thought that I could eat and drink without aggroing them. Was indeed mistaken. Yeah, it's definitely a bit of run to get to, but By that point you'll have your mount, so it's not the end of the world. And can I make sure nothing comes along with this guy? Okay, got a little distracted on this part. I should have meant to pick up these creatures on the way down to Murk Deep as well. And then you kind of swing up and finish killing these rabid thistle bears on the way up to this quest. Also, the town being on the island isn't quite as annoying for Shaman, since he can just hearth you have the double hearth and the hearth every 15 minutes, so you can get around a little bit easier than the other classes there. Because yeah, some of those quests they are kind of annoying. It's like, go over here to this other island, kill one thing, okay, now come back and turn it in. Here's another quest to go kill one other thing on that same island. With the quicker Shaman hearth times, that stuff doesn't really affect you that much. I think I should be able to find enough bears to hit 20 on the way up here. In hindsight, I should have killed some more as I was doing these beach quests over here. I kind of got distracted and just ran right to Murk Deep and skipped over some of these spawns of bears. Yep, here we are. It's been more successful this time. I did just have my first death of the run. Fighting a named mob that I wasn't ready for, but so far it's been better. I think by the time we hit level 18 here, we'll be considerably ahead of our previous pace from the other Shaman that went to like 45. Yeah, this time around. Oh, I was just so careful, so gentle with that Elec. Nowhere near a cave. I also didn't try to grind for that necklace off the Blood Elves this time. I was like, okay, I didn't get it. Saving it for later. I'll do it at level 20 when I'm back there. I can just massacre those mobs super fast. I did have someone in here earlier asking about Shadow Priest in PvP. So from my understanding, Shadow Priests are still still good and viable in PvP. It's just that like most priests play as discipline in TBC for like arena comps. Is that how it's working currently, Kala, or am I misinformed? There's still like really good Shadow Priest comps, right? They're just like a little more specific. Oh yeah, I definitely remember the Shadow Priest Warlock mass shadow damage 2s. People would try to like run into arena. It was so common that sometimes people would just queue up with like a ton of shadow resists on and just like hope to run into them. Oh god, I need one more Thistle Bear. Not 100% sure there are any more up this direction. Might have to cut back across over to here. Oh yeah, okay, so it sounds like they're still in a pretty good spot. Is there a particular comp you're practicing for? Are you gonna try to climb in 2s or 3s, or just plan everything and figure it out once TBC launches? We'll find this last rabid Thistle Bear one day. Wow, 30 wins. I saw you, yeah, you were playing with like just a random mage, and they messaged you to see if you wanted to do more 2s. Was that the dude that you got 30 wins in a row with? On Thistle Bear, I know you're around here somewhere. Okay, so I probably might have cost myself maybe a few minutes here from dying to Murk Deep. Graveyard wasn't too far away, and then having to double back for this Thistle Bears because I didn't kill quite enough on the way down before. Nothing super insanely bad. Still crushing this other pace anyways, so nothing bad enough to make me consider restarting. Yep, can't wait for that. Especially since we can't actually afford a mount as a shaman until like early 40s. Definitely can't get that around 30, so be living the Ghost Wolf life for a long time. I'm kind of surprised that I don't remember there being more talk about Ghost Wolf being instant cast in TBC, because that actually seems like it's pretty big for arenas. As long as you talent into it, it's instant cast now. But I guess shamans, or especially enhancement shamans, were just rare enough 14 years ago that nobody really seemed to care. Yeah, definitely. Because I didn't, until I started leveling with Shaman myself, I didn't realize it was instant cast. But I had heard everybody say, like, oh, you know, Shamans have 0 mobility in Arena. That's why they kind of suffer. Like, well, I mean, instant cast Ghost Wolf does sound pretty good. I don't know about 0 mobility. My Earthbind totem really calling in sick today. Didn't even tick once on those guys. Oh, really? Why is that? I remember Resto's, like, one of their most standout weaknesses was they couldn't take curses off. So you had to, like... It was kind of annoying to make Resto Shaman comps because Warlocks were so prevalent in Arena. You had to, like, have somebody else that could decurse. Oh, they can't heal? Oh, I see. People are just good enough at interrupting and stuff at this point that... I guess that's why everybody uses Discipline Priests and Resto Druids and stuff, huh? Just put shields and hots on people and... hope for the best. Yeah, that original 5 comps we had that were... Amy was our Resto Shaman healer. Anytime we played a good team of the Warlock, we just instant lost. Because of Curse of Tongues.
Hello. Del Nadris.
I'm not sure any of... I mean, we were on Battle Group 9, right? So, like...
Go in peace.
That was the super sweaty tryhard battle group. There were top teams that we could never ever beat due to having Resto Shaman as our main healer, and also because we had, like, I was a shitty useless hunter that didn't have a Mortal Strike or anything back then. I think the highest we ever got was 3rd place on the battle group with our 5s team, but we were usually, like, down on the border of top 10. But I don't know, considering how tryhard Battle Group 9 was, maybe being top 10 on there was better than being top at some of the other battle groups. I know my warrior comp that actually got Gladiator was on, like, a really easy battle group. So I think it was mostly so our 5s team, most of the problem was I don't think my hunter was very good on that 5s team. We automatically lost to good warlock teams because of Amy's shaman being able to decurse. And also Zeroth, our frost mage, would just, like, very frequently die without ever using any of his ice blocks. For some reason he didn't have, like, the mentality. Like, he was good at outputting damage from, like, a PvE standpoint. Like, he could do the shatter combos and blow people up, but when he got targeted, he just, like, had no self-preservation ability. And, yeah, he just, like, wouldn't ice block, and we get blown up, and then everybody would scream at him. Somehow, with all those problems, we still managed to be, like, a top 10 team on Battle Group 9, but we were definitely not going to be in the arena, or the Gladiator cutoff. Team wasn't good enough for that. Oops. Actually, should just pick the male armor there since I'm not using these legs. I'm just gonna vendor them. Forgot I had these other ones from the quest we added into the route. But yeah, other than the problems with curses, Amy seemed fine in PvP. Alright, finished up most of these low-level quests that were kind of around town, so now we're doing the, pretty much just doing, like, 2 more loops in Darkshore, and then we'll be done with this place. We got this one that goes all the way up here, then loops down the coast, and then we kind of do, like, a similar thing down on the south part. Except we end it with the escort into Ashenvale, instead of looping back to town. This quest can be a little challenging if you just try to straight up tank and spank this den mother here. The cubs will just like chain stun you. So we're gonna have to try to kite her away from the cubs. Oh, it's kind of weird they didn't all come. I thought they were all supposed to come when she aggroed. Okay, well, I guess this is even... Normally when I did this, all the cubs came. Okay, never mind. Super easy. If you have all the cubs coming, then you kind of just have to drop a stone claw and then kite the mother away from them. Put like an earthbind down afterwards so they don't get close. Yeah, you were always a big fan of troll over undead for PvP. Oh god, why did I use my Earth Shock before? Okay, came up just in time. Is there anything about TBC specifically that makes you like troll more for Arena? Is it just what's the undead one? The Devouring Plague? Is that just kind of like not a big deal in Arena? I guess, yeah, that makes sense, especially if you're... Are Shadow Priest typically the target? Like, do people see a comp with a Shadow Priest and just, like, all run after you? I guess you're getting huge value from blackout procs then, if so. Does sound pretty good. Okay, well, you made a believer out of me if I ever make a priest for some reason. Firing Plague costs 2k mana, what the hell? Oh god, I didn't see this one over here aggroed onto my fire totem. Oh, this might be bad. Get out of here, Searing Totem. Those things, I have to just reset. Those casters have like infinity long range on their smite, so the fact that we aggroed 3 of them, they would all just nuke me down from 40 yards. Oh, cool, we've got a bear down here. Unfortunate I wasn't able to actually kill the one we got down to 30 health, but if I stuck around any longer, I would have just died to all the smite spam as I ran for the entrance. Of course. The 20 that we killed didn't put rabies on us, but the one bear at the bottom of this ramp put this 10-minute debuff on us. Real tragic. Ooh, Kala dropping the tier 1 sub. Appreciate it, man. Thanks, brother. That's been fun getting back into it. Definitely excited to be playing something completely new this time around. Hopefully I can figure out some comps to make enhancement not be a total meme for arenas. I've heard that Affliction Lock, Resto Druid, enhancement Shaman is actually pretty good for arena. We'll have to see. But I do want to try it out, but I know that maybe at this point all Shamans get targeted, because it sounds like what you were saying, Resto Shamans can't keep themselves alive. I know Elemental Shamans get trained in arena. Maybe just every Shaman class, everyone goes for them, but I'll give it the old college try, see if we can manage to do anything with enhance in arena. Got my health regeneration. The stupid rabies debuff, it like even affects your food eating. This is the most annoying debuff ever. I'm actually surprised I didn't have it on me already from fighting those 20 bears for that one quest. Shaman can actually remove diseases, but not till like level 22 or something like that. Oh, by the way, Call, if you're still here, I don't know if you you had them or not, but did you end up getting any beta keys to give away for your stream? I wasn't even sure if that was something where we were supposed to like know the right person to reach out to, or if Blizzard was contacting other people. So I'd like to give away some beta keys, but never got sent any. Maybe I just don't know who to talk to about it. Alright, take my rabies-infested ass up here to the tower. Then we'll have to swing all the way up to the tip here for these Moonstalker pelts. So this northern loop definitely takes us, like... the amount of walking is pretty high, but we can get like a good 10 or so quests done on this route.
Can I assist you?
These mobs here also have a really annoying curse they can put on you that we can't take off. So I have to try to interrupt it with Earth Shock the best I can. It makes it so I can't really open with Flame Shock on these things. That's a Curse of Mending. Yeah, there it is. If that gets on you, it's a huge hindrance as well. Does make these pulls a little weird, where I have to pretty much like run up and face aggro these things so that my Earth Shock is up for when they cast Curse of Mending. Oh god, Searing Totem Y. Oh, whoops. Oh, thank god I resisted that. I misplayed and just randomly used my Earth Shock for damage there, and so I couldn't interrupt the Curse of Mending. Lasts for like 3 minutes and heals mobs you attack, so... Definitely pretty bad if that gets on me. My health goes up so slow with rabies on. Usually these things have a much better drop rate too. I've previously just had to kill like 7 or 8 and I was done. I'm actually running into the point where to get more I have to kind of pull them from range. So they might hit me with a Curse of Mending. I guess I can just Lightning Bolt pull them down. god. Guess we're going deeper in. Just permanently low on health until this rabies goes away. Come on. Yeah, normally I haven't had any trouble with this quest, like I finished it real quickly. The drop, I've had to kill about twice as many of these as I had on the previous runs. Because yeah, this is pretty awful right here. But before I would just like come up, kill these guys around here, kill like 7 or 8 mobs and it was done. So I don't know if I was getting super lucky on the drop rate then or bad luck now, but... Oh god, we even have... Took us so long we got respawns coming behind us. Yeah, unless you want to grind for that low drop rate orb or whatever.
How may I help?
And it's pretty much right next to where we're going anyway. But yeah, that if it's always as annoying as it was that time, I would skip it for sure. But I normally have a little better luck at getting that quickly. I finally have health regen back again. This quest up here can definitely be pretty dangerous. You have to fight some pretty high-level mobs for this quest here to get the keys, and this one up here for the Moonstalker pelts. I kind of buffed up with everything I have here going up. Or going up into these 2 quests.
Can I help you?
Pretty much both these 2 quests you have to kind of just fight a lot of mobs that are a level or 2 above you. Which is not something that Shaman really enjoys doing. With additional resists and glancing blows on a slow 2-hand staff and all that. Really don't want to fight the level 21 crabs, so hopefully one of these level 20 crabs will drop it. The keys have a pretty good drop right now, though. Like, I never really have to kill more than 2 or 3 mobs to get it. At least so far. We'll see how this run goes. Those would be real nice if I could wear them. Resist, resist, resist. No, why this run? Oh god, they're gonna make me start killing level 21 crabs for this. Oh, here's one more level 20. All the rest are 21. If this guy doesn't drop it, I might just go north for some of those other quests. Okay, here's one more before I come back. There we go. Oh, we get another key off the Forest Striders up here, and then we'll grab some of these Moonstalker pelts. And we need one more key off the Murlocs in this area, which is also kind of dangerous. That's pretty much everything with Murlocs is. My lone death so far on this run coming to Murlocs as well. Whew. That's always how it works. Say something has not a bad drop rate, and then never had to kill more than 3 mobs for any of these keys. I have to kill 4+ for all of them so far. Aha. Shouldn't be that bad, leveling through the Draenei area. I mean, it's going to depend on the server. If you're on... Some of the stuff is kind of outside of our ability to know ahead of time, since if you're on, like, a really big server, then it's probably going to be worse. It's hard to say how much layering Blizzard will use. Like, maybe they'll use enough layering, maybe they won't, so... In general, you can usually get ahead of the pack, though, as long as you're willing to skip certain bottleneck quests. Like in the Draenei area, one of the first things that stood out to me as a potential bottleneck quest is there's a quest where you have to kill like 10 flowers, and they have to drop like 10 petals of something. And they're not even 100% drop rate, and there's not that many spawns of it. And since it's early level quests, like level 3, it seems like something that's going to be a huge bottleneck for the Draenei area. So you're probably going to be better off if you get to that quest and there's other people doing it already to just skip it completely. As long as you don't just get stuck on the same quest for like 15+ minutes at the very start of the Draenei area, and you're willing to just like skip quests or just like grind mobs that don't have as much competition, then you'll get ahead of everybody eventually. Most people will be stuck just like fighting for the same couple mobs that drop the quest item that they're on, and won't really like think to just skip it or move to somewhere else. That was pretty much the experience that we had when the stress test stuff came up for Classic WoW. So we were always able to get ahead of the pack pretty easily by doing stuff like that. Hopefully they'll have stress tests for TBC as well, that would be cool. Yeah, the initial few death skips should help, hopefully. And hopefully I'm already ahead of the pack by like level 12 for the mount thing, but yeah, certainly by the time people get to like the Shaman class quests and stuff, I imagine a lot of people will be doing the Shaman class quest pretty inefficiently. So if you use the method that I used on this run, where you do a bunch of stuff at the same time and you kind of make it more efficient through using the temporary mount and stuff like that, then you should be able to pull pretty far ahead of people at that point, if not already. You want to try to target the Moonstalker Sires if you're up here doing this quest. So they're a lot easier than the Runts and the Matriarch combos. I think they share respawns. These matriarchs can also be a lot, I mean, they come with an ad and they're a lot higher level as well. And I believe they have the same chance to drop the pelt as these easier Moonstalker Sires. Yeah, I don't want to fight a level 20 plus an ad. Oh, it looks like all of the spawns up right now are like level 20 though. That's unfortunate. The ads aren't too bad on these things, just because the Stoneclaw totem can kind of just handle one of them. But if one of the other cats patrols into you while you're fighting the Runt and the Mother, then you can die really easily. It's kind of hard to run away from these cats, they're pretty speedy. In fact, this position I'm in for fighting them is probably not very optimal. Kind of right in middle of a bunch of patrols. I've definitely killed a large amount of these things since the last time I got a Moonstalker pelt. I have pretty good RNG overall in the Draenei starting area. This Darkshore has not been very kind to us so far though on the drops. I'm actually about to run out of cats in this area, which has never happened before either. Yikes. streak continues. Let's see how far we can make it. This is... What the hell is going on here? Why are there like... Why are there 2 runts? Where's the other mama cat? I'm afraid to pull any of this stuff because I don't know what it's attached to. Might be just a cat that comes zooming over and adds with all the... Oh, there she is. Okay, she was on the other side of the hill. See if we can make it to 10 cats in a row without getting a drop. This freaking 50% drop rate item. Oh god, don't get closer. I would be very, very tempted to skip this quest if it wasn't for the fact that it led to, like, more lucrative quests right after it. At this point, there might be some sire respawns behind us that'd be easier to kill. Might go check for those. Oh, here's one over here. We did it. We made it to 10 cats in a row without a fucking pelt drop. Normally takes about 10 cats to finish all 5 of these pelts. Shit's getting kind of insane. Actually run out of mobs after this one. Oh my god. Broke our streak of 13. Or, I guess that was the 13th kill since we last got one. I'm gonna be crying inside if the same thing happens to me with this Murloc key. least the runs give us experience too. It would be really painful if we weren't just getting like double experience off of those mobs. Ooh. Bye forever, Moonstalkers. Okay, that kind of took a pretty ridiculous amount of time compared to what the drop rate is on that pelt. It's actually like a 50% drop rate. I know the WoW head might say lower just because people kill it without the quest active sometimes, but it was a pretty impressive streak we had going there of like a dozen or so kills without getting a drop. I start running out of inventory space as we go down the side here, the side of the beach, picking up some more quests, throwing out some of this low value stuff. No key, but at least we got some shoulder pads. I mean, they're gray, but it's still a nice upgrade. So you don't really get shoulder pads normally until like the mid-20s. Oh god, did I aggro this one back here? Shit. That's real bad. I did not see that thing aggroing. Those oracles have such long range, and it's so hard to get away from fucking murlocs in the water. Rip to all my claims of the key dropping right away from these mobs. Okay, whew. Finally done with this top part of the zone. Got a little bit backhanded by RNG on these quests. Definitely took, I'd say it took probably about double the normal amount of kills to get all of the keys and to get all of the Moonstalker pelts. That feels pretty not worth it with the drop rates we got on this go around, but normally it's considerably better. People might remember this guy as being elite on Classic. He's one of the quests they changed to non-elite. This guy's super easy.
Pleased to meet you.
You gotta watch out for this. This gyromass key still stays in your inventory forever for no reason. Still a handful of quest items that do that just slowly clog up your inventory. They serve no actual purpose. I don't think I really need these water-breathing elixirs. So I'll just vendor them. Get water-breathing of my own soon enough. Okay, so we're going to pick up all these exclamation points on the shore, our various sea creatures we can pick up for a quest starter. Like there's like 4 of these on the way back to town, so we hitting all these for extra XP. Get the Cliff Spring River sample. We're mostly done with the fighting for this northern loop here. We have to kill we have to kill some crabs, and we have to kill a few murlocs for these quests over here. That's about it. We can mass turn in town, and we'll be actually be pretty close to 20 after all those turn-ins. I'm gonna finish most of this crab meat quest up here as we go down, because once you start getting down here, you can actually start running out of the crab spawns that drop this quest item. I have to double back, so I'll finish most of it up here. I think somewhere around here is the cutoff where the crabs get too low level to actually drop the quest item anymore. Oh man, did I already pass the threshold? Where these crabs stop dropping it? It would be right along with our experience here in Darkshore, with all these other stupid quests up here. Been laying in wait for this run to suddenly get a really bad drop rate. I guess I might have to go back up here. I'm not sure. I'm gonna check the ones on this coast here. I think they might be high enough level to drop the quest item still. Yeah, so right now this is the route. I mean, if myself or somebody sees something that looks inefficient, like by all means, feel free to point it out. Not saying that this is like 100% the most optimized route that will ever be made in history, but for now I'm pretty happy with the time we're getting. Most of the slowdown, so there was one death where I kind of lost focus and didn't play safe enough, but only had one death on the run, and overall I'm pretty happy with the time so far. Most of the time loss we've had has just been from kind of a little bit bad RNG on some of these quest item drops here in Darkshore. And we're not done with Blood Mist Isle. We'll be going back there at 20 to 23. Not right away at 20. We go to Menethil Harbor at 20 to get a weapon upgrade. And then as soon as we're done with that, then we go... so... Not even sure I actually want this chest. My inventory is like so full of stuff anyways. But, yeah, ideally, once you start getting to around this level range, you'll notice that I'm having to just like kind of drink every 3 or 4 mobs. And Shaman are not particularly strong up till about level 30 when you get to this point, so you have to do a lot of eating and drinking. It helps if you do quests that mainly have quests that are like a couple levels under you, then you have a lot less downtime. Okay, looks like, wow. Yeah, so I really ran out of crabs that dropped this thing. I have to double back a little bit over here to kill the rest of these. Yeah, it ends up being overall faster for Shaman if you try to do quests that are 2 or 3 levels below you. It's just so you have less downtime of eating and drinking all the time. So that's why we're saving the last, like, you know, couple dozen quests in Blood Mist Isle, or however many are left for 20, 21, etc. So be a little easier to just cleave through all those quests super quickly, and we'll have a fresh new weapon at that point too. It's kind of something I just had to take a little bit more into account since I didn't speedrun Shaman before, and Shaman isn't something that typically really gets speedrun. Is that normal quest progression isn't really ideal for the weaker levelers. Like, you really want to, once you get up to close to 20, you really want to be doing quests a couple levels below you if you're not one of the really strong leveling classes. Okay, I'll have to remember this for next time. So there's actually a little bit less of these crabs that drop the quest item than I thought. If you're going for like a straight 1 to 20 time, then probably just want to stay in Blood Mist Isle the whole time. Like, I might do that on like hardcore cups or something, but if you're just doing a normal 1 to 60 progression, making sure Blood Mist Isle can get you all the way to like level 23 is pretty helpful. Okay, that's... We have to pick up some quest items on the way back still, so still need a little bit of room in inventory. A ton of stuff banked up at this point to turn in when we get back to Aberdeen. That'll get us probably the majority of the way through level 19. I don't know, maybe like 60% or something. Pretty close to getting Shamanistic Focus. This talent doesn't synergize all that well with slow two-handed staffs that we're using for a little while, but once we get the good one-handers, and we switch back to Sword and Board, then we'll be getting pretty huge value out of Shamanistic Focus. This is the talent that replaced the two-hand weapon training for enhancement shamans, by the way. You don't have to put a talent point into that anymore. Things are all super low level. I don't actually want to fight any of this stuff. I'm just trying to avoid as much as I can. I basically just want to make sure it doesn't run away in fear and then go like aggro a million other things. Because it's really hard to escape from murlocs in the water. Oh god, there's more up there. Okay. Breath potion. Hopefully that Earthbind totem doesn't aggro everything through the walls. Still in combat with something. I don't know where it is, though. Where the hell are you, Murloc? There you go. These boats just suck in general because it's so easy for mobs to aggro you through walls or for the mobs to take crazy pathing that, like, aggroes every mob on the ship. Yeah, for sure. This talent is basically why I'm like a diehard defender of Wind Fury from 30+. Because, I mean, a lot of people argue that, like, oh, you know, Shaman, someone did the math on classic WoW and shows that, you know, Rockbiter is better or whatever for leveling, but all those calculations they did not take into effect dual wielding with Shamanistic Focus, which just gives you so much insane efficiency with the reduced cost shocks. Makes your overall leveling speed way higher with the one-handers, Wind Fury plus Shamanistic Focus. Go away, Murlocs. I'm done with you. Oh, what? Oh my god, the Flash just ran over and attacked me. I don't think that character was called that before, yeah. Maybe I just got a name change on my level 16 character from yesterday. We did end up saving at least half an hour over, I think, yesterday. We pretty much left Blood Mist Isle, I don't know, somewhere around like 4 hours, like 10 minutes or something like that on this run, and yesterday it was like 4 hours, 40 minutes. Darkshore, so far it isn't going as fast as I hoped, but that's just because of like pretty much unavoidable RNG variants. We had some quests where stuff didn't drop, but so far the route itself has been fine. Just a little bit of bad RNG, and then I died once to Murlocs. But still overall going much smoother than previous runs.
What's on your mind?
I could get only white items for that quest. Like a level 17 quest just gives you white gear. Oh. Steel. Don't need this. So much random junk in my inventory that I need to turn in for various quests. Blackwood Corrupted, we're not doing this quest. I want to go all the way back up here just for like 1 or 2 quests. I am actually going to do this dungeon quest, researching the corruption this time around.
How may I help?
Last time I ended up skipping it, but I think I'm actually going to do it this time. It does seem worth it.
Greetings.
And also because I plan on not doing the eastern part of Ashenvale on my main route, so just picking up a little extra experience here and there from stuff like that random dungeon quest can help.
Ishnuala.
What brings you here? May the stars guide you.
How are ya? Hi. Off with you.
Gloves are actually a slight upgrade.
Peace be with you. Illume light your path.
Okay, we just have these quests to do at the very bottom here for Darkshore. We're like halfway into 19. So we're not going to end up actually hitting 20 anytime soon. I mean, we could hit 20 real fast if we just went down, did these quests, then came back in, up and turned them in. So our 1 to 20 time could actually probably be like, I don't know, 620, 625 or something. But what we're actually going to do is we're going to do all this stuff, and then we're going to do the escort that leads into Ashenvale. We're going to pick up the flight path and stuff in Ashenvale, and then fly back and turn all this extra stuff in. Get 20. We'll end up taking a little bit longer to actually get 20, but it's worth it to do that extra quest. The escort gives you a shield that's pretty good for later, and also having the flight point to Ashenvale later is pretty important. I was kind of griefing myself by keeping these quests from Blood Mist. Should just abandon them and pick them up later because they were putting extra items in my inventory that were taking up space. No, there are no blue rewards from the Draenei zone. I'm pretty sure what happened is that they were like doing all this cool stuff for the Blood Elf zone, like putting in the reputation vendors that has those awesome items, and then making those quests that have the blue items, and they just ran out of time before they did the same for the Draenei zone. The Draenei has no blue items, and they have no reputation vendor in TBC. Doesn't really make any sense, because the Blood Elves have an awesome reputation vendor that has like great upgrades from level 10 onwards. Sadly, Draenei just get the shaft. They eventually gave them a reputation vendor, I think, in either Wrath of the Lich King or Kata, but it's actually, yeah, it's not in the game for TBC. This is the escort quest that leads down to Ashenvale. Not gonna bother grabbing it yet. We're gonna, when I come back here to turn this quest in, after doing all this other stuff down here, then we'll start the escort and we'll take us into Ashenvale. Yeah. Tranquillin rep. God, they have so much good gear. A two-handed green sword at level 10 with the direct damage proc is so amazing. Like, even for hunters. I pretty much, on my my like 5-hour 1 to 20 hunter run, I just like go there right away and grind rep at level 10 to get that sword, even as a hunter. They have a bunch of like cool gear that has plus attack power and stuff on it. I'm scared to fight bears in case they put rabies on me. The debuff is so horrifyingly bad. This place down here is pretty easy, nothing difficult. Basically, the only thing difficult about it is that since we're on the beta and hardly anyone's doing the low-level stuff, this rare spawn caster mob is like always up in this area. Since he wanders it around, you can kind of make it a little bit difficult to pull these things one by one, like you can normally. He aggroes, he'll just stand 1,000 miles away and just spam nukes at you. So nothing too bad, but gotta watch out for this guy. I'm actually pretty unsure if this Dryad escort over here is even worth doing. It only gives you like 1,300 XP, takes a bunch of extra time, plus to turn it in you have to like run into an area that you don't ever go for anything else and then like double back. So even just turning in the quest after you finish it is kind of a pain in the ass. Oh god, why did I do it? Why did I use my Earth Shock before he healed? I think in this case, just because we had to kill so many extra mobs up on the north side of Darkshore because of the bad, oh god, I might end up with both of these guys here. Because of the bad RNG where we had to kill that extra stuff. I think I've probably already got more extra XP than the amount I would get from doing this Dryad escort, so I think I might skip it for this run. Because normally I would do it. It's kind of a borderline quest where it's barely worth doing, but since we already have a little more XP than anticipated, I think I will skip it this time. She's like right on the other side of this thing. It's a pretty easy escort as far as escorts go. You just take her all the way up this winding path. Just you don't really get any like good rewards. You don't get very good XP for it. You have to like go down this weird path to nowhere to even turn it in. So yeah, screw it. Hello, Stoneclaw Totem? That was unfortunate. I gotta cast a heal like 2 seconds into the fight when I use my Flame Shock. I guess I just don't shock at all against these guys so I can save it to interrupt the heal. Okay, so there's 4 different quest starter creatures over here that are guarded mostly by Murlocs. We're gonna pick up all 4 of these, turn in this absent-minded prospector, turn in this lost master quest over here from the Moonstalker pelts that we so painstakingly ground out earlier. And then we'll be ready for the transition into Ashenvale. Oh, whoops, I didn't even see that oracle there. Almost aggroed it. Can I snag this thing without aggroing that oracle? By golly, I can. Okay, I should be wearing this quest cape while I have it. 1 more stamina than the cape I'm using. Plus I'm going to want to use this activated when I actually get there. I have to let these lightning bolts go off so I can interrupt the heal. Excuse me, random sea creature. Kind of risky click here. I wasn't 100% sure that wouldn't aggro one of these Murlocs on the side. What a smart thing to do would have been to eat first and then do that. Thankfully, they seem to have increased the range that you can pick these up for TBC. When people were saying it on Classic, you have to get like right on top of these things to be able to pick them up. Damn you, ranged mob. Oh god, I got 2 of them. Oh, and I also aggroed that crab. This was not going well here. My Stoneclaw didn't actually get aggro on the thing I wanted it to get aggro on. Murloc kept attacking me, but it added a crab to my fight. Okay, we got all those. Probably should have just popped my stamina, or my 5 extra stam thing here for this quest. I guess at this point I may as well save it. Not really doing anything hard here until we get to Wetlands for that quest to get the staff that we're going to use, the Icicle Rod. But it doesn't even matter if you die on that quest because the graveyard is like literally right next to you.
Well met. Be good.
This quest is super dumb. Every time I've ever tried to do this quest, it just like insanely bugs out and spawns like 6 mobs out of nothing and kills him. Or F that quest. You get a lot of XP just for even turning it in, but I'm not even going to try to do the escort. We're going to do this one-shot, one-kill quest down here as well. Pretty easy and quick. I'm actually just going to do it with the escort as I go down into Ashenvale. Rather than going down there now and having to double back extra distance. That's pretty quick. You do get more experience for doing the escape by force for this quest we're about to turn in, where you like fight your way out from the Furbolg area, but it takes a lot more time, and also can actually be kind of dangerous because sometimes the respawns just happen super fast at the same time that the escort quest spawns a bunch of guys, and you just fight like 4 at once. I think I prefer just doing the escape by stealth here.
Hello. Farewell.
If you really decide you need a little bit extra experience from killing more mobs and from the extra experience that doing the escape by force gives you, you could do that. I feel like it's just probably not worth the time. See how we're doing with our damage breakdown here in Darkshore. Yeah, lightning shield's our second highest damage behind melee at this point. This time around, when we get to level 20, you guys will finally get to see Frostbrand weapon, enchant that no shaman ever uses. I think it's actually good. 20 to 27. As you have a fresh rank of Frostbrand weapon. You also have the icicle staff that gives you extra cold damage.
The sleeper has awakened.
Doesn't give you a whole lot of extra, but bother this follow-up either. That follow-up has you go way up here to the area we just went to. But you can't really pick up that quest earlier without going like way out of your way to the point that it's not worth it. This guy's sleeping already. Lazy asshole, come on. It's been like 3 steps.
I'm awake.
Yeah, our getting 20 is going to be kind of delayed. I mean, we could easily get 20 at any point by just turning all this stuff in Aberdeen, but more efficient in the grand scheme of things to do this kind of long escort right now and get the Ashenvale flight paths. If I was doing like a hardcore cup or like a specific 1 to 20 run, I would definitely not be delaying getting 20 just to do this thing though. Alright, we'll do this quest here. Quest is like 20% fighting things and 80% bandage making simulator while you wait for stuff to happen.
I'll make short work of them.
For some reason, this quest gives you so much time to eat and drink between the waves. Whereas that death I had on this run, where we were doing the Murloc event, where the Murlocs just chain spawn like non-stop and run at you. It's quite a stark difference to this quest. It's like, alright player, you know, make sure you take a good minute or so to heal yourself up between these easy waves.
Their arms.
Up and at him.
My path
is clear. I'll make short work of it.
And we're just going to stay off the road while doing this escort so we don't have to fight those spawned events. As this guy can actually die when they spawn like 3 casters and they're kind of like all off in the corner. It's like chain casting on them. But as long as you stay a little bit off the road, you don't actually have to deal with any of the escort events. Coming, buddy?
Bear arms.
Yeah, it is a nice change of pace. Alright, so after we turn the stuff in, we're going to walk over here. It's a little bit of a journey to get the flight path for Astronar for later. We'll eventually fly back to Darkshore and then get... we might be at level 20 by then anyways. But first thing we're going to do when we get 20 is go to Wetlands to start that quest chain for the weapon upgrade. If you were doing a hardcore run or something, I would definitely recommend going back to Exodar to train your level 20 skills, especially Ghost Wolf, before doing the Wetlands stuff. Because you're pretty unlikely to die, even though that quest chain is like a level 25 quest chain. As long as you have Ghost Wolf, you're not really going to die. You can just escape the Murlocs. But since this isn't a hardcore run, it doesn't really matter if we die on that quest chain, because the graveyard is right next to where you're doing the entire quest. So I'm not going to bother doubling back for Ghost Wolf yet. I'll just go train all my level 20 Shaman skills and stuff after we finish that weapon quest chain. So I still have my hearth set to Exodar. Once we finish up on the Wetlands, we'll just hearth directly from there back to Exodar, and then continue. We'll finish up Blood Mist Isle from that point with our shiny new weapon. Oh god, because he took a nap, I'm gonna have to kill this thing.
Anudura.
Oh god, he juked me out there. I thought he was stopping to sleep again. About to lose my mind. My horn isn't even off cooldown yet. He just got like stuck on some terrain or something for a half second.
How may I help? I am honored. Ishnu Daldiek.
What the?
Peace be with you.
Okay, we're gonna pick up this shield. Once we switch back to a one-handed shield at like level 27 or so, we're actually using this shield for a while. We get a much better shield a little bit later from Duskwood, but not for like a couple levels, so that thing's kind of the best we can get for a while. I'll turn that quest in when I'm back here at level 23. I had to turn in the other ones because one's a level 15 quest. I would lose XP if I didn't turn it in now, and one's one you have to turn in before the timer runs out. But I'm actually kind of trying to minimize the amount of XP I get here past 20, since we still have that quest chain to do for the weapons, then we're going back to Blood Mist. Like, I don't want to be too over-leveled for Blood Mist. Getting there at like 20.5 or so is fine. Because there are still a few quests to do in Blood Mist where you kill some lower level stuff. Quest log looking real nice here. But yeah, so that Dryad quest from earlier, the place you turn in the Dryad quest is like way over here. Or here or something. And it's only worth 1,300 experience, so like, the fact that you have to take an extra couple minutes to walk over here, turn in, walk back here, and there's like no other reason to go over this area, makes that quest pretty meh, honestly. It's still in my route, but basically it's the first thing I'm cutting out if I ever end up with excess experience. Like what happened on this run where I had to kill a lot more mobs than I expected for a couple quests. So I was like, oh, I got some extra experience. Okay, we're cutting out one quest. It's definitely the Dryad quest.
Elune Adore. Good luck, friend.
We have we're gonna have a couple quests that are basically just go to Astronar and talk to someone for 1,000 XP or whatever. Or we're just gonna turn all that stuff in when we're back here at level 23 once we're done with Blood Mist. All those quests will still give the same experience then as they do now. I'd rather have that experience at 23 when experience is a little harder to come by than get it now when we're about to go to Blood Mist Isle anyways, and the higher level I am, just the less XP I'll get from killing mobs there. Oh yeah, the stupid File of Scrying is another one of those troll-ass items that stays in your inventory forever. I might do a 1 to 20 Shaman run at some point. No time soon. I'm gonna finish this, like, this 1 to 60 speed run. But I'm pretty sure I can actually get under 6 hours, 1 to 20 Shaman, if we just stay in the initial starting zone. I might try that at some point, because that might end up being the route I have to use if we're doing the hardcore cup leveling races and stuff later on. But for the Shaman 1 to 60, I definitely like saving part of the Blood Mist Isle for later. Having it get you all the way to 23 is nice. Once Shaman starts kind of struggling in the mid-20s. 25 to 30, I'd say, is where Shaman's like at their absolute weakest compared to the rest of the leveling process. Compared to the mobs and quests and stuff you're doing.
Elune be with you.
We might just get progressively stronger from that point. Yeah, this, let me see if the boat to wetlands is here yet. Okay. Boat is not here yet, so since we have some extra time, I'll go manage my inventory some.
Elun Adore.
Shouldn't need any water breathing anymore. Oh yeah, I forgot to re-equip my cloak after I gave away that other cloak for the quest.
May the stars guide you.
What's up, Jeff? Yeah, I'm definitely putting that into the route. So my buddy Grippa there, when he was leveling his first character on World of Warcraft, I think he made it up to almost 40 as a male Tauren before deciding that really a female Tauren was what was in his heart of the same class.
I am listening.
So you never know. I might just get to level 40 on this run, suddenly identify as a male Draenei. Alright, here comes the boat. You doing any TBC Classic at all? A whole lot to do on this boat. As soon as I get back to Exodar area, I need to level up my bandages so I can actually make the better stuff. These are giving me shit skill ups at this point. I think the first step of the quest chain we're about to do to get that weapon upgrade is like Claws in the Deep or something. Kill Gobbler, a bunch of Murlocs, then you have it's a level 25 quest chain just because some of the mobs in the area you're doing it are level 25, but most of the stuff you have to kill is like 20 and 21. So the quest reward is pretty high item level since the game budgeted it as if it was a 25 quest reward, but it's actually not that difficult a quest chain. So it is something we can just scoot over here and do right at 20, even without training any of our new level 20 shaman skills. Worst that happens is we might have a couple deaths, and Graveyard is right here next to the quest we're doing anyways, so no big deal. But pretty sure it's faster to jump off here than to let the boat go all the way to the end of that dock. It's a good combination. There we go. Claws from the Deep. Okay, this is the winner. This is the entire reason we've came to wetlands here at level 20.
King's honor, friend.
So we are just doing this quest chain, and then we're going to pick up... Oh, I guess Questy seems to think it's not there, but there is a quest in this house somewhere that basically gives you free experience for talking to someone in Darkshore. We're going to pick that up as well, because we'll just be going back there anyway, so it's free XP. Ghost Wolf is level 20. I'm just doing this one quest chain here in Wetlands real fast before I go back to Exodar. There's not really convenient Alliance Shaman trainers, like you have to go to Ironforge or Stormwind areas or Exodar, so... Once I go back to Exodar, I'm going to be there till like level 23, finishing up the Draenei starting area. That's where my hearth is set right now, so we'll train all that stuff then. Just popping into Wetlands here for like 15 minutes or so to do this quest chain here so we can get the Icicle Rod, which is a really nice... I'll show you the stats on it when we get to the quest that has it. It's a huge upgrade from the staff we're using right now. So since we're not playing hardcore on this run or anything, I'm not too worried about. Like, yeah, if we took the time to double back and get Ghost Wolf right now, we could avoid dying, but it doesn't really matter if we graveyard. This is the graveyard right here, so it's literally right next to this area we're doing the quest. First step is you just have to kill 12 of these Murlocs that are level 20 or 21. And then there's a named Murloc that wanders around here somewhere that's actually hits pretty hard. But as long as you pull him solo, it's a pretty easy fight. And we'll start hearing the sweet sounds of the shamanistic focus proc when we get crits. Once we get dual wield, it'll be almost like a symphony. You'll hear that sound go off so much. The named quest Murloc that we have to kill. He kind of wanders around this area. He'll probably just like run over here on his path naturally as we're killing this stuff. If not, I guess I'll just run over here a little ways to get to him. Ah, there he is. You are definitely correct, Corey. Once you're able to access dual wield, that's the first thing where, oh my god, that guy crit me hard. That's the first thing we're doing at level 40 is getting dual wield, even before getting Storm Strike. And then up till 40, you can pretty much just use whatever you want. You can use sword and board, you could use two-handers. It's kind of just whatever the best available weapon you have is. You kind of, on my run where I'm just using quest reward items, we switch back and forth between two-handers and sword and board a lot, 1 to 40. But once we get to 40, it's purely one-hand weapon, dual wield the entire rest of the way. At that point, we turn from... The best way to describe Shaman gameplay, 1 to 40, is like a diet warlock. You're like a weak melee warlock. One of the weaker classes, 1 to 40. And then when you get into the early 40s and you actually get dual wield and Storm Strike, your gameplay style changes completely. Oh god, I don't want to aggro Gobbler here. Your gameplay style changes completely into like a heavy burst damage class. It starts getting really, really fun playing Enhancement Shaman from the early 40s onwards. There's a couple of streams ago in my VODs, there's some gameplay from 41 plus Shaman when I was doing the trial run. And yeah, you're just, any sort of squishy mob or caster mob, you're blowing them up like 2 seconds or less. This guy hits really, really hard. Actually, probably should have popped my gift. Oh, I guess I wasn't up. Probably the smart way to do that would be to pop Gift of the Naru, then pull him. You saw how fast that guy took me down to like 30% with just a few hits. You definitely don't want to pull that guy plus any other Murlocs. Just run away if you get any ads with him. Okay, so the last bluegills I'm going to kill for this part of the quest are going to be the ones over here. It's slightly more efficient, I think, because the next part of this quest has you pick up some item over in this area. So if you kind of thin the herd beforehand, makes the next part of the next step in the quest a little faster. Kind of just like have to go up this coast to these other huts over here, so may as well thin this area out. Hopefully I don't live to regret this decision when these things just randomly will start respawning on me 5 minutes from now. Thought that thing was leashing for a second. I was like, what? Could that possibly be leashing? I just hit it. Yeah, so having Ghost Wolf here, it would save a minute or two of running back. You only have to run back to town this one time during the chain, and then at the end when you're finished it would be a minute or two faster if I had Ghost Wolf, but the amount of time it takes to get to Exodar and back it takes a lot more time than it saves. Especially if I used my Hearth, because then by the time I actually finish this quest chain, the Hearth would not be up yet. So I'd have to take multiple boats to get back there.
What can I do for you?
So there's 3 more quests in this chain, but we can finish them all at the same time out here. You don't have to go back to town in between them. If you did, I probably would go get Ghost Wolf, but you just loot a bunch of stuff from these Murloc huts, and it leads directly into the next quest. This whole quest chain here that we're doing, we're getting it done pretty fast, even with garbage gear and not current spells at level 20. You're going to get a lot of XP and a really good item out of it, so it's definitely worth doing. If you're any sort of class that can make use of a two-handed staff with bonus frost damage. Actually kill both of these at the same time. Let's see how it goes. Oh god, stop missing. Actually, we're about to get 5 healing potions that are better healing potions than this one, so I'm just going to pop this now to get rid of it. I'll probably... I don't know if I even want to hang on to those minor healing potions. Part of the quest reward just gives us some pretty good ones. We bought one 8-slot bag. That's the only one so far in this. So we got a lot of money, but we have to train a bunch of shaman skills pretty soon here. Haven't been back to the trainer since 16. But yeah, probably any excess money we have at that point will go into buying 8-slot bags. Oh, where did you come from, Murloc? No, don't get close to that one. Oh my god. Tragic. Don't really have anywhere to run. Seem to be enough. I just needed to get a little bit of a heal and regen mana a little bit. This quest here, you actually have to channel it all the way. The final step over here, you can just run in, click it, and run out, so we don't even really need to clear the camp up here. But for this camp, we actually need to clear it. This one up here actually has the level 25 mobs and stuff. That probably is the reason they gave this quest chain level 25 value. But you don't actually have to fight any of that stuff. You just YOLO in, click it, and then get out. Oh, thought I could maybe sneak that, but this guy's level 22. He's not going to put up with that. I could pull this guy ahead of time to be safe, but honestly I don't really care if I die here. If anything, it'll just port me to this graveyard and I'll be back even faster. Oop, put a hamstring on me. Yeah, I probably am dead. As long as I kill one of the outlying mobs there, then you can distract them with totems and like ghost wolf away. If you actually, you're doing hardcore or whatever, or if you really don't want to die. My Stoneclaw totem is being so lazy. Shoot. Really? Okay, so we're done with the last step of the quest. That was it. Now we turn it in. You get your choice between some garbage-ass boots or this sick shiny staff. Nice slow speed, hits really hard. Way more DPS than the staff we're currently using, which is like 10.5. Also gives a little bit extra frost damage, and we're about to get Frost Shock and Frostbrand weapon. So we will actually be using both of those as kind of like our main weapon enchant and our main shock for damage. It's a little bit of a bonus from the frost spells. Now that we have this nice weapon, we can go back and herb stomp everything that's left on Blood Mistile. Okay, pretty sure there's a guy with a quest in here. Wait.
You need something?
What happened? Why does this guy not have a quest anymore? The previous version of this game, this guy had a quest to go talk to someone in... The hell? Okay, I guess I'll have to re-bug report that or something when I look into that more. Yeah, and there's supposed to have a quest. Oh, really? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. The frost damage.
Light be with you.
Sweet, sweet icicle rod. Okay, well, I don't know what the hell happened to this dude that gives the quest to go to Darkshore. It's only worth 750 XP anyway, so okay, whatever. I guess we're missing that this time around. They rebugged that NPC. Okay, let's go pick up Ghost Wolf, shall we? I can save some of these shiny fish scales for water breathing for later. Alright, let's train a bunch of stuff. New ranks of everything. Just gonna use Frostbrand weapon this time, so we'll pick that up. Even Tremor Totem gets trained, because one of the things we have to... There's like a giant elite dragon we have to fight for one of the quests. And Tremor Totem can help with him. Oh yeah, I don't have the talent points in there for instant cast Ghost Wolf yet. That's where our next 2 talent points are going, are into improved Ghost Wolf.
Live another day.
Bark, bark, bark. Alright, so that's the start of the long and horrifyingly bad water totem quest. Definitely not as bad as the water totem quest on the Horde side, but still pretty bad. We're not actually even going to finish the water totem till like right around level 25, maybe slightly before 25. Just because there's so many steps that send you to different places. But I may as well get started on it now.
Arcanon Poros, Dionis.
What did I get? Man, I got so many new skills. Okay. Yeah, you got that right. I guess I'm just considering myself lucky that it's not as bad as the Horde Water Totem quest. Probably the best advice I could give you is, so Shamans don't really like kick into gear till the early 40s, if you're playing Enhancement anyways. At that point, then you can become an absolute monster, so I'd say the most important thing you could do is just buy 2 really good blue one-handers, or farm them or buy them off the auction house, whatever, for like level 40, 41 or so. The slower the better for Enhancement Shaman, and then once you actually get to, once you hit 41 and you have dual wield and Storm Strike, you'll just destroy everything in like 2 seconds.
Each day is a blessing. May the light embrace you.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Other good piece of advice would be to run Zul'Farrak in the mid-40s. Not like just for, I'm not even saying like to AoE level it or anything weird, just to run it with a normal group. Because there's a lot of good drops for Shaman in there.
The Naru have not forgotten.
Plus the Saving Sharpbeak questline gives you an amazing one-hand mace on the Alliance side.
Arcanon Poros.
So you can finish like a good 5 or so quests in there from a single run, get a huge weapon upgrade.
Hi, watch your back.
And maybe even just get some random drops as well.
The Legion's end draws near.
Ronakai Christor. Dionis Aka.
I like that it doesn't turn me into a ghost wolf when I'm a blood elf. I just get fast. Zoom.
Good fortune. Arcanon Poros. Remember the lessons of the past. Blessings upon your family.
I need to upgrade my first aid a little bit here too.
Open your heart to the light. Remember the lessons of the past.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Yeah, while leveling strength, I mean, strength is always better than agility for shamans, but especially early on, agility does very little for shamans.
I hope you find something useful.
Strength gives you 2 attack power.
Favor the road traveled by few.
Agility gives you crit, so it's okay. It's not an amazing stat, but it's like kind of okay-ish once you get dual wield.
Good fortune.
Once you get dual wield and you have shamanistic focus, so you're constantly getting crits, then like I guess agility's okay then. Strength is pretty much all the way up until you're gonna be getting Blessing of Kings and raids or whatever, then strength is equivalent to 2 attack power, and that's generally the stats you want most as Enhancement Shaman, is either strength or attack power. And once you're gonna get Blessing of Kings, then strength is 10% better. Okay, so let's finish off this quest over here that we skipped out on earlier. Still need like 4 bear meats, and then we need to farm this necklace over here from the Blood Elves. I should just be able to kill them real fast now. Oh yeah. But we actually put Frostbrand weapon on, shall we? Aha. You might be able to see her from a mile away now. Spell damage and healing, boo. One of the versions you can drop has 5 attack power. Although you replace it with a chest you get from a quest here pretty soon anyways. Let's see. Looks like spell damage and healing still just isn't even working on the beta. You just get 0 stats from gear that has plus spell damage and healing. I reported that like a couple weeks back. Looks like it's still not working. You have good staff. Is it better to use the staff even with dual spec? What do you mean by there's no dual spec in TBC? Or if you're talking about dual wield, then no, I wouldn't use two-handers once you have access to dual wield, unless you have like an insanely good one, like maybe Pendulum of Doom or something that's like a high 30s blue weapon. Because you could use that with Storm Strike for a little while, but once you're at like level 42, 43 or something, you should switch to dual wield at that point. Because once you can put points in dual wield specialization, which gives you the extra hit, it's going to be better than any two-hander. They're definitely getting some stuff fixed now, because for like the first week or so I had the beta, a week or two, none of the stuff I reported got fixed for a long time, so I guess there must be a good deal of turnaround time before they get the new builds out. But since that point, I've been seeing stuff get steadily fixed, and sometimes unfixed in the case of that quest from earlier, but stuff is getting fixed at this point anyway, so it's... at least stuff is happening. guess my initial thoughts on how good a drop rate this amulet has. Oh, there it is. Say, I seem to be having some trouble yesterday and today getting it to drop, and there it is. Figured I may as well just wait till level 20 to grind it since I kill those much faster than I did at level 15. If it's ready to go, I think most of if it's ready to go is based upon how the raid testing goes for like Karazhan and stuff, because they ran into there were a lot of bugs with that, so I don't really know. I haven't played around in the new version of Karazhan from yesterday. Maybe I'll do a pug on it at some point. Like there's still, you know, bugs in the 1 to 60, but it's like most of the pretty impactful ones have been fixed. Most of the quests and stuff are working now. Like all the stuff I reported, like the missing quests, missing NPCs, uncompletable quests, like most of that stuff has been fixed, so they're probably pretty close. I'd say it wouldn't be too much of a stretch that it'd be ready to go in a few weeks. You know, unless, of course, all the Karazhan testing they're doing right now just, like, ends up being a disaster. You know, in that case, they might need more time, but... Oh yeah, I wanna set my hearth here in Bloodwatch also. Just because when we finally finish the quest this dude is gonna give us out here in the water, that's like the last thing we do in this area. I'd rather just hearth back than have to walk all this way.
Barkanan Poros. The Legion's end. The Naru have not forgotten us. Barkanan Poros. Good health. Long life. Do not lose faith.
Staff is a pretty slow swing speed, so plus the fact we're using Frost Shock and all that as our main damage now, you can actually kind of like hamstring kite the mobs a little bit. Take less damage while waiting for your 3.8 speed staff to be up again. Doesn't make that big a difference because you usually just run out of mana before you run out of health anyways. Yeah, the first thing we're doing here is finishing up those quests that I partially completed before, like the bear meat and that necklace quest. Then we're doing these kind of lower level quests here, where you kill like level 17 mobs over here, these spiders over here, and then these like satyrs up here are kind of on the low level side. Trying to get these quests done first so that I don't run into issues with missing out on XP if I get too high level and then try to do those quests later. Oh, thought I could count on Searing Totem to finish that. Seems to have let me down. Ooh. Very, very temporarily here, we actually have some pretty heavy burst damage just with how slow the staff is, so it hits pretty hard on the first hit. Plus the fresh rank of Frost Shock with the bonus frost damage. But this is kind of a rarity that won't really repeat itself until we get Dual Wield and Storm Strike at 41. I mean, as long as you're getting the right ones for Enhancement Shaman, just the ones that are right around level 40 and 41, and are really slow speeds, like 2.7 or slower. Like, those ones are the ones that would be in high demand for people gearing up. Oh man, ran out of these Ravagers. And yeah, if you have a big enough server, it might be a good way to kind of price gouge the market. But I'm also not sure how many people actually know how good Enhancement Shamans are at leveling in the early 40s, if they have the right gear. Oh yeah, Heaven's Light's a good one. Oh my god, ran out of Ravagers. I can't find that last one. Oh, Bear, why would you do that to me? There's a spider quest up here. I think there might be some Ravagers up here, but spiders as well. These elementals are faster than I expected they'd be, keeping up with a ghost wolf. Yeah, I'm a little worried how I'm gonna get the money to get the main hand enhancement shaman blacksmithing weapon too.
May the light embrace you.
Starting on a server where I have like no money or professions or characters or anything. I'm getting pretty lucky with these researchers. Yeah, normally I have to fight more of these just random ass mobs that are in there instead of the quest mobs. Oh, apparently I had a quest for that thing. As a resto farm? Wait, why would you do that? Why would you do them as resto? I must be missing something. Is there like a reason resto is good at killing elementals? Oh, is it? Yeah, that would kind of make sense. I imagine almost... Yeah, I haven't leveled anything outside of the new starting areas, because you know, that's what I wanted to practice, and that's what I figured all the bugs would be in to test, so... Yeah, I haven't really looked at the normal starting areas at all. Was it like the way Desolus was or something, where there's just like no NPCs or mobs in the zone? Oh yeah. Not really sure then, Elise. I mean, I'm sure you know more about Resto than I do. like I said before, I never played a Shaman past level 40 until deciding to main one here for TBC. But at this point, I know a lot about enhancement and not very much about the other specs. Other than just like their base viability and stuff. But I believe if you did make a farming spec as Resto, you would probably go for Elemental, right? Just because a lot of the Resto gear is kind of interchangeable with Elemental gear to some degree anyways. Isn't it? Let's see, did I actually finish everything here? Why is Questy lying to me? There are no Ravagers up here. Yeah, I wish there were fresh realms, but like they were saying, as far as I know and as far as I've heard so far, there's no plans for fresh realms. Then I'm just... It does seem weird that they aren't really... At this point, they haven't made, like, a single fresh realm for Classic. I'm not really sure if... At this point, it's like, their mentality is it's you think you do, but you don't, or if it's that they think that the fresh realms will be so popular that they're worried about the normal servers, like, population dying out or something. Because it definitely seems like there's a lot of people who would enjoy it. At least just messing around for a new time, so it's kind of strange that there hasn't been really any talk or discussion about them doing it. Oh. That's what... God, Questy, why would you do that to me? Okay, so Questy was trying to show me that I needed one more spider, but instead it was showing me a Ravager up here instead. Guess I'll... Yeah, that was kind of weird. I actually need to kill one more of these spiders. It's just showing up on the map as the wrong mob. Wait a sec, and the mob I... Oh god, this might be awkward. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just getting the mob types confused. I thought this was talking about a spider. Maybe it's that plant mob. Okay. Never mind. I'm the one that's insane. Westy's still fine. Yeah. Might also be one of those things they're just kind of sitting, they're just going to have it in their back pocket for a time when they need to boost the subs real fast. For like investor purposes or something. They could probably just be like, oh, we're going to start, you know, latter seasons of new servers or whatever, and probably just get a bunch of people to resub right before that. Granted, I'm just talking completely out of my ass here. I have no actual knowledge on any of their plans. Oh yeah, let's put a point to improve Ghost Wolf. Next level, it will then be instant cast. I'm just gonna hold on to these quests, turn them in later when I go back there to do the Elite Escort. Just want to keep myself at level 21 as long as possible doing the rest of these quests. Then we'll turn in a bunch of stuff and get a ways into 22. Because I already kind of over-level these mobs by a decent amount. Most of the mobs that are still left here in this zone are higher than this, but I can be 21 instead of 22 while doing these quests. It's preferable. Which is better for leveling, elemental, or enhancement. Now that I actually tested enhancement past 40, it's definitely enhancement. Enhancement does insane burst damage, even without really good gear, once you get to the early 40s. Whereas on Classic, Elemental is slightly better than Enhancement, 40 to 60, but if you want to see like gameplay of it, a couple streams ago, there's some on my VODs. There's me playing Enhancement Shaman like 41 to 44, like I don't know, 5 days ago or something. This character will be Enhancement all the way up till 60 as well. Just kind of restarted to do a full speed run now that I actually know what I'm doing on Shaman and I kind of know how the Alliance quests progress. Yeah, I am going to try the Ogre grind again. It honestly seemed fine. Like, you know, there's a very high chance, even if you don't get the blue axe, that you still get a green axe. That's an upgrade. And you don't really sacrifice that much to do it. Like, you get about maybe 75% of the XP that you would get questing normally by doing that, just because those mobs are so squishy and you can farm them so quickly. But it also means that you're like saving your quest XP for later too, so you're not sacrificing much. I think it's fine to like grind out, you know, half a level, 2/3 of a level there or something. You might not get the blue axe, but you're probably getting at least a green one. I mean, hell, you might get 2 blue axes. They're not unique or anything, so you could even use 2 of them. So, we'll see how it goes. I am going to try it again on this run. Once we hit level 41, we're going to do that Ogre grind. It's a situation that's very unique to TBC here. Because on the Alliance side, if you're playing solo self-found, it's very difficult to get good one-handers. At like the mid-levels onwards. The Sickle Axe only drops off of 1 mob in the game, and it was formerly an elite mob, but with the TBC changes, it's no longer elite, and they're very, very squishy. So on my other run, we just killed like 150 of them, and the Sickle Axe dropped. So they can drop the Sickle Axe, it's something like a 1 in 200 chance to drop. If you happen to get lucky and get 2, you can dual wield them. And then there's also 2 different green axes with random stats that can drop off that mob that are better than the white vendor axe that you're using at that level as your main hand. There's a lot of potential upside Because honestly, that blue axe, like, it might take you a while to get it, but on the Alliance side, if you're playing solo self-found, you do not replace it till, like, level 58, and even then you could just kind of, like, use it in your offhand. So it pretty much lasts you, like, the entire leveling process. It wouldn't be as important for Horde, because Horde have a lot of good one-handers they can get from quests later. Oh, I guess we actually just kind of absent-mindedly killing satyrs. I guess we actually finished everything we needed here. Yeah. The only downside is to the mobs is that if you kill them too close together, they enrage, and their enrage is real serious business. It makes them do, like, double damage. You kind of have to pay a little bit of attention and try to keep them far enough away from each other that they don't enrage. See if I can avoid... Sometimes I've destroyed this paw in the past just thinking it's a random, like, gray item. I know, it's a pretty insane thing to put grinding for a blue item in the middle of a speedrun route, but I think in these particular unique circumstances it kind of makes sense. Like, it really makes sense if you're playing solo self-found. If you're not, then it's less of a big deal.
How are you?
Because you could just, you know, you could just buy a good one-hander off the auction house. But... Or if you're playing a server where you don't already have money or something, it's a pretty viable way to get a good weapon.
Pleased to meet you. Hi, how are you? Be seeing you. Alright, I guess while we regen health and mana, we'll go out for this annoyingly long swim to go turn in the water element or water totem quest out here.
And by turn in the water totem quest, I mean turn in one of the infinite millions of steps in the water totem quest. That's an epic one, right? What's the speed on the Deep Woods axe? As long as it's slow, be real good. 2.7? Alright, perfect. Yeah, people on the Shaman Discord are saying that you want to, for some reason, due to like mysterious, crazy gorilla math that I don't understand, people are now saying that you want your 2 one-handers as a Shaman to be like the same speed for some reason. Which isn't something I had really heard about previously, but apparently it has something to do with like using flurry charges. You get more attacks that are under the benefit of flurry if your weapons are the same speed or something like that. I don't really know how accurate it is, but I've seen people saying it recently. Oh yeah, AV plan. I'm definitely doing that. Like, I don't know if there'd be anyone who say, oh, that doesn't count as solo self-found. To me, that does. If you can solo queue for AV and just kill some random mobs in AV while you get a win, like that's something anyone can do by themselves at any time. You don't need anybody else for it. There will always be AVs going. So yeah, currently I intend to do that because there's not really any other option on the Alliance side to get a weapon better than the one you can get from AV. Unless you do dungeons. According to the Shaman Discord, they like... I mean, apparently it does have the 3-second internal cooldown. And I guess the issues where me and Kala were having, where it seemed like Wind Fury was proccing more than every 3 seconds, was just due to the kind of like the untrustworthy nature of the in-game graphics and like the combat log, where things are like jumbled and out of order. They're not like, I guess they're not reliable sources of what's actually happening. At least according to the Shaman Discord people. I still have 0 out of 3 on these freaking Murloc idols. Just like having to go out into the water, but apparently there's way more of these oracles out here. Or whatever this mob type is that drops the Murloc idol. Notice they changed the, they fixed the breath. All this time on the beta, it was basically acting as if everybody was undead for the extra breath racial. I actually need to find the tools on the ground too. I haven't actually found those yet. Oh, there they are over there. I missed what you said. What's the AV plan? The AV plan is basically just that. So on the Horde side, it's not as important, but on the Alliance side, you don't really get good one-handers from quests 40 plus. So actually, the best thing you can do to get a good one-hand weapon on the Alliance side is to do the first quest in AV, which is just to win an Alterac Valley. And anyone can just solo queue up for AV and get in there. It's not something like you really need a group for or anything. So as long as you win an AV, the weapon reward, the one-handed mace from that, is really, really good. You can get it as early as level 51. It will carry you all the way to 60. And in my eyes, it still counts as solo self-found. That's something I actually used to do back in Classic when I was like, I had Rogue alt. I think I leveled a couple rogues from like different servers that friends were playing on or whatnot. And I would go into AV in the 50s on my rogue and just like grind harpies or frostwolves or gnolls or whatever in the caves for XP. And then eventually you would just win a battle, and so you would complete that quest and get a nice weapon upgrade as well. Cold Forged Hammer, yeah, that's right, that's the name.
Need assistance? Alrighty then. Off and away.
So finishing that quest gives you another quest starter as a reward for some reason. So you gotta remember to click on this map in your inventory. Yeah. Look on the Horde side, it would still be good to do also, but not as important. Because the Horde side can get a really good one-hander from the quest Weapons of Spirit. And you can do that in like the mid-40s, mid to late 40s. You just do that by yourself, you don't have to do a dungeon. They also get good one-handers from a couple other quests in like the 50s. One of them's from the Betrayed quest line. I don't remember where the third one's from. Oh, it's from killing Borelgor. You know that giant maggot in Eastern Plaguelands that used to be elite? It's no longer elite in TBC, but the quest reward for it still acts like it's elite. And so they get a really good one-hander from that as well. So there's 3 different ways to get like a really solid main hand weapon for Enhancement Shaman on the Horde side, and 0 ways on the Alliance side from 40 onwards. Unless you do the AV trick. Or, you know, run dungeons or buy stuff off the auction house. I want to go into freaking Battlegrounds on my leveling speedrun. By God, I will. Yeah, like, the Horde side is honestly super imbalanced for some classes for leveling because of the Weapons of Spirit quest. You can, on the Paladin run I did right when I got the beta, I easily completed that at level 46, just like by myself, no problem. I mean, you kind of have to go around the world, like it's inconvenient, you have to go to a lot of different places to finish that quest, but like, considering how good the gear is that you get from it. When I was still planning on leveling a hunter on TBC to, like, go for the first 1 to 60 or whatever, I since just decided to play Shaman instead. I was planning on getting the blue staff for my hunter, and, like, pretty much every class has something they can get from the Weapons of Spirit class quest that can last them, like, almost all the way to 60. So, winning an AV is about the closest thing Alliance have to that Weapons of Spirit quest. And can't even do that till 51. Why am I killing these dragons? I would agree with you definitely, at least with the Blood Elf starting zone. Feels way more complete than the Draenei one. Alliance do still have, they have some random quests as well that turned into blue rewards. One of them is that one-hand axe that we use from like level 29 up till like close to 40. That's something new they added with TBC. So they kind of just buffed a random quest chain in Darkshore to where you can get a blue one-handed axe from it. You know, granted it's not as good as the Weapons of Spirit stuff, but you can get it a lot earlier. Maybe someone, you guys in the chat are way better at remembering the actual name of these weapons than I am. I don't remember what the hell that one-hand axe is called, but even after using it for like 10 levels straight. So I guess while I'm close to shore here, we'll put a buff on and get some mana. We don't have water walking yet, otherwise, I mean, as a shaman you can water walk and eat and drink on top of the water. But we don't get that till a little bit later. Thankfully this quest puts a swim speed buff on you, so it's not super painful. Oh, I didn't realize these mobs were in the ship here. Oh, okay. I guess I can just kill them here instead of going way out into the water like I did before. Yeah, the next quest we get has us kill a bunch of these things. Hadn't even noticed they were all up inside the ship before. Although, maybe there's not actually enough to complete this quest here. Yeah, screw it. Doesn't look like there's very many spawns here. Go back to the usual spot, which is right over here, where I've been going to complete this quest. There's an absolute ton of these things. Oh god, 1 damage short. Okay, we're gonna work on the other quest chain that's on this island. Go pick up these bones here. That eventually leads to us fighting an elite dragon on top of this mountain. The quest reward from that elite dragon is pretty great. It's something you'll probably be using for a while. If you can use leather, because it has a 2 hit rating on it, which is like 3/4 of a hit at this level. Blood Curse. This is one of the quests I skip here. Last part, you have to swim all the way down here and climb up some giant mountain and fight something just for like 1300 experience and no good quest reward. No thanks. It's like 3 or 4 quests I end up skipping in Blood Mist. Or I guess just the Draenei starting area in general. Is one of them. Seems like there's always some of these tiers on top of this mountain up here, so not really worrying about finishing that right now. Just gonna go pilfer these dragon bones over here real quick. Still have the swim speed buff, so we can zip back and forth here. I want to remind me to set my hearth in Blood Mist instead of Exodar when I go there to turn in quests. If I forget. Yeah, we'll be turning something into the water elemental way out here is like the last thing we do. Oh god. Really, this level 14 gray mob aggroed me from that far away? The most exciting part of this final run here on Blood Mist Isle will be doing that elite escort that we failed last time. So I think I should be able to do it this time around. Now that I know a little bit more about how Shaman works, and I should be able to maintain higher health and mana while doing that elite, and then I'll have to try to remember to save my Gift of the Naru so I can heal the NPC in case he ends up fighting 4 things at once again. Oh my god. Leave me alone, I just want these dragon bones. Alright, one more step, then we get to fight the big elite dragon. So we'll pop a stamina buff here. So elite dragon can do some pretty high burst if you don't get the right interrupts on him or if something gets resisted. Okay, to the top of the mountain we go. This elite quest seems like it's easier than the other one where you have to escort that NPC. But even so, I gotta be a little bit careful. Oh my god. Should just run away from that thing. At the top of the mountain, we'll probably want to take the time to clear out all the whelps and... Let's see, where's my Tremor Totem? Yeah, Tremor Totem helps. The dragon can fear. And it can also cast a really damaging breath attack, so... Kind of have to sometimes just not use shocks until he uses that breath attack so you can interrupt it. There he is. 1 HP left. This guy takes a long ass time to actually come down out of the air, so plenty of time to eat and drink and stuff. Mostly letting my lightning shield and melees do the work here. I have to hold on to my shock in case he uses his breath attack. Okay, not too bad. Breath attack does insane damage. You can just get bursted down from like almost full if he actually lands it. Here we go. Give me that sweet, sweet hit rating. Other ones have spell hit and then hit on the mail gear. Yeah. Still have our swim speed buff so we can zip back and turn this quest in on the way. And turn in a bunch of the stuff, set my hearth here. Turn in these quests and then we can work on the couple quests over here, and then the elite escort quest, or also the water totem quest over here. So mostly done with the island at this point. Alright. Big exciting talent point. Ghost Wolf is now instacast. Zipping around.
The Legion will fall. Do not lose faith.
Warm wishes to you. Be kind to those less fortunate. Each day is a blessing.
Oh yeah, I do need to restock on food and drink too. You use an absolute ton of food and water while doing the elite escort quest
The Legion will fall.
to try to avoid being low on mana and stuff when the NPC gets ready to just like run head first into 4 mobs.
Arcanon Poros.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
Wow, this boot is still...
Favor the road traveled by few.
And I guess I never found anything better than that 1 agility, 1 stam boot.
Welcome. Browse at your leisure.
May I be of service? Be well. Welcome. Browse at your leisure. May your days be long, and your hardships few. May the light embrace you.
The Naru have not forgotten us. May your days be long and your hardships.
Oh, just gave us half a level there from those turn-ins. But why did I not auto pick up this quest here?
The Naru have not forgotten us.
You end up getting an 8-slot bag out of this quest over here. That's right, I was going to buy more 8-slot bags from the general goods vendor. Forgot to do that when I first got here. Not doing too many more quests here, so should be fine with the bag space we have left to finish it off. That ring is worthless. You can at least sell the offhand you get from there. It's a lantern. Where we at now? Yeah, 10 hours is from our last run. That was the time they hit level 23, or I said they. My past self. So on this run currently we're at 8.5 hours right now. So we should be pretty, assuming I don't wipe to this elite escort quest for like the rest of time, should be probably over an hour ahead of that pace by the time we're actually done with this place. Yeah, the times on the right side are the times from my other Shaman run that got to 45, where I was basically just like figuring out the path I wanted to use on the speed run and getting used to Shaman. So now that I know what I'm doing, going through again and trying to do things much quicker, which so far has been working out. The big test is coming up, this elite quest, or the 2 elite quests here. See if I can do them this time around. I think that I should be able to. It's not always worth the time to take like the 5 minutes or whatever to go into Exodar, run into the middle of the town, takes like a couple minutes to even run from the flight path, like down into Exodar, train, and then fly back. I'll train at level 24-ish or so. We get some pretty impactful new spells at 24. Yeah, that's true. I guess at that point the question would be, is a random level 18 that might be pulling aggro on extra stuff worth having? Yeah, probably. It probably would be worth grouping with them still. I assume if they were, you know, close to level 20 by the time I was ready to do this quest, they would probably have a pretty good idea of what they were doing. I still honestly don't understand the mechanics of this quest here at all. Just kill a bunch of these dumb little void things, but I'm not sure what actually makes them spawn. Sometimes you get here and there's none of these things around, and then like a minute later a bunch of them show up. Also, if you kill these things with totems, you don't get quest credit for it. I was like, oh nice, I can just put down a fire totem and kill these things. Nope. Have to actually beat them up with your own two hands. For some reason. No, come back. Oh, nice, it's evading because I dropped a grounding to or a... Ooh. Already reported a couple things for this quest. Just... There's a lot about this quest that does not seem to be working correctly. I think most of the people that will be boosting their friends up will be doing it just in dungeons once they get high enough on their own. It doesn't really make that big a difference to like boost people by just helping them quest. Unless you have like a ton of people mob tagging for you. So I would assume that the majority of people will just be leveling normally through the starter zone, and then if they're getting boosted, it will be by their buds in, you know, in stockades or whatever once they get to that level. Same shoulder pads. You start getting boosted as early as 10 at the dead mines? I didn't know they could do it that early. Oh, I didn't notice there was 3 of them here. Didn't see this other pyro. Not sure if I should actually be caring about chests at this point. Might be too low. I guess I do have a couple of gear slots that are still pretty crappy. Just a bunch of garbage in there. Maybe these minor mana potions will somehow allow me to save the escort dude. All be worthwhile. Okay. It is time for the Grand Escort to do these last couple elite quests. And then if you're able to finish those quests, then you also get like a bonus ring from an additional quest. Additional quest doesn't give you any XP, but you get a ring that you don't replace for quite some time.
Good fortune. Krona Kai Christor. The Legion will fall.
Yeah, they only could have just left every item in that chest. All be worthless.
Each day is a blessing.
Alright, buddy. See how good you are at running headlong into 4 mobs. Somehow aggroing half the zone while ignoring the mob that's on me. Okay, so I'll attempt to not use Gift of the Naru on myself if I can avoid it, and mostly stick to saving as a oh shit button to try to save this guy if he pulls too many things. Apparently he's gonna fight this other quest mob that's just hanging out here. If I'm using Frostbrand enchant instead of Rockbiter, hopefully not pull aggro off of him as much early on until I want to. Like, I want to do half the damage to these things so I get quest credit for them. So at some point I want them on me. If there's only one mob like this, I definitely want it on me so that my lightning shield is doing damage to it. So yeah, got credit for that because I did the majority of the damage. When he's fighting 2 or 3 mobs at once, it can be a little trickier. If you pull aggro too fast, you can just like take a bunch of damage while he is working on the other mobs and not helping you. The only thing I dislike about male Draenei is just how big their model is, and if you're playing a Shaman, you're like a really squishy priority target for everybody in PvP. So if I'm playing a target that everybody wants to attack, I would prefer to be small instead of a giant, massive monster model. There's not really much more to it than that. Not sure I can actually get credit on this one here. He already did a bunch of damage to it. You have to fight so many of these things during this escort, though. It's pretty easy to eventually get enough credit to finish that quest. Kill, like... Yeah. In some of these areas, it gets kind of weird. Like, on my previous runs, he would somehow find a way to, like, aggro this whole area all at once. There's some intense amount of skill. One of the guys was on me that whole time, so his health is kind of fine. Just gonna try to not aggro this thing. Oh god, is this the endless pull happening here? Okay, I was expecting this thing to come over, and then he would like bounce from this guy over to these two, and it would just start happening again. Alright, so you gotta spam drinks just constantly, basically whenever he finishes a fight, so that you have enough mana to do anything for the next one. What route did you use? Oh, you can just watch the, I did the whole 1 to 22 here. I went to Darkshore from 16 to 20, and then Menethil Harbor for just one quest chain at 21. So that's the main reason why all of the Draenei area is actually going to get us to 23 before we're done here, is we took a little detour to do some of the easier quests in another zone. And we came back here at the end. Started up here at 20 again, and you know, you're a few levels ahead of the mobs, but all the quests still give you full credit. Okay, I have a feeling this guy is going to manage to pull all 4 of these somehow. Okay, he's already got 2. Oh, he's already got 3. Okay, we're on our way to the grand 4 pull.
May the light embrace you.
Oh god, we're going to get the stealther too.
Open your heart to the light.
Okay, I popped my Gift of the Nar on him. How is it that the stealther mob is always in the location that's most annoying to me? Like, when I'm doing Blood Elves, she's there. When I'm doing this stupid escort quest, she's here also.
Warm wishes to you.
Okay. Thankfully, I kept my mana pretty topped off there, and I kept my Gift of the Naru to use on him. Otherwise, it's possible he would have died there. That's my main problem the last run, is I wasn't holding on to my racial, and I wasn't keeping my mana high enough that I could actually like spam heals on him if need be. This time we're just spamming after every single fight, just insta-drinking until he aggroes something else. I mean, they're elite, but so is this guy. So the escort guy is really strong, but if he fights like 3 or 4 of these things by himself and I don't help him, he'll die. Whereas there, I was really low on health and mana. How are you gonna just walk past this guy? Are you serious, dude? Okay. I thought he was about to just run into all this stuff and just trail this guy along behind him. Why am I in combat? I do not agree with this. Really do not agree with the fact that I'm in combat right now. Let me out of combat so I can drink, you shitty game. Oh my god. I'm definitely gonna fail this if this like keeps me in combat for the entire escort for no reason. At some point he's gonna run into like 4 mobs and I'm gonna have no health or mana. Alright, I guess I'm just auto-attacking here to regen mana, thanks to this sick bug. Fucking come on, game. There's no reason for me to be in combat. No totems out, this is really fucking absurd. Oh, I guess just one more bug report to put on for this quest island. It's right at the end of the escort too, how annoying. Unless there's something I'm missing. If anyone else can think of a reason I would be in combat, but... I'm just locked in combat for all of eternity. Fucking sweet. Okay, I guess I just pray that he only fights 2 or 3 at a time instead of 4 at a time up here. Well, I mean, I've done this escort like 5 times, and I've never had that happen. So his totems have never, like, kept me in combat longer than necessary before. Since last time around we tried this 3 times. Oh my god, I'm out. Okay. Whew. We have hope once again. I've also learned that if you try to pull things to him, sometimes he just ignores them and just runs into more mobs while you fight the things you pulled, so you can't... Doesn't seem very reliable to like keep him from fighting 4 mobs at once by trying to pull for him. So far we got... Oh, I'm gonna have to fight this thing. Oh, was he actually gonna help me? Nice. I assumed he was just gonna ignore me, but I'll take the help. I should be strong enough to handle one of these things by myself. On the Alliance side, as a Shaman, I've only gone up to like 45 so far. With the fact that I've done this escort so many times, I was mostly referring to the fact that on the last run I tried this escort like 3 times and I just kept failing it. So that's why I've seen it so much, not that I've, you know, done like 5 characters up to 60 or whatever.
Warm wishes to you.
Okay, let's just throw the gift on him just in case. That might have been a little bit of a waste, but just to make sure he doesn't die here. I'm normally a Horde side speedrunner, so playing Alliance, playing Alliance and then playing Shaman, which typically doesn't get speedrun as, is all new to me. Started working on it a couple weeks ago. Because I'm going to be maining an enhancement Shaman for TBC. So this guy is getting freaking wrecked just by 2 mobs here. So he can definitely die from like 3+ if you're not careful and keep him healed up. I've only finished... I need 2 more saboteurs. Looks like he's about to pull the boss, so I'll just have to kill these last 2 saboteurs on my own. Kind of letting him handle this initially. I don't really want to pull aggro early on this thing. This boss here is not particularly difficult. Like, the difficulty in this escort is just the fact that you... Oh. Is that you have to fight like 4 things at once at some point. Sometimes multiple times. If you don't have all your cooldowns up in full mana when that happens, then he's probably gonna die. Oh, yeah, definitely. Let's see. Can I actually... Oh, he despawned. I was just about to try pulling something into him. Yeah, you better have given me credit for that. Good. Okay, so I need to find 2 of these Sunhawk Saboteurs that are by themselves. I can kill these things as long as they're solo. Apparently none of them have respawned. That's kind of surprising. Aha. Target acquired. These ones are ranged, so a little difficult to pull away. Oh yeah, that is true. Might be the case. Hopefully I can either get in a group with them. I mean, I do run past this place a few times, so maybe the play is just to start it at a lower level when I'm here at like level 21 instead of waiting for 22. There's nothing like really specifically about 22 that's gonna make me succeed with the escort that I wouldn't do at 21. Pretty much just about having enough cooldowns and mana to heal the dude up when he does his insane pulls. We did it. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I might have to just YOLO it whenever I see the opportunity. Okay, good. So we can, on this run, we'll actually have the DPS ring, as opposed to just empty ring slots until like 30, like we did on the previous run. Okay, switch back to Rockbiter. These things are immune to frost damage. I don't think spell damage is working on gear still, because I have this We tested it before, and it definitely wasn't working. I had an item that gave me spell damage on earlier, like a few hours ago, and it wasn't showing up in the character sheet either. But, oh yeah, when we turn that quest in, I'll look at it to see if theoretically might be the way to go if it was actually working. I think the DPS ring has like crit rating on it though. Rating is really good at these low levels. Unless the spell ring has that as well. It does sound pretty worthless. Spell crits don't actually proc shamanistic focus, unfortunately. Not that my spell crit rating is very high. Like, throughout the leveling process, my spell crit's usually like 5 or 6%. The annoying part of this quest, where you actually have to get the 6 drops, is the one that's part of the Shaman Water Totem quest. Like, for the other quest that's just part of this starting area, you just have to come over here and kill 6 of these things, but since it's part of a Water Totem quest, they had to make an identical quest that just takes like 5 times as long. Just a few spell damage isn't going to make much of a difference, I don't think, because, so this, you end up with like 100 spell damage and healing from mental quickness. By the time you get to this talent, like each of these points is worth like 30 spell damage and healing or so. That's why I take this talent over the weapon mastery when I get to this tier. Because, yeah, I mean, it does make your flame shock and your lightning shield hit a lot harder once you pick that up. Oh my god. Killing so many blood elementals. Oh, mercy, we're done at last. We ended up squeezing out quite a bit of experience out of these last quests here.
Good fortune.
So we're what, 20 and a half when we came here?
Remember the lessons of the past.
We still have some quests to turn in as well. Got these ones back in town. We got this water totem quest over here as well. Probably get like a quarter of a level into 23. So yeah, this last section of Blood Mist Isle ended up getting us close to 3 levels. So, as you can see, even though the mobs are a few levels below us, it didn't really impact our overall XP. All the quests are still giving full XP. Tempting to jump down there, but I bet that rock at the bottom will kill me somehow. Okay, yeah, much happier with these times today, so I think this is the run. Keep going to 60. I guess the only downside will be is that I'll have to use crappy weapons for this run here on the beta, since I'm not going to be able to join an AV, but oh well. I guess it'll just feel that much better once the pre-patch hits and I can actually get a good weapon. Certainly still blowing stuff up past level 40, even with bad weapons. Alright, next step in this chain is to go to Ashenvale and do some RP stuff. I guess fill a water bag or something.
Chronokai Christor. Good health, long life.
This Sungate quest is another quest I skip here. It's a follow-up, leads way back over here for only like 1300 XP and
good fortune.
Nothing amazing from the quest reward.
Favor the road traveled by few.
Alright, we got our bonus quest because we actually completed and killed the boss.
Not all who wander are lost.
Spell crit rating by 2. Yeah, definitely taking the 2 crit rating, 4 attack power.
Will you join our cause?
I don't think I have enough. Man, do I have enough linen to get this to 80? Oh well, who cares? I'll just level this up while I'm waiting for boats. There's no particular reason to try to get it to 80 right now. Not like bandages are gonna make or break my run at this point, until only later they really become good.
Naru have not forgotten us.
Oh.
Dionys?
Should have done this on the way out. I can grab some more of these stamina buffs with these last crystals before I peace on out of here.
The Legion's end draws near. Dionys Aka. Remain vigilant. Blessings upon your family. Good health, long life.
Open your heart to the light. Safe journey.
Alright, we out this piece. Done with the Draenei area. I mean, I wish we were done. We still have to come back here for the stupid-ass totem quest, but for now we're done. We'll be back here in like a level and a half to turn in more parts of the water quest. Or water totem quest, but other than the totem quests, we're done with Draenei starting area. Okay, get rid of Sungate. We're not doing that garbage quest. I have a few quests to turn in as we get to Ashenvale. Not going to bother training any skills or anything right now. When I come back here to turn in part of the water totem quest again at 24, we'll do some training then. Oh man, I'm so good at boat timing. Although these boats do go back and forth a lot quicker on TBC than they did on Classic. You never have to end up waiting too long for them. Maybe one day I'll remember to actually buy 8-slot bags. Okay, so that quest I was complaining about earlier, that was like just missing for some bizarre reason. It was in Menethil Harbor. There's supposed to be a quest I pick up there. I would turn it into her for like 750 XP, nothing huge. But for some reason on this current beta version, they took that quest out. I already bug reported this character here, Fiona Longears, because she just didn't exist on the beta for a while. So now they have her back in the beta, but the person who gives the quest to talk to her is bugged. So it's been a whole thing with her. Okay, we're gonna pick up this quest, the dungeon quest. I'm gonna do this quest this time, and I skipped it on the previous run, but I think it could actually be worth it.
Peace be with you. Go in peace.
Okay, apparently if you stick around after turning that quest in, before I just ran away before all this RP was done, but if you actually wait for this RP to finish, you get a delivery quest to where we're about to go anyway that just gives you a little bit of bonus XP, so I guess, since I had some bandages to make anyway, I'll just stick around and pick it up.
Ishnu Allah, I am honored.
Oh.
What brings you here?
It's only worth like a few hundred XP, nothing big.
Hello. Farewell.
Alright, we're slowly saving more and more time. We're up to over an hour saved on the previous run by 23. The time, it should be starting to get real high through the mid-20s. Because I think the mid-20s were kind of scuffed on the other trial run I did. I was just kind of doing some really weird stuff. So I think by the time we get closer to 30, this should probably be up closer to like 3 hours of save time. Assuming we manage to maintain some reasonable play and focus. Not that I intend to go all the way to 30 today, but I'll go for another couple levels. Tend to try to keep the stuff that I actually want to keep in my main backpack, and then just have a bunch of the stuff that I'm just kind of going to vendor. I don't really care about too much in my other bags. Just in case anyone was wondering what the hell I was doing, shuffling things around there.
Ishnu Allah, what brings you here?
The Naru have not forgotten us.
I am honored.
I'm listening.
How may I help? What brings you here? Goddess, watch over you. My goods are of the highest quality.
So hold on to this mace for now in case I feel like skilling up mace. In case an opportunity presents itself. Oh yeah, let's get some Ashenvale tunes here. Okay, we did hit 23 off of those mass turn-ins. Wow, I'm already like halfway through 23. Okay. So our next talent point, we've got Ghost Wolf done. We've got a couple free talent points now to put in to improve Lightning Shield, which is nice. We get a new rank of Lightning Shield, I think at 24 as well. We're gonna, as soon as we're able to, we're gonna put all our points into Flurry. But for now, drop a couple into Lightning Shield until we unlock that tier.
Need help? Go with honor, friend.
What brings you here?
This quest here, the next step in the Tower of Althalax or whatever, this gem, as far as I can tell on the TBC, it still has like just god-awful drop rate. I don't think it's worth grinding this out. I'll just kill a few of these as I go through up to the next quest. You know, if we get it, we get it. Whatever. I don't really intend on going out of my way to try to finish this quest. Personally, I've never actually seen this item drop. One to 70? Yeah, that's probably a pretty close comparison. I guess if you consider Hunter, yeah, like Hunter goes like 1 to 70 in like a little under 4 days or something. That's kind of about the time they had for 1 to 60 in Classic. Hunter can pretty much do 1 to 60 solo self-found on TBC in like 2 days, just slightly over 2 days. Or I know Tactics got a time that's slightly over 2 days, but even he would agree that under 2 days is possible. That's how insanely fast Hunters are at TBC leveling. There's no comparison for them. All the other classes and specs and stuff are faster, but not to that degree. Oh, Urshock didn't get off in time. Where did this guy come from? Not sure how I ended up with like quite so many mobs chasing me around there. Maybe I left a totem behind that they aggroed onto or something. Jesus, these guys are still after me. Mercy. Yep, new quest hubs. I'd say probably the biggest difference, unless you're talking about individual spec buffs, which are kind of inconsistent across different classes. Biggest difference is just that all the 30 plus quests give 30% more XP. So you pretty much never really have to grind unless you want to. And you never run out of quests, 30 to 60. You can even cut out zones that you just don't feel like doing. There's like way more quest XP available, to the point where you can just like pick and choose which of the hubs you want to do. Oh my god, one day I will remember to hold my Earth Shock for these guys. See them casting Holy Smite and I couldn't resist interrupting it. These bags on the ground are honestly, like, so hard for me to see. Look just like all the other freaking terrain. Just blends right into this random grass. Oh my god, I did it again. Yeah, there's usually just random extra quests in a lot of the zones, though, that they added with TBC. Oh yeah, and it also feels like there's more quests, because not only do the different zones sometimes have like an extra quest or two that got added with TBC, but the previous quests that nobody ever completed because they were elites and like way too difficult for the level, most of those quests have been made non-elite. Yeah, there's a ton of new quests in East Ashenvale, but I decided that I actually hate that area. It's just so goddamn far away from everything. It takes forever to run over there, and then most of the quests have you like run back halfway across the zone to do something and then run way back to the east side to turn it in. Even taking the flight path to get to East Ashenvale from like Darkshore takes 5+ minutes. So on this current route, I've cut out East Ashenvale completely. I think it kind of toes the line, like it's pretty close to being viable, but it just like didn't quite make it for me. God, yeah, that never again quest. Most appropriately named quest of all time. Yeah, certainly the leveling process is just like way friendlier to kind of like newer casual players. Whereas classic WoW, like if nobody tells you that you can't just quest your way 1 to 60 if you don't know where every quest is off the top of your head already, and that you have to like grind and stuff to actually make it, then people just it's like confusing for new people. They're just like, why am I always out of quests? Why are all my quests 5 levels higher than me? Whereas in TBC, you can actually just like kind of play through the game like a new player would and be fine on quest XP. Oh, that's right too, and they did change some of the quest rewards to actually be not crap. Yeah. Like on the one side, you're like, oh, it's nice in TBC they changed most of these quests to not have a 1% drop rate anymore. But then at the other hand, you're like, well, why do some of them still have a 1% drop rate? Just to make sure that no one ever truly forgets the magic of grinding for certain classic quests. I mean, like when you start thinking about it in depth, though, the funny thing is that even after the game came out, and when they were making like their third raid tier, they still didn't know like what stats to put on gear. Like, look at the Hunter AQ set. It's just complete, utter, worthless trash. Completely unusable. And they put all that stuff on the gear thinking that was something that hunters would actually want. They had no idea how the hunter class was played in vanilla. Like the giant star, the original stats on some of the other hunter like gear had a lot of strength on it as well. But like I think the AQ set was the worst. The game has been out for over a year and you still don't know what stats to put on hunter gear.
Hello.
It's hard to say because they just kind of randomly stealth changed a lot of the drop rates on Classic even before TBC. Like for example, a lot of people remember the gem quest in Northern Barrens, where on vanilla, like oftentimes you would have to kill like hundreds of mobs to get that gem drop. But in Classic, they like stealth buffed it to where it was like a 5 or a 10% drop. As far as I know, this quest over here is still like a 2% drop, but I haven't killed enough of them to know for sure. Oh, there is another one that comes to mind where there's like a quest starter. This right here, this quest is like a 1% drop rate off of certain mobs to get that quest starter item. Oh, you know what it actually is? It's like the freaking, the blue, or the aged sinew, or whatever, for the Hunter Epic Quiver. I have grinded probably like 40 hours across all my different characters in Vanilla and Classic to try to get that sinew, and I've never, ever found one. I've always just had to buy it off the auction house. I did it on both my hunters, both on Vanilla and Classic Hunter. I grinded a long time to try to get the mature Blue Dragon sinew. And then also when I leveled a Rogue alt, I leveled my Rogue for like 3 levels just grinding those elite dragons. Because the casters were really easy to kill for a Rogue. And my Rogue never got that drop either. No, I don't think they improved the rare spawn drops. Can't think of any that come to mind for TBC. Maybe someone else can think of one, but I'm drawing a blank on the rare spawn item upgrades. What did I even get from that thing? Nothing? So that, I actually put a bug report in for it already, but that rare spawn we just killed, she's actually supposed to drop the ring that we're getting out here on this island for the quest. The Ring of Zoram. Back on Vanilla, you could get it either from the NPC on this island or from that rare spawn. Whereas here on the beta, only this this quest mob here drops it. I kind of doubt that's something they're going to care enough to fix, though. Pretty minor issue. Okay, we're about to do the, get out of here, Searing Totem. I'm about to try to do that dungeon quest too off the formerly elite mob, so may as well pop a stam buff. Oh, she gave me this, the cloth shoulders with no stats. How generous. Oh, miss. Well, the 20% drop rate for the ring would just be because most of the people that kill her don't have that quest activated. Oh, or were you trying to say that, like, as if to, yeah, to agree with what I was saying, like, yeah, she is supposed to be able to drop it? Okay, I got you now. Yeah, definitely true. Okay, so we picked up the formerly elite dungeon quest here. Kill these things. I tried this quest once, and I think I got pretty unlucky RNG on the brain stems. I think at some point I was doing that thing where I was killing like dozens of them between getting drops, but I think the drop rate is actually not that bad for this. And considering I decided to cut Eastern Ashenvale out of my route, picking up a couple extra quests here and there, like this elite one that we can do while we're doing the other Naga quests in the area. Seems like it's worth it. I mean, we'll see how it feels. Oh, I swear Searing Totem's range just like... I didn't think it had enough range to actually pull this thing. Not that it really matters, but it does sometimes feel like Searing Totem just gives itself a range increase when it has a chance to pull an extra mob. Oh yeah, right you are. I just used him. Oh man, I'm the drop lord over here. It's the power of RNG that I can kill a dozen of those stupid cats up in Darkshore without getting a 50% drop. But this drop that's like 25% or so, I'm just getting it off of every mob. This thing? Oh, you got me excited there for a sec. I was like, holy shit, I have a ring? If I got a second ring this early on at level in the early 20s, I'd be ecstatic. I don't think you can even get a ring from any quest until like later in the 20s. So far this quest seems super worth doing. You just do it while you're up here doing the Naga quest, but I do think that I've gotten pretty unreasonably lucky on the drops so far for these corrupted brain stems. Parasite. I don't even know what the hell this is, but apparently it doesn't get interrupted by Earthshock. There was no resist message that popped up, it just straight up didn't interrupt it. Can you still equip a different weapon if you get disarmed? Does that not work? These things have a pretty long respawn. A lot of these mobs that they... Whoops, pulled an extra on there. Oh my god, this one over here really aggroed? Oh my... What? What is this aggro range? Oh my god, mercy. 4 of those things aggroed from so far away. God, I just wanted one more brainstem. Those things like link from further away than normal because they used to be elite mobs or something. Guess I ran out of all the easy to pull ones, so I have to suffer through these underwater ones. Alright. Get the hell out of here, Master Chief. Anyway, before I almost got mowed down by those 4 Sorks, I was saying that these mobs seem to have a longer respawn time than normal. So they're still, like, kind of classified in some ways as elites. It takes like 10 or 12 minutes for them to respawn. The quest is worth like almost 3,000 XP, so a little bit of a detour while we're up here doing the other Naga quest, but it seems worth it I probably got luckier than normal with the drop rate, though. One of the other quest areas I'm still kind of borderline on is going into Stone Talon Mountains. Currently, I have it in my route just to go in there and do the first few quests and not to actually bother running up to the Alliance quest hub. It just has that one quest in the flight path. It seems pretty marginal in terms of if it's worth even going to Stone Talon at all. Right now it's in my route. Like it's like just barely worth it. Pretty much just have to like save your hearth and hearth from the middle of Stone Talon because the flight path for Alliance is so far away. Running to it is like a ridiculous waste of time. And we'll a little bit into 24 we'll go into Stone Talon just to do this handful of quests. It does give you some breadcrumb quests for stuff in Ironforge and Stormwind that you can do later as well. That's kind of what pushed it just barely into worth doing for me.
Greetings.
So that the XP of the quests themselves there were kind of meh in terms of XP per hour, but it does give you a couple quests to turn in later. Yeah, I'm definitely doing like all of those zones. I've been pretty unimpressed with Stone Talon. At this point, I'm basically just going there because I have to go down here for this stupid Shaman quest, and then like the path is right there. Go in, just do a few of those quests, and then hearth out. That's about all I plan to do on Stone Talon. But I could certainly be easily convinced that there are better options somewhere. Yeah, on this run, I'm doing like basically all of Wetlands, or at least most of it. And I'm not doing the really early quests in Duskwood, like not the ones that are like level 20 and 21, but I'm doing all the other ones. Did you end up going to Duskwood like super early in the 20s to do those as well, or just the later level stuff? I do plan on spending a few levels in Duskwood later on, like 27 to 30 or so.
New specimen must experiment.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Gooey Prue. Appreciate the prime. I might be massacring the pronunciation of your name, but thank you for the support, man. Appreciate it. Oh, interesting. 24. Yeah, I imagine that, well, I mean, I imagine your roots are quite good. So you have been doing the Alliance side this whole time, whereas I just switched to it. But since I'm doing it from the Shaman point of view, I'm kind of intentionally trying to have a lot of the quests I do be a couple levels under me, because Shamans are pretty weak in the 20 to 30 range. So that's why our quest routes might actually kind of differ a decent amount in the 20 to 30. How do you feel about Eastern Ashenvale, Zerant? So, I say we're about the same. We're both Stone Talon and Eastern Ashenvale are like a kind of a big old meh for me. Like, alright, I guess I'll do a little bit of Stone Talon just because I kind of need an extra, like, third of a level from quests. Oh my god, there is a cat just blocking my view completely. Kitty cat. Oh. Oh my god, it's stepping on the keyboard. Help. Ah, I see. I'm probably just going for, I don't know, maybe another hour. Maybe not even that much. Like, we've been going for, what, like 10 hours or something? It did kind of just... I wanted to keep my streams mostly to, like, 8 hours and less, just because I tend to get... When I do these speedruns, I tend to get lost in the grind and just, like, look up and it's been, like, 18 hours. I'm trying to avoid burning myself out this time around. So, probably, like, I don't know, maybe half an hour more. Ooh, we got the Harry Potter rare spawn here. It's kind of weird just with the way that I do my level progression as a Shaman. It's like I do Ashenvale. I'm here at 25, but that's like too early on a Shaman to really do any of the Eastern Ashenvale stuff. And then I could come back at like 30 or 31, but I don't really need the quest XP at that point, and it's a long-ass run to get over there. So I've been kind of like, I've been right on the line with Stone Talon and Eastern Ashenvale on if they're worth doing. Right now I'm just slightly towards not doing Eastern Ashenvale and just doing a little bit of Stone Talon, but it could definitely change. I'm not really super sold in either direction. Oh, it looks like I got the gem. Okay, I didn't even notice because I was wrestling with a cat to try to see my screen. Getting a lot of mail gear, but it's not good enough to bother saving for later. Oh, that's right, I forgot you don't actually turn the quest into her. It goes somewhere else. Yeah, I'll stream tomorrow. So I guess we'll probably be like 24, 25 or so. Probably out after I hearth out of Stone Talon and go back to Blood Mist Isle to turn in the Water Totem quest, or part of the Water Totem quest. I think at that point we'll probably call it for the day. Oh, if you're still around, Zerant, I never killed enough of these things to know if the drop rate is actually good on them anymore. The Tower of Althalex, we have to farm for the Soul Gem.
Greeting.
Like, is that worth doing now? Is the drop rate reasonable, or is it still utter crap? I just didn't really bother super farming them because I thought it might still be like a 2% drop, so... Interesting. Okay. I've probably killed like maybe 20 or 30 of them total on the beta. And I never saw it. So I was like, well, maybe it's still a 2% drop, who knows? Yeah, when I was looking into the weapon upgrade potentials when I first started running the Alliance Shaman a bit ago, it came down between the staff from that quest line or this icicle rod here. I just ended up going with the icicle rod instead because I wasn't really sure how reliable it was to farm that soul gem.
I am honored. How may I help? Ishnu Allah. Hello, Del Nadris.
Yes, previously I'd been turning this in, but now that I'm not actually going to do Eastern Ashenvale, it's probably not even worth the time to turn in as part of Rian's cleansing.
Ishnu Allah.
On my initial trial run, the main reason I was even doing that whole thing is Did I pick up that quest? Oh my god, wait, I got tricked by the Alliance RP. I actually have to wait for these guys to finish their RP before I can actually pick this quest up.
Peace be with you.
Oh, it does scale with... Okay, interesting. I think I actually want the water totem more than I want the air totem quickly. At least the water totem, you get mana spring, which is really useful. The air totem, you don't really get shit other than the one that absorbs a spell up till 42. Even at 42, Grace of Air isn't that good because you have so much burst damage at that point that it's almost pointless putting down totems. Just kill mobs in a few seconds. But you could definitely hold on to the... Maybe I'll try that on this run for some... Wait, where am I going? I'm getting lost in the Alliance zone. Or Alliance area. Yeah, I might try that this time. Maybe I delay turning in the air totem quest. Yeah, I could see that. I saved, I'm gonna go train skills at 24. Just about done with the water totem quest, I can turn that in then. But yeah, I don't know, maybe there's like almost nothing I even used the air totem quest for until like later in the 40s, so. Actually, yeah, I think along the same thought process of the 2 birds and 1 stone, I think actually what I should do is I should probably save the air totem turn-in until I go back to Exeter to get my mount in the early 40s. Then I can do 2 things at once. Because I actually want to use the water totem from like all the way from 26 or whatever to 40. Okay, that makes sense. It always feels so weird to me that Alliance only have, like, this whole Furbolg area that's right by their town. They only have a quest to kill 1 mob over here. But the Horde have, like, so many quests in this area. There's, like, 3 different quests you can do at once up here. Even though it's right by the Alliance town. Okay, so... I probably have the money to buy, since Shaman just has to spend all their money on food and drinks because they're so weak early mid-game. I probably don't have, yeah, like 42, 43, 44, something like that. I'll have the money to go buy, all the money to go buy mounted Exodar, and I can do air totem then. Oh, okay. I thought I might be able to put on a different weapon type while I was disarmed. No such luck. And do I bother going over here to turn this in? Can't remember how much XP this step is worth. Like, less than 1,000, I think. Probably not even worth the effort if I'm not doing Eastern Ashenvale later. For now, I think Frostbrand is better. It procs a lot because of the slow speed. So I don't have a fresh version of Rockbiter right now. Next time I go to town to train, I'll get a new version. So at that point, Rockbiter is probably better than Frostbrand again, once you get the level 24 version. Either that or it's comparable. But for now, also when I have the staff, it does a little bit extra damage because of the bonus frost damage. It's been feeling pretty good. Yeah. People that crunch the numbers on Classic really love Rockbiter, but I am, on TBC, I am not much of a fan. I mean, we use a lot of Rockbiter in the early weapon, or on the early stages, but like their calculations and stuff they do, they're like, oh, Rockbiter is better than Wind Fury for leveling, and I wholeheartedly disagree for TBC. Mainly because of this talent that they added in, Shamanistic Focus. This gives you so much insane value with the mana reduction on shocks. I would much rather have more procs of Shamanistic Focus and Flurry due to using Wind Fury, even if it does less damage than Rockbiter or Flame Tongue or whatever. So when you're doing sustained killing as a Shaman, your mana is the limiter of how fast you kill more than your health. So anything that gives you additional mana efficiency isn't going to show up on a spreadsheet as like improving your overall damage, but in reality it is, if you're doing sustained killing. So I'm Team Wind Fury all the way. And right you are. Into improved Lightning Shield we go. And next talent points we'll start going down Flurry. Oh, resisted. Get out of here, spider. Oh, I see. I tried to remove this, but apparently it's not a poison.
What brings you here?
Okay.
I'm listening.
Guess I gotta wait for them to do their little RP dance again, so I'll go turn this in the meantime. Definitely noticed there seems to be way more RP between quests on the Alliance side. Where you have to like wait to pick up the follow-up until the characters are done talking about random stuff.
Goddess watch over you.
Wait a sec. How did I end up with so much more?
Greetings.
I get a little bit more food. I have way more water than food for some reason.
I am honored.
Okay, we can go finish both of these quests down here. Next step in this chain and the water totem quest. And then I will somewhat reluctantly go into Stone Talon to do just the first handful of quests there. And then just hearth out. I'm not going to bother running all the way up to the Alliance flight path. That's one of those sneaky items that just tries to stay in your inventory forever. You don't actually need it. I think this time around I'm going to test the viability of making a spirit set, having 3 or 4 items to swap into spirit when I'm like running around in Ghost Wolf at low mana. I think I'm going to hold on to this robe. Alright, dude, see you around. Oh man, on my previous run, my next level was real slow. It looks like we're in for some major time save at like level 25. I think I should get enough linen from the goblins we're about to kill in Stone Talon to finish getting my first aid to 80 so I can work on wool. Maybe I should just get an add-on that tells me when I have an extra talent point, so I don't forget to spend it. A couple times on this run, I was like halfway through the level before I spent it. Not too much, but occasionally. It's hard to know what actually works on the beta, add-on wise. Okay, running into Stone Talon. Pretty
pretty meh area for XP, but decided to go with it instead of Eastern Ashenvale. Just kind of need to squeeze out like another third of a level or so. And then finishing up the Water Totem quest. Should get me finishing up the Water Totem quest and then turning in like the other quests back in Ashenvale, and then also that dungeon quest we did. Not this one. This one, yeah. Turning in the couple quests we have in Ashen, that should get us to 25. And that's pretty important because we get a new tier of food and water at 25. And Shamans are already weak enough, 25 to 30. We need all the help we can get. Until we get Glorious, Glorious Wind Fury. You know, it's probably more the blue one-handed axe we get at 29 or so that makes us start being strong again, more so than Wind Fury. I think Rogue is fine. They're like good at all levels because they get riposte early, which is like a super efficient attack. Like, you'd probably be better off asking Tactics, who actually mains Rogue, but, like, I think the Rogue is actually so good early because you put points into parry, and you get that riposte that does a bunch of extra damage for only 10 energy, and you put that as part of your Sinister Strike macro, and it just, like, automatically goes off when you parry. And then later on when you get Blade Flurry, I think that gives them a nice power spike as well. Like, they're decent all the way through. I wouldn't say rogues are super good or super bad at any point, really, from my limited knowledge of them. I've leveled multiple rogues as, like, alts and stuff before, but I haven't really played one recently. Also, I think a lot of rogue strength just depends on the weapons they have, so if you're doing solo self-found, like whenever you find like a quest that gives a big weapon upgrade, they'll feel really good for a while and kind of weak for a while after that. Or if you have the money to buy your rogue weapons ahead of time, then a twinked out rogue is real strong at leveling. Why the hell did I go way up here? Oh god. I got tricked. I got tricked by this questy thing trying to lure me up here. Don't actually even want to do the stupid quest. Actually, on the Alliance side, I want to like run over here and up this mountain to pick up those quests. This Alliance quest hub up here is such a joke. It takes like 1,000 years to get up there, and all they have is one quest right now. They have one quest that has you run all the way down here and then all the way back up here to turn it in. It's like the worst quest hub in history. Even this breadcrumb where you have to run halfway around the world to get up here is only worth like 500 XP. Oh yeah, I'm not even going up here. I'm just finishing these quests in this area and then hearthing out.
Ishnu Allah.
My, you're a tall one. What's up?
Okay, I picked up the quests. Yep, so just a few quests to do here in Stone Talon's pretty underwhelming zone for Alliance, to be sure. It's mostly just because the Water Totem quest just sends me right over here, next to it. I'm like, okay, I may as well run over here and do these few quests. And because my Hearth is up, I can just get out of here real fast. If I didn't have my Hearth up, I would definitely not do Stone Talon, because then you have to run all the way up here to fly out. Who's got time for that? Yeah, exactly. I couldn't even think of a time where I would ever use that flight point on my routes. If the breadcrumb was actually worth like a decent amount of experience, maybe, but only worth 500, and it's such a long journey to get up there. Pretty underwhelming. Where is this? Oh my god. This guy like died in the middle of this log over here. I probably can't loot him. Oh, he's back. Definitely not worth messing around with these elite mobs here. There's a couple elite rare spawns in this zone. Other classes might kill them. I mean, like a hunter, you could probably kill them without too much effort, or a warlock, but a shaman, they're a very tough fight, and they don't drop anything good. I think they just drop a random green, the same as any other non-elite rare spawn. Definitely not even worth the effort. Tesla's to South Shore. Enjoyable trip. I guess we'll have to look for some more operators over there. And hit this place up for respawns afterwards.
do kind of like the more burst nature of Frostbrand weapon with this Icicle Staff. Since we fight mobs that are a lot lower than us, from like 20 to 25, having the extra burst from it means you can just kind of three-shot things with a couple swings and a shock. Frostbrand procs. I'll still have, I guess I have to think about if I should switch back to Rockbiter at 25 when I train, or just keep using Frostbrand until we switch to... Probably the new rank of Rockbiter is better. I would heavily prioritize getting weapons for level 40. That's when Shaman get their actual, like, huge power spike. If you can get the lower ones too, like, you know, sure, that's great. But you can get some really good weapons just by questing, kind of in the early to mid levels. You can't really get good weapons 40 plus for the most part without buying them or doing dungeons. I mean, this is a pretty good weapon. Like, 20 to 27. It's not as good as a blue two-hander, but it's not that bad. It gives you extra, like, frost damage and stuff, too, which is nice. You get a really good blue one-hand axe at, like, late 20s in Darkshore. So you can get some pretty good stuff in the, like, early to mid levels for free just by questing. And then you just use most of your excess money to buy super good blue one-handed weapons of, like, 2.7 speed or slower. Then in the early 40s, you'll just be a monster and just kill everything in 2 seconds. Once you have a dual wield and storm strike. I was hoping the Searing Totem would snag him. Aha. I'm not even sure why I'm bothering to go over there just to loot a random level 19. Not worth the effort. Okay, what do I need? One more logger. Yep, about the closest you can get is that green two-hand mace from Rianne's Cleansing questline. I messed around with it for a little bit, but it's pretty meh. It has a really low proc rate on the direct damage frost proc. It's quite underwhelming.
Yo, be good.
Alright. We're actually pretty close to level 25. I just need to turn in some of these quests I have and then go finish up the Water Totem quest chain, which we are about to do.
Can I help you? Hey!
Pick up these quests for later. Those quests were basically the tipping point that made me decide to do this crappy little zone for just these couple quests and then pick up these ones for later. Yeah, we'll do Water Totem. The quest we have to turn in will be 25. So yeah, we're just about 25, about in 10.5 hours. I'm pretty good about this Shaman run. So we're back on Exodar now. We're going to go finish up the Water Totem quest on the next episode. seems like a good spot to stop for now. I will be back tomorrow with some hot Shaman action. Let's see, oh, nobody I know is actually streaming. Alright, well, thank you everybody for tuning in. Give the channel a follow if you like the content, and we'll be back with more of the same tomorrow, working our way through 20s and 30s. And then Shaman gets progressively more fun as we get past level 30, so we're getting through the hard stuff, and we'll start to get the payoffs here on the next stream as we make our way into the 30s. Alrighty, I'll catch you guys later. Thanks again for tuning in. I'll catch you all tomorrow.